Hello. Hello, love. Hello. Excellent to see you.
Arms hit! Took one in the leg! Can't, it hurts! Curse you! Just got my leg! Can't take much more! Leg might be broken! Gonna take more than that! Now you'll bleed! Clipped my arm! Cannot end like this. Can't focus. Good one. Need help. My eyes went knocked out. Not done yet. Took one in the stomach. Chest got me. Until we meet again. Ears ringing. My arm. Another fool.
No? Not with all the espionage and thievery and profiteering? A credit for your thoughts, as they say.
I once heard a story about a creature that could exist inside a star. I am kidding, of course. This heat is insane and we should leave.
No, I would rather not. And I sincerely hope that has not been your main motivation in all this.
Please, just look around.
You will see what I am talking about.
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster. These thermal levels are incompatible with our equipment, not to mention our internal organs.
I am sorry. Were you saying something? I shall stand guard while you focus. I think I might say that I have never before been hurt the way I was when it ended between us. I do not wish to experience that again. That's a difficult question. You might as well be asking, when is the unity? Why does the unity exist? Or how does the unity truly work? This appears to be part of the Freestar Collective. I appreciate the efforts to make me feel welcome here. I still prefer my ship.
That was foolish. A shame we cannot just break it open.
I hope that is safe to handle. Believe me, it is the most likely place for us to begin. If the honest people even could all leave, the situation would only deteriorate further. Please do not dismiss my concerns. However much you may not want to hear them. Thank you, but if what she said is true, if Aaron did collapse in on himself, perhaps she should blame me.
The people of Aquila should be proud of all that they have endured and accomplished.
This museum is quaint, but well-deserved. Do you ever wonder who pulls the strings for Ecliptic? Who really runs the organization? They must be quite wealthy by now. Fitting that the first people into space should be immortalized in this way. Were it not for the path they first walked, we would not be here. Now is hardly the time. With any luck, this place does research on something harmless like geology or climate, and not, say, xenobiology.
I imagine those are not the original residents of this place.
Be careful. You do not become too much like him.
Remain alert. Best to assume we have not seen the last of these spacers.
Target's grab drive has been restored.
None of that touches these people. I need a moment to walk that off. An interesting conclusion to jump to. My purpose is higher than myself. Something you don't seem to understand. I can think of nothing I'd prefer. I was raised to believe that few things, if any, are certain in this life. You seem to be the exception to that rule. I really hope so. Why are people so quick to use humor to deflect from serious questions? The Trade Authority does quite well for itself down here. And clearly they share little of the credits they make. But I will step into the beyond, whenever you are ready. I know this is what we have all been working for. Our work would be easier if you were not burdened with this need for drugs. I have seen so many cargo stockpiles in my life. Just so many.
With any luck, the cargo they have on board will make this worth it. Nothing to report. Perhaps a discussion is in order.
Craft drive has been compromised.
We have dealt with more than a few of your captains. This one should be no problem. You know me too well. Here, this is for you. I see. I wondered when we might have this conversation. There are other beliefs in this universe. How can you be so certain yours is the one? So little to see from up here, where once humanity spread in every direction. There is no question that this is important work, even if we do not yet fully understand it.
Now you're mine!
If this is all properly organized, someone may notice if things go missing. This is not what the Rangers stand for, not what they would want. For your sake, I hope your decision remains a secret.
I would speak to them before you go.
They have always been certain in their beliefs and actions. Does not make them correct.
Here. All the artifacts I have gathered.
I hope you find that change to be more effective. My upbringing was very certain about death. Everything had its place. Every loss just reinforced what we all knew to be true.
You thought you could evade me?
Many a corporation will build remote factories just to avoid regulation and oversight. With so many planets and moons, no one can keep track. Sam might well wish to be avenged, but he would not want us to risk all our lives for it.
It is strange. I admit it has never been an issue before now.
That is what I get for trying to be nice.
Yes, it certainly can.
Vladimir would call that knocking one back. I am trying to be reasonable here. I imagine quite a lot of drinking goes on here. There is certainly little else to do. I am more than willing to help you carry anything that has use, or is of considerable value.
We win. Again.
Some enterprising starborn lured human mercenaries here. They built this facility. Another layer to get past before we can reach the temple.
Did you need me to carry something for you? You are funny, but do not push your luck. The longer you're gone, the better. No one, especially not you, determines our worth. Walter is quite proud of what his company has accomplished, and for good reason. If that is the case, so be it. I am just trying to avoid complications. Unnecessary worry for Vladimir.
Rise and fight!
Whoever once used this room probably never could have imagined all that has happened since it was built.
Finders keepers, I believe Cora would say.
But why would you avoid a fight? By all means, let us move on from the talk of potentially sensitive subjects. Why do you torment me? I only hope that using these microbes does not create more unforeseen problems later on. You severely overestimate your chances, sir. So that somehow makes this okay. The fleet has never restricted itself to fighting with the United Colonies Navy. Was there more? Does it, though? To anyone who knew you, you would be gone, never to return. Is that not the same as dead?
Still, I know you mean to try and comfort me. I find myself increasingly compelled to do so. To make sense of myself.
If you ask me, that was a missed opportunity. What if he turns House Varun against me, and I am cut off from them forever?
You must understand. My being here is secret. No one is supposed to know.
We need to check on the others.
Whatever comes next, nobody can say you did not give them a chance to end things peacefully.
Back to it then. He will get what he truly deserves eventually, as will we all. The Great Serpent will see to that. If the ship has been drifting for long, it may well have been picked over by scavengers already. Inaction could lead to tragedy. I understand the hesitation, but be sure it is rational and not based in fear. No, but you owe yourself one. Do you think pretending to be your old self is what's best for you?
There was barely time to react. So many were cut down immediately.
Spacers will inhabit almost anywhere, even if no one else would consider it worth it. You are surprisingly sure of this. Come, let us leave this place. I wish to return to the lodge.
Yes, it does. I had higher hopes for you. but I won't stand in your way.
She would be wise to do the same.
I suppose it counts as making a scene, but
Seemed appropriate in the moment. Remote lab facilities are sometimes set up to engage in activities that are dangerous, illegal, or both.
Dutifully following orders.
Perhaps this can be handled delicately, without bloodshed. I suppose we should see.
that is what keeps me here as well.
Perhaps an elevator will allow us to access what lies beneath all this dust.
It certainly influenced the way I see the universe. They do not. I have, for now, kept that information to myself.
All right, fine. You could just say you have no idea.
Try to keep up!
Of course I worry about you. You know you mean a great deal to me.
Without a doubt, I should not say anything. I have known that much all along.
Very well. If we are not presented with a more reasonable offer, we will be left with no choice but to take the information. Looks to be a helium-3 facility, but no longer functional.
I would say that I could not begin to consider such a thing, since you are already involved with someone else, and I have made it clear that is a line I will not cross.
Critical damage to the engine system.
Interesting modifications. You prefer it that way?
Reduced gravity here. Very easy to overcorrect when moving.
I am not sure I believe that. I see so much of the person I knew in you as well.
You... Fine. Roger that, ma'am. I'll stay put.
I know.
Be careful. Sioka will almost certainly defend its territory.
I heard something.
I know it. It amazes me that anyone would spend credits on this, instead of taking a trip to see real alien life.
You may wish to consider a change of attire.
Ha! A new wreck to salvage.
There are countless others they prey upon, and those pilots are now in more danger because of what you have done.
They've gotten through our shields.
Look around. There will be correspondence from Jade Wong, I am sure of it. This cannot all be for nothing. Approaching that in... well, in any ship would be suicide. I understand. But we will need to work together, I am sure. I will be here in the lodge if you need me.
You'll also need to return to Constellation and find the artifacts in the fringes of space.
I wish I could say. We allowed Tomisar to live, but he may well defame me before the High Council in an effort to save himself. More lies.
Do not hurry back.
I am... flattered? I do not know what to say. No one has ever expressed feelings like that before. We have survived. It is a good day.
I appreciate your explanation, but I find your decision here to be lacking. I expected more, I think.
Perhaps. Agreed. We should not abandon our mission when things become difficult. It is a system that has never failed them. That is certain.
Come on. There are worlds to conquer.
I will meet you in orbit above the buried temple. We will face what is there together.
I suspect many in the Freestar Collective would take issue with the way the colony war is represented here. Everything in my life, whether I knew it or not, led me to you, to this moment, and all the moments between us to come.
No. That is not any more true than it was a minute ago.
Target's grav drive has been knocked offline.
I will not walk away from you in the middle of all this, but it is sorely tempting. You need to get things under control immediately. Clear?
I fear that after all that has happened, I am unsure of my place in House Baroon. I am of the promised, those who know the truth of the Great Serpent and his inevitable return.
The Crimson Fleet do not deserve any sort of victory. They are pirate scum, and they always will be. I know. We cannot help but approach the world differently.
You will be lost without me, but as you wish. Please, I have told you I do not want a fuss.
It is your choice, but be careful. Do not let him talk you into more. You should not dismiss it so hastily. Words can have tremendous impact and profound meanings. It is worth a conversation at least, is it not?
I have no objections.
Let us see what else we can find out there. I have grown accustomed to the lodge, but in general, United Colony's facilities annoy me.
I worry that I have made a mistake. What if Tommy betrays me to the High Council, particularly when measured against being cast into eternal shadow for disobeying the Great Serpent? Another time, it begins. Is it foolish to say that I feel very protective? I have something which I value greatly, and I wish to keep it safe.
No, I will not help you hurt people.
Non-believers will be lost in the Great Serpent's shadow for all eternity. Jinon Barun himself told us this.
Not entirely inaccurate, based on my information.
Target's maneuverability restored. They have their thrusters back.
I cannot tell you what to do, nor force you to do anything. I ask only that you think about the consequences of your actions, and how far-reaching they can be. I know the UC searches for the home of these zealots, seeking to wipe them out for good. I do not think they will succeed. In the end, you chose the UC over the Crimson Fleet. Do you believe that was the right choice?
I have the transcripts, Tommy-sar. You did this. You told them where to find us. Our shields have been critically damaged.
It does seem to be a unique situation with serious consequences. These zealots follow a perversion of the Varun beliefs. There is no place for them in the Great Serpent's dominion. Oh, yes, of course. If you do not intend to keep it. My past is complicated. Anyone here will tell you I do not speak much of it. Awaiting the Great Serpent's return teaches patience. Seems it is much needed. I have no interest in finding out how quickly our protective gear will fail in these conditions. We should leave as soon as we can.
Secure the room! Time for some fun!
If our word is not enough, that may convince you. I know some bristle at the idea of harvesting organics from local wildlife, but I have no problem with it. I know that the emissary was not Sarah. At least not the Sarah we knew. Really? Not all of the resources have been stripped out of these caves, it seems. Crazy might be a bit extreme, but I cannot entirely disagree. Terramorphs are enough of a worry on their own. The idea that they could appear anywhere, at any time. Ugh, I can respect that. I am no supporter of the United Colonies, but I also could not bring myself to side with the fleet and what they represent. I know that tone. Very well. What is it? I lack his charm. He puts others at ease. I fear my presence does the opposite. I am happy to help shoulder the load. A decent fighter and skilled hacker? Is there nothing you cannot do?
Sam! Sam, we're here! We're here!
I would not expect you to. I have simply asked. You will do what you feel is necessary, and that will be all right. If you find jumping in low gravity amusing, now is your chance to enjoy yourself. I would not mind if we return to bed sometime soon.
Ready yourself.
I will be sure and remind you of this moment, when we are inevitably attacked by the Crimson Fleet in the future. We were talking about the importance of relationships with others. Our business here is done, and I, for one, am perfectly content to leave Neon behind. Hopefully the effort required here was unique. I do not wish to make a habit of this. And you, like that. I hope you realize how staggeringly foolish you look right now. You know what? That does make sense. Please give me a moment. You have done it. The temple's artifact is yours. No? The tech is inside your head right now. Stay for a moment. You must have questions about what happens next. I am just trying to find common ground. If we will be working together in the future, that is useful.
Now you're mine!
Caves like this can be an excellent way to conceal the presence of an illegal operation. I should know. Certainly. Ah, yes. Good to be sure you are getting the best performance out of your weapons. I am quite certain I am not on any target lists, but we should still exercise caution. That was pretty sad. I am pleased that we have common cause and have enjoyed our time together. Thank you. Using drugs always made me feel like I was losing control of myself. Quite uncomfortable. You are welcome. I was hoping that would be your response. You do enjoy deflecting situations with humor, don't you? I'm eager to reach Hyla too, and speak to Aaron. Perhaps there is something we can do to help him. Provide him a sense of safety.
You would prefer mining to this? It must be far more exciting than I have been led to believe.
Everyone is gone. No immediate indications where they went. Just demand the extra credits up front next time. These games are juvenile and tiresome. Hand them over. Yes, I would request the same. This is unpleasant to watch. There are plenty of ways to earn credits, Mr. Yannick. Is that not part of why we were chosen for the mission in the first place? Well, this has the potential to be distracting. That is certainly one way to show you do not fear the judgment of others. If you are free soon, could we talk?
This talk of the unity of a multiverse? Dead friends appearing again? It is all simply too much.
Is the city meant to inspire or intimidate? Perhaps it depends on your reason for being here. You do not know what you are talking about. Can we, at least for the moment, return to the lodge?
And that, I think, has worked out very well.
Despite whatever loyalty you may feel to this place, you might never get another chance like this.
Here, I have something for you.
I hope you know that I am always here for you, precisely to help you work through things. After everything you have done for me, it is the least I can do. But you have made it more difficult for them. Do you not understand that? We were here specifically to ensure you remain standing. Oh, we can pause for a moment if you need to recover. A show of good faith now would display a willingness to change. It would be seen as a sign that the secrecy and deception is behind you.
It can make your life better, yes, but depending on how you use it, it can make the lives of others worse.
You certainly seem to have taken a liking to this man. It would seem there is more here to explore. Shall we?
Have you lost your mind? You have no idea what the ambassador has been through. You have no right to speak to him that way.
I find expressing affection difficult, but truly. Thank you. It reads as if he was expecting the zealots to find him. That they knew where to look for him. Argos. I have heard of this company. Small, reckless. Interesting.
So when we first leave our home, we hide it.
I am not sure I am making sense.
Grav drive offline. We cannot jump.
This outcome was a certainty. We were destined to succeed. It is risky, but it would bring a swift end to the situation.
The risk to you personally is, of course, important, but it goes beyond just you. You know that I love you, and I want to be there for you, but this is such an immense decision.
None of this was ideal, but at least something can be salvaged from the situation. In the end, he was just a man, and died like any other. You're on the Hunter's ship. Let's have him start this meeting. Yes, let's.
Is that not the definition of a big deal?
I will admit, I did not think you would get this far. But then most of the settled systems can be quite confusing to me. Still, blowing off some steam, you may find yourself tiring abnormally fast. The difference in gravity can be hard to adjust to.
If I had not mentioned it, I have another package ready for delivery.
He came out of nowhere. This is all so much bigger than we realized. At least he will no longer be able to prey on others. Well, I am still available if you are interested. The more money we have, the more people we can help for free.
They should have fought harder. They have their thrusters back. Is that the best you can do?
I look forward to it. Is that for selling later or personal use? Can never quite place the smell of Sidonia. Ozone and metal and something vaguely old and ill-kept. Do you think we will see each other after the Unity? Will we even recognize each other if we do? What in the world was going on here? If you are going to hold a grudge, well, that is your problem, not mine. I feel I must honor that time. with the truth.
We reach the stacks, trigger the flare, and make it back! We can do this!
I have been thinking about it, but I still do not understand your reasoning.
The fight ends and we are still standing. Well, flying.
I confess that I have no idea. I do not care what assurances you have been given that we are safe here. I do not trust the Crimson Fleet.
No matter what happens next, I have appreciated the time with you, and I thank you for trusting me.
It is impressive how thoroughly bureaucracy has infected every aspect of this. It is a challenge. But as I have told you, it also fills me with purpose. And that purpose is what guides me and drives me.
I do not understand. The fate of the Unity can't be left to chance. He has always been a creature of habit. Either we will find him at his favorite bar, or we will find out how recently he has been here.
Well, this has been enlightening. Explains a great deal about Neon. Thank you for your time, officer.
They've fixed their engines and are underway!
So, in this I would say I have done the galaxy a favor.
Looks like a section devoted to engineering. Worth investigating, perhaps. We're well past the point of not getting involved. As much as we may wish things were different.
But we cannot be more than friends. Not while you are involved with someone else.
Well done.
I'll be bringing mine, the hunter will be bringing his. And you'll need to bring the rest. All the ones Constellation can find. We should not waste another moment. Thank you.
Last hit knocked out the weapons!
Laredo strikes a good balance between form and function. The reputation is well deserved.
I have told you that I am not one to discuss my past. And yet,
Enemy thrusters online! They'll be a bit harder to hit now.
why is it that my nose seems to itch only when I cannot remove my helmet to scratch it?
Apparently, when freezing to death, one may experience a warm, cozy feeling. I would prefer not to verify that firsthand.
Repairs complete. Engines functional.
You are too good to me, you know that?
Who controls the artifacts is the only thing that matters. I'm sorry.
My past is complicated. And anyone in Constellation will tell you I do not speak much of it.
It would seem that the occupants left in a hurry. Hopefully for no reason we need to be concerned about.
Enemy thrusters are down!
That is not happening. Oh no, you are not getting out of this so easy. Not when we are right in the middle of something.
I did what I had to do, and I am at peace with it.
They've got their grav drive back!
But think of the cost. If not to you or us, to the people of the settled systems upon whom the Crimson Fleet prey.
Security here is so visible. I suppose it makes people more comfortable. Most people, anyway.
Even though they were acting on his instructions? I find that hard to swallow. I am surprised you do not.
That Starborn has already overwhelmed everyone on the Eye. We need to stay here. We need to find her. But before we go...
I mean, I do not wish to be rude, but if it came to it, I think the two of us could take her.
I'll do whatever I must to protect the artifacts.
So much for talking things over!
If you ask me, there are better uses for credits. You were so sure of yourself, you did not even give her a chance to explain. I do not understand you. I believe most people consider clothing non-optional. Some information on their members and goals. As you have seen, there is relatively little that would be considered classified. I have got my orders, but maybe we can work something out. Finally, the moment I have waited for. You know, I tried Aurora once. I did not enjoy the experience. If that is not a commitment you are willing to make, I understand, but I will not compromise. We are never given the coordinates for Varun Kai, our homeworld. We literally cannot return. I have sharpened the blade for this very occasion. Just in case we need it.
I make this look easy.
There is no way for any of us to return to verify what the Starborn have claimed is real. That is not the same at all. I need you to pay attention to me right now. If becoming a citizen of the United Colonies is important to you, it seems you are well on your way.
And you as well.
You have given me something to consider. Thank you for that.
All right, follow me.
Did you not think for a moment about the impact this will have on anyone else? The fleet is now stronger, and they will use that strength on anyone and everyone. If any of us were ever innocent, we certainly are not now. This is the path you have placed us on.
Ugh. Fine. I will wait here. You go on. Perhaps we should simply find another establishment then. No need to cause a scene.
But all it has done is further expose him for what he really is.
They are fanatics, having taken the teachings of House Varun and twisted them into a belief that the galaxy must be wiped clean before the Great Serpent's return.
You're starborn. More than that, you're reliving your old life.
Found you.
It pains me to see you discarding things which still have value. Is there a luck you cannot defeat?
Ugh. There's little else here. We will await orders from House Varun.
I wonder what has happened while we have been away. I hope that is answer enough for you.
I live on in the Unity.
So this is where you were set on the path to constellation, eh? Smaller than I expected. I would prefer that we both remain light on our feet. You never know what could happen.
Repairs to the shields are complete.
Then there is little sense in continuing to discuss it. The rest of the city is safe, thanks to us. You deserve whatever accolades you have coming. A sudden shift to 0G can be disorienting if you're not used to it. Give yourself a moment to adjust if you need it.
Once we get inside, be ready. With so much power gathered here, anything can happen.
Yes, they were. I did not grow up amidst such luxury.
Our weapons are functional. Fire!
Given our prior encounters, I am impressed that you managed that without violence.
Target weapon systems back online.
Huh. That makes a lot of sense, now that I think about it.
He does not deserve to be alive, after what he has done.
The Crimson Fleet are all too willing to prey on the weak or defenseless. Perhaps we will show them what it means to put up a fight. Their lives are endangered by this, by what you have done. Does that not concern you?
Traveling with you is rarely dull.
I am grateful for our time together. Always. I agree we should keep looking for answers, but clearly we must be cautious. And I must say, I find it curious that you would agree keeping the Lazarus plant around is a good idea. It seems an additional, unnecessary risk.
Why?
You appear to be rather preoccupied at the moment. Perhaps when you are done with your current endeavor.
Become as dust.
I'm afraid I do not share your optimism. If it exists, there is a chance it will be used as a weapon again.
This universe has a right to exist according to its own rules.
And did you hear this from Aaron? No matter how many times you do it, there is always that feeling of first losing gravity. Our friendship has gotten us this far, and it means so much to me. I trust you, and will continue to help you see this through. I understand that, and did not take it as such. It puts you in an unpleasant position. I cannot wait to see how the UC is throwing its weight around today. They stood little chance. Too bad for them. You know, it is never too early for Cora to learn some basic combat tactics. Have you discussed it with her? If there are robots about, I hope they are not programmed for combat. These starborn temples truly are a sight to behold. If you are not joking, then no, you are not. But there is something here that I believe will make up for it. It has been a very long time since I have been someplace that could possibly feel like home. So many years have been driven by survival in intense circumstances. Leisure time it's been in short supply. And I suppose I have conditioned myself to not think about it much. I have also seen a great many things in my time. Some quite dangerous, but these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space. A crystal of that size. Do you suppose they had any idea how to extract it, or was it too much for them to manage?
Enemy ship neutralized!
If we are to meet bounty hunters in combat, it is better that we should be the ones doing the surprising. Someone might have seen the thief and could identify them. Your enthusiasm is infectious. I'm sorry it's come to this. I have spent my adult life away from my home, jumping from one planet to the next, living in dangerous conditions, often surrounded by violence. Then we should remain alert. A cave in a pharmaceutical facility.
This is unusual. I think we will be quite capable of managing by ourselves, thank you.
Oh, here we go. All right, what is it?
Clearly, this is not the first time Ryujin has found itself in this situation. If you require organic compounds, now might be a good time to collect.
Yes, exactly. I survived. That was the only goal. This whole service is different. That was the intent. Yes, the reality is more complicated. I think that is an excellent suggestion. One more body for you to stand on top of, to help you reach some unattainable height.
Fighting in Zero-G is an acquired skill. I have experience, if necessary. Eliminating the fleet is reward enough. But I will certainly not complain about the extra credits. So much wasted in the colony war. A damned shame.
Yes, good. Let's go. All I care about is a fair price. Neon is for indulgence and decadence. I am both disgusted and impressed. Surely you cannot mean that you do not love me. I have seen it in your eyes. I have felt it in your heart. I was surprised that you were so harsh to that woman. It seemed to work, though.
I hope it is not annoying. It just does not make sense to me.
They could not hope to win, so they fled.
We have not yet had a moment to talk about what happened to you at that place. Temple? I am not sure what to call it.
And never eat at Chunks. That is a dead giveaway.
Ugh, elevated gravity. I suppose we are getting some extra exercise then.
Our thrusters have been fixed.
It is certainly a less normal experience than most are used to, but I think that is a good thing.
Yes. Go then.
Good.
If there were any doubt of Sidonia's importance to the United Colonies and its industry, this certainly puts it to rest.
Agreed. Any effort to de-escalate the situation should be considered. Being as open as possible would be a valuable move. That is all I ask. I hope you see what I have seen.
Weapon system has taken critical damage.
After all that you have been through with me, you know it is all I have. I cannot afford to lose it, and I do not want you ruining it for me.
Do you think they have burrowed into the ground here? Or they originally came up out of it?
Know that I love you. That you mean more to me than, well, than almost anything. I will be by your side, no matter what lies ahead.
Something nests here. It may not appreciate our presence. I cannot imagine a situation in which we would be so desperate.
Sarah, I wanted to ask how you are doing.
The Starborn here are powerful. They will hold nothing back. Even the dead can be made to fight for them.
Predictable.
Don't waste this one chance to show us we're wrong about your kind. If you fight the Starborn, you will lose. If we can avoid entering that building, I would prefer it. Let us just say I am allergic to bureaucracy. Oh, this is a lovely view. I wonder how many of the passengers will even notice.
I pray regularly that that is the case, but I cannot believe it will come to pass.
That is not the point.
If the trade authority is not interested, that says a great deal. I hope there is a way to work this out.
We should investigate this cave. But if we feel rumbling, we head for the exit. Agreed?
So then this is just some kind of personal grudge. Unbelievable. Losing Barrett is tragic. But things could have been so much worse without you. I'm sure you have seen for yourself that is not the case for much of the settled systems. Clearly, these Starborn are connected to the artifacts, which would mean that they are also connected to that temple you found.
This bar has well-known gang connections. We should mind our manners unless we wish to cause a scene.
There will be costs to pay. You seemed willing to accept them when you started us on this path. You are more diplomatic than I would be. One more reason I am glad to have you with me.
Airlock breached. We have borders.
Yes, you need me, but if you mean it, my feelings are not so different from yours. There is no struggle to survive here. No great risk in daily life. I will watch your back. Yes, Vladimir and I agreed on what should be included.
The air quality here is terrible. Filtration will only do so much. There might be something useful in all this. You, like all of us, will be judged on the Great Serpent's return. And he will not care about how many credits you have to your name.
It sounds as if these years have been hard on him. I do not wish to make it worse.
We have no more active shielding.
Stay for a moment. We should talk through our next steps.
This operation must have been incredibly expensive. A real loss for the owners.
I do not think some potential future use outweighs the risk it poses now. Well, it is good to know that this particular threat is behind us. And you have done a service to all who live in the settled systems. I know some drugs can improve your reactions in combat, but be careful. Did you hear that? If he does not get his way, he will speak to your manager. I'm also unconvinced. This can only end one way. You know, you're not the first person to tell me something like that. Surrender. Huh. Could it be that easy? I'm not trying to be a hard ass. I just can't go any lower. Your sarcasm does not invalidate the point. You'll see the glory of our multiverse. And your place in it. Then you'll be asked to make a choice.
They were able to repair their engines.
The galaxy will tremble before us. Of course, the one thing the UC can manage to put is a security station down here. The military rarely builds something like this without a specific purpose. Using water from the environment is a relatively efficient way to provide for the plants here. This was well thought out. I'm sure he has expressed it himself, but I want you to know that we all appreciate what you did for Barrett. Spending time in a geode in space was not on my to-do list today, but it is very impressive. Yes. You've proven yourself worthy. The Unity awaits.
Target has fixed their shields.
Yes, I'm sure it will. But what about the next 10, 20, 1,000 people who get a similar neuroamp? Even under the best of conditions, mining operations are not often pleased to have uninvited guests. Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes? I won't forego violence if it prevents the deaths of others in other universes. I suppose this proves that idea succinctly.
The others will be waiting at the lodge for us.
Let us try not to be responsible for any industrial-sized accidents while we are here. Yes, perhaps I should. They have taken me in, after all.
I heard you. I know what it costs me.
I know that you talked to Vladimir. Even after you said you would not. Tag indeed, Sam. We will see you later.
Damage to the engines. They need repairs.
Maybe you should have. Another passage here, perhaps to an exit? A sentiment that is shared by my kind about you.
Come then. Meet your death.
I have never been sure of whether Sioka considers itself an independent gang or something closer to hired muscle, like Ecliptic. We'll explain when we meet. In person. It is no greater than any who truly serve the Great Serpent. Is this the best you can do, Mattis? Did we not essentially spare your life? I might enjoy that. I will let you know. And with that, we will be on our way. You force my hand by joining the Hunter. It is no longer about what I want. So this was very personal. It all makes a bit more sense now. We have something to go on, at least. And I will likewise try to forget that you will sometimes know what is about to pass. As strange as that sounds, you have no right to make demands here. I have always appreciated the spirit of the Freestar Collective. They are, for the most part, good people. You have an interesting relationship. I would never be allowed to speak to my father that way. And I am sure countless others along the way. With no regard for their lives. If your goal is to confuse your opponents, you are well on your way. This Andreja? Like there is a shelf of them somewhere with copies just to choose from? Nothing about this is comforting. Now that we are here, what will be our next course of action? I know you are grieving. We all are. But revenge should not be our primary motivation. Getting caught is embarrassing, is it not?
finally something we can agree on.
It would seem to me that verifying this is much like verifying the idea of an afterlife.
You might be right.
Critical damage to the thrusters.
But they agreed to keep my secret. And they have held true to their word. That surprised me, but also gave me some amount of comfort.
While this serves our interests, it can also pose challenges. Many critical resources are scarce, and diplomatic relations with the United Colonies and Freestar Collective were tense at the best of times.
Open fire.
Be wary of crossfire. Likely to be cramped in here.
You are going to say something sweet or complimentary, are you not? By all means, proceed.
Cutting communication. Fine. Let's settle this.
We've got the shields up and running.
I do not think this is the path I would have chosen. One could easily argue that humans are the superior hunter and therefore are right to exterminate these creatures.
Shall we find some other adventure to occupy us now? Well, that certainly settles the question of who really controls things.
There is so much responsibility being in charge of Constellation during a time like this. Such a significant discovery.
You've never come this far, not in all the universes I have seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you. I wonder where they could have gotten such an idea. Deploying alien life forms as weapons.
They Victus. Alive all this time?
Good, you're awake. I was running out of knives to sharpen while I wait.
No, I do not think so.
I did not realize you possessed an aerospace engineering degree. Now that we have rested, we may continue, yes?
That is true. Life has not suddenly been made easier for everyone, despite our recent victory.
Do not allow them to gain ground inside the ship.
All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. I am glad you see it that way. I also believe that is true.
A bit more trigger discipline is in order,
Talk to the hunter when you're ready. We have a lot to discuss together. But why would you wish to avoid a fight? This work would not have been done if the ship had not meant to launch. A shame.
That is an unnecessarily aggressive response to the objective, is it not? It describes the people of House Varun. We who have been promised to serve the Great Serpent now and forever.
Looks like this goes up to another floor.
The city certainly projects a powerful image for the United Colonies, eh?
Still, thank you for talking it over. Appears as though a terminal has been connected here. Perhaps they intend to reprogram the robots? It is true. The things we face are far beyond what most have to deal with. It does not sound like we are being threatened, so perhaps we should listen to her. I had not planned to fill my pockets with rocks, but if we notice something valuable, I may just help myself.
I said enough! This is between you and me.
Are you quite sure you want to hold on to that?
After everything, all that we have been through.
It is a constant struggle, but I want to believe we are making things better. Regardless of how I present myself, I feel as though they're looking at me with disdain, rather than comradeship.
Now, surely there is some other grand adventure that awaits us. We should go and meet it head on. Sam, could you explain it one more time?
Constellation, it is important that all speak. There'll be a time and place for revenge.
Quite a heritage, to have brought this ship so far over such a long time. Worthy of the pride these portraits show.
You are just lying to me. Again.
This would be the same nature that gave us terramorphs in the first place.
I'm going to end you.
What if none of it is true? What if it is all some kind of trick? Or perhaps even worse. What if it is true, and none of us ever sees the others again?
This Starborn pushing back against us is simply one more sign that we are onto something important. We cannot abandon the mission now. I wonder who I was in your universe. If I was the same.
I am skeptical of whether this retreat will achieve its goals, but I applaud their efforts.
Can we please return to Shosa 2? We have unfinished business there.
If it is likely to expose us, then we should perhaps make extra effort to remain silent.
I think I should prefer to be by your side, but I will see you again soon enough.
In my experience, it is wise to keep an eye on nearly everyone.
The elevator seems to be the best way up the mesa, if it is still functional.
I choose to honor that pledge. And I ask that you do the same. If you cannot, then we are over. For good.
The temperature is unreasonably low here. We should not stay long.
Yes, of course. Where did you learn to do that?
I imagine it was not part of your training as a miner. When I first came here, I never expected that I would meet you or feel this way about you. That we would end up here together. Do you find zero-G difficult to navigate? I used to, when I was younger. Ugh, the air here seems to be particularly unbreathable. How wonderful.
Weapons back online. Light 'em up!
They should have known better. I have seen stranger things, and I know more than a few people who are not worth a sack of potatoes.
That adds risk to the situation, but if you are determined to do so, I will assist.
Target has lost thruster power.
They are ultimately threatened as much as the United Colonies. To share what you know and what can be done to make us all safer can only foster good relations.
Got one!
And you think it is just that simple?
I am told that the United Colonies Marines are very well trained. I have not seen them in action, but I am curious.
What are you talking about? I have never acted against you.
He is not here. I am disappointed, but relieved somehow.
Drop every single one of them!
If you find anything significant, say the word. No organics here. Valuable minerals, perhaps.
Work here was never completed, but hopefully the elevator is functional.
Here they are.
An agreeable transaction, and bloodshed is avoided.
Their tactics were questionable, and certainly manipulative, but in the end, the decision was still yours to make.
Tayo always seemed more style than substance, but clearly it appeals to some.
Of course, you are right. I will take the matter up with Sarah when I have a chance.
Fine. Purpose cuts through adversity. I know that all too well. And these people seem to have no idea.
But I have a mission, and my mission helps preserve the lives and safety of my people. That is more important than my personal feelings.
Do you imagine anyone actually enjoys living here? I simply cannot.
We raise the growth. We care for it, we milk it. And when we come of age, we slaughter the growth and fashion its skull into a dagger.
The first step in a bold new future. I want this to work, and I am willing to try. But this time we both need to work together. All right, love? No, but it seems to make things much, much easier. I envy that. Thank you for the conversation and everything. It is efficient to harvest your own materials, rather than pay someone else to do it for you.
Your investigation with the Freestar Rangers has come to an end. Are you satisfied with the results?
Target's engines have been disabled.
I will be here for you, as always. Call me Andreja. Is something amiss?
Critical damage to the enemy's grav drive. Our shields need time to recharge.
There is no one I would rather see right now.
Do you think it is more often desperation or cruelty that drives one to take up bounty hunting?
I must explain. House Baroon values secrecy above nearly all else. Those of us sent out into the settled systems, we cannot return.
It is perhaps not the primary way I choose to spend leisure time, but I do not have anything against reading.
I suppose this is true. I hope we have not traveled all this way for nothing. Your instincts are correct here, I think. Hank is not to be trusted. If you are trying to fix something or hide from something, drugs are not the answer. I am not convinced the right thing exists. But thank you for saying so. I do admire strength.
Weapons are back online. Time for payback!
I wonder if they already have buyers lined up for mech parts, or if they plan to melt them down.
I hope you will see what I have seen. Come back to me soon, dearest.
Perhaps that is so. But you would not be the one responsible. You cannot argue that it would happen anyway, therefore you are absolved.
You cannot evade me.
That does not answer the question, but all right. Why is it you are pleased with this neuroamp? You might find it absurd, but honestly, the lodge.
Whatever gives you pause, please. It is fine. And once again, we are triumphant.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I would not like to think you are truly siding with him.
Good. Assert yourself now so he knows you cannot be pushed around.
We have disabled their shields.
Yes. Perhaps that would be best. No, that is not my concern. I trust that you will stay with me.
Now is hardly the time, Mathis. We need to focus on getting out of here.
We've repaired our thrusters.
I should have realized you were looking out for your own well-being. Perhaps I judged your actions too quickly.
We have resorted to theft now, I see.
Repairs to the grav drive are complete.
I know that you said you wouldn't, but it is still a relief. I would like my contributions to Constellation to amount to more than violence.
Look! The artifact! But what is happening to it?
They are all connected.
Debt collection? Truly? There are other ways to make credits, you know. The men and women I knew who most coveted credits were involved in highly illegal activities. Also, they are all dead.
This Neva Mora, her words are measured and carry weight. She is not to be trifled with.
I have no particular love for the UC, or their bravado.
I don't know what to say. I thought there would be a chance to speak to him. To make amends.
Bayou has very successfully insulated himself against retribution. It is almost admirable.
Picking pockets is generally frowned upon. Requiring honor of the operatives you have conscripted into service is a curious thing. But of course, we will act with honor. I am not sure I will find any comfort in it. But I think it is important, nonetheless. If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
With all this storage, it is likely we will find something worth taking.
Their shields have been knocked out. Excellent work.
We will find out the hard way if this water is unsafe. The effort to make this place livable is astounding. There's no end to what can be accomplished when there are credits to be made. We have found some of the native life on this planet, and all that goes with that.
Weapons systems down. We need to repair. The enemy's grav drive has been disabled.
What is there to say?
Truly, this is riveting. Some of the earliest space flights were likely coordinated from here. Strange to be standing on such a unique bit of history.
But still, perhaps you deserve another chance.
Trading your ideals for credits. A losing transaction if ever I heard one. No indications that there is anyone else around, but we should still be cautious.
Yes? You need something?
The Starborn will be hunting you now. Give up your search for answers.
You will make life difficult for both of us if you get caught.
I worry I would only come out disappointed. In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That's why we watch over them. The only thing you are watching out for is yourself.
Yes? Thank you, Captain. Making difficult decisions with grace is the mark of a true leader. We will need to check all the repairs on this station from top to bottom, as they say. This seems an unreasonably casual way to discuss the murder of a man.
At least the Freestar Collective will also know of its existence. Otherwise, I worry it would be too tempting for the UC to use as a weapon.
Having this many scientists in one location seems like something of a security risk to me.
You thought you could win?
You and I have things to discuss.
Ugh, there are a good many places I would rather be right now. We should check the tanks, see if any helium-3 is available. No sense letting it go to waste.
Very well. The hunter and I will meet you at the buried temple. Be ready. This sounds... how do I put this? Extremely stupid.
I cannot pretend this conversation never happened, but let us just give things some time. We are still worth it.
I do not wish to judge, but I doubt you truly need to be carrying all of that. I know. That is part of the reason why I feel it necessary to be honest.
I appreciate that you may have business here. I would simply ask that you conclude it quickly.
You seem to be acclimating well to Constellation. Are you enjoying working with them? So you would just step into this unity based on what? Feelings?
Knife fights in low gravity can be especially difficult. Just, in case that comes up.
I only meant to suggest that I am concerned about your well-being. Please, do not worry. I am sure everything will be, fine. If smugglers have been here, there may be useful materials left behind. No, I will not kill you for knowing, but you must understand that this is privileged information. I cannot bring myself to trust Ryujin the way you seem to. I only hope, for all our sakes, that trust is not misplaced. The Starborn believe they are competing with each other. With us. I wonder if the unity causes this, or if it is just them. Geology never held interest for me, but I do appreciate the results. Yes, you are right. And if we continue to work together, perhaps we can start to explain some of this. Whew. Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Want has nothing to do with it. This is hardly the place. We can talk when we have returned to your ship.
It seems reasonable that a thief face some form of punishment, does it not? We should conclude our business here as quickly as possible. I do not like to imagine what we might breathe in here. I do enjoy a good drink every now and then. Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets. High gravity can be exhausting. It would be understandable if you wanted extra time to rest. Yes, I can see that. You will likely win. Hopefully the cost is not more than you can bear.
You have made your choice. We will take the artifact by force.
I believe we are not alone.
If built on the right spot, mines like this can be utilized for generations. Goodbye. It seems like an impossible battle, but perhaps these funds can change that.
There are things I need to say to you at your earliest convenience.
I can see you eyeing the controls. Go ahead. See what they do. Interference is intense here, but the conduction grid seems to be working. Oh, the whole place smells of fish. You would think that would keep people away. Approaching from behind and going for a swift elimination would be effective, but perhaps a bit more permanent than we need right now. What I am trying to say is that I now wonder whether it has been the right decision to distance myself from others. Goodbye. For now, I admit. The thought of us trying to kill each other pains me. I would say that you can never have too many weapons on a ship, but sadly, it would seem there are never enough credits. The Crimson Fleet just keeps pirating. I am never worried. Cautious, perhaps. Whatever positives you experience on these drugs will, I fear, be outweighed by the effects of addiction in a world where we cannot control everything. Providing for and protecting our families sometimes has to be enough. Expect more Starborn along the way. Can we not just carry our own things and leave it at that? An eagerness to contribute will hopefully be seen as a sign that we are ready for more. Generations ago, our founder, Jinan Varun, he had an experience while grav jumping. He made contact with an immortal being beyond time and space, beyond our universe. Yes. You are. Agreed. There's no trust between the three of us. That is not exactly what I meant. That may be. But you were the one to take action, so you deserve the praise. The project will be shelved, they call it? As I said, too many other bad outcomes. This is for the best. I have seen the inside of several jail cells. You have my sympathies. Then, all of a sudden, Vladimir screamed in pain, and I saw him flying through the air. That's when I saw the Starborn. Have no worries. We will be ruthless and refuse to take no for an answer.
Critical damage to the grav drive.
And I thought the outside looked bad. And yet, you let him go in exchange for credits. Strange that the only time you really think about breathing are the times when you should not be. Like now, for instance. If you insist, there is always a choice. And if we wish to avoid collateral damage, we can. You're saying I've closed myself off. Maybe I have. The friend has no comment. If we stay here long, we are going to start falling apart.
Perhaps literally. I am still willing to talk. If there is something I can do, please, say so. That seems like a waste to me. I know. We all know. Join me, old friend. We can collect the final pieces together. I do not want to be involved. I enjoy the attention, certainly. If they are well planned, smuggling operations can be almost impossible to stumble across. Oh, yes. I am not quite sure I have heard this entire story. We can work on us. But if you walk away, there is no return. I will not allow myself to suffer through that. Do you understand?
Enough!
Thank you. That one is going to leave a mark, I think. Then we should return to our task. At least you can acknowledge who and what you are. That is more than can be said for many.
We've lost the grav drive. Need to repair it.
I have never liked Hope Tech ships, though I suppose that is hardly the point of them. If you have nothing else to say... Yes, I do mind. I have no interest in answering questions. Do not fear. Your trial is at an end. Not the most exciting work I can think of. Here. The key.
We've lost weapon control!
Even normally docile creatures can react poorly to intrusions into their territory. Life only goes on so long as you are the one who is victorious. It is important to remember that when weighing a course of action. Oh, you definitely take after your father. The pirates, the ones known for robbing, murder, and general betrayal, they will be good allies? Are you listening to yourself? If you are uncertain about your ability to best him in single combat, it is a reasonable alternative to consider. The Sioka Syndicate operates here? Perhaps their ambitions are grander than I thought. Everything here appears sound. The crew must have remained trapped for some time. An unenviable fate. Mom, this means we are in agreement. Thank you. That is good to know. That is good work. Respectable quality. Answering your questions is exactly what we cannot allow. Abandon your thirst for knowledge or drown in it. This is not the best life they could lead, surely. But I suppose it is better than dying on a failing ship or running out of resources.
Weapon repairs complete.
I saw that. Good thing no one else did. You agreed with me that true purpose can be a driving force in life. I found that comforting. But something has been nagging at me since. Oh yes, I have more than a few things to say. This is not the place, though. I would prefer someplace with fewer prying eyes. I could not possibly do that. I see what you are saying. For what it is worth, I believe that is the correct approach. Luxury should not be the goal here. Also, Frank annoys me. I have seen tanks like this traded by smugglers, but never one that is functional. This must be decades old. No, but you are only human. You did the best you could. More than most can say, I think. Agreed, we should not delay. Let us see what wonders of life this planet hosts. You are seeing these warnings, yes? A very corrosive environment. Too much for us to survive for long.
Enemy's engines are functional again.
I was just thinking about you. You will think of me, I hope. Looks like a storage facility. Do you think it is worth picking through it? I am sure this is perfectly safe to cross. I will be right behind you. Dearest, you are quite unique enough without the neuroamp. That is a very passive way of saying that you killed her. At least take responsibility for your action rather than making it sound like it was something that just happened. I wonder if the United Colonies bothered asking before building here. Probably not. Fighting alongside you is never dull. It would seem luxury does not extend to the crew. It seemed to be enough. For a short time, we were taught from a very young age that family always comes first, and no price is too great to pay to ensure its survival. So, as soon as you are ready, I want us to travel together to the second planet in the Shosa system. There's something we need to do there. I can think of several other things I would rather be doing. But fine, be ready for another fight. Yes,
I do.
Well, Jules, it seems you have your work cut out for you.
Enemy weapon systems have been crippled.
I am quite certain it would not be the first murder investigation Bayu would be able to extricate himself from. But you are right. I need to focus on what is in front of me now. Not something I have no control over.
And you got away with it? Impressive.
I have told you that I spent many years coordinating with smugglers along the edges of the settled systems. Termination. You mean this is my fault? I will stay until it is corrected.
The microbes would have put fewer people at risk in the long run.
So you are.
We recognize you. I don't know who you're hoping to fool, but you are walking a twisted path. I really want to believe that this will not happen again.
I sincerely hope there is adequate security for this facility.
You are not the only one judged on your actions. I can also be held accountable, and so you risk my standing in Constellation.
That is all just talk. Does not change anything.
This will certainly lead to some interesting results.
I appreciate that you have the skill to modify that. I hope for all that was necessary in acquiring it. This data finally reveals some answers.
Yes, I know. I can see it in your eyes. All right. I suppose no more needs to be said.
Your ability to find the humor in a situation is remarkable.
The ill-gotten gains of the Crimson Fleet can be ours, if we find anything.
Thank you for coming back here with me.
Mining can be a dangerous way to make a living, especially if profit is put above safety.
That certainly does sound different.
If this ship is indeed abandoned, there are at least opportunities for scavenging. I assume you are not above such things.
I know where we need to go. Did you need something?
You won't come to any harm here. I give you my word. Or, if we did, would we be the same? Different versions of ourselves somehow? That is not a risk I think I wish to take. Whatever risks exist, they are outweighed by this imminent threat. I agree. The request should be granted.
Even when I see it with my own eyes, it is still hard to believe.
10 years can be a long time. You must be certain it is something you actually care about.
Do you have a use in mind for that? It is a reasonable request. You would do well to consider it.
I hope that we have not ultimately made a mistake in resurrecting this place. What gave you the impression I felt like talking about anything personal with you?
Glory and honor upon you, Captain.
I am unsure it is that simple. But you are right. I do have people here who care about me.
That seems a bit extreme for the circumstances.
A name, Jada. Give me a name. You must have heard one by now.
Even if your skin does not immediately burn, radiation can still kill you. This place is dangerous.
Yes. For now, with every star born out for themselves, conflict is bound to continue.
We should be cautious. The structural integrity of the ship could be questionable at best. I wonder whether the result of the analysis here was good news or bad.
The Great Serpent favors me to have put you in my path. Maybe this could end without violence.
After everything, it is almost impossible to believe that the armistice happened. But I admit I am glad it did. The settled systems have benefited.
If that is your wish, then I will respect it.
Dangerously low temperatures here. Keep an eye on your vitals. I will meet you back at the lodge.
You think you can hide?
You find that pleasant?
Curious. I was saying that I was concerned that I have not been fully accepted by the members of Constellation.
I know, but I want to so badly. I do not know how to live with this.
I am grateful for your patience and your willingness to listen.
Lots of technical equipment here. I cannot make sense of it, but clearly someone could, and did.
I am not good with jokes, but this is not amusing.
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can squeeze. You know that I have been in situations like this before, and I chose to save only myself.
Always good to speak with a friend. What is there to know? He is pirate scum, like all of them.
This company clearly has little trust in their workers.
For some, perhaps. Barrett is quite capable, all things considered. I believe that in this moment, honesty is more important than anything.
I could, however, use a best friend. And I think he would fit that role very well.
They did not deserve that.
I think none of us were expecting what we have found. Well, perhaps, Matteo.
There's no hiding from me.
Well, that was definitive.
It has been a pleasure doing business.
Where I grew up has never been a subject of discussion. I do not understand how seeking answers can be so dangerous. Like it or not, you and I represent Constellation in everything we do, and you are representing it very poorly right now. My people have worked to that end for many years now, and it has caused conflict with the rest of the settled systems.
I don't understand. So everyone will just give up on their dreams? Why not have everyone fight for it until a victory emerges?
I have no wish to die a slow, painful death thanks to radiation. Can we leave?
I have already apologized for the misunderstanding.
There is little question that Ryujin has some influence here in Neon. I wonder how Mr. Bayu feels about that.
We were working on the repairs when the ship docked. We ran to defend the station, but after the doors opened, there wasn't anyone there.
Think very carefully before you speak.
Neuroamps are fascinating, are they not? I am still surprised they have not been completely outlawed.
Well, someone is having fun. Of course, industry and the military. The true backbone of the United Colonies. No matter how they attempt to shape their image. I have not seen its equal in all my travels through the settled systems. You are already in it. With artifacts come Starborn, searching for them, fighting over them.
I did not have the opportunity for a formal education of that kind, but I recognize its value. You are good to assist her.
I knew you were unsure about it, so at least I was prepared for the possibility. Just becomes one more thing attached to me.
Keep your eyes open for Starborn.
No, that is not true. All we have done is search for knowledge, for answers. They put themselves between us and those answers.
Our engines are up and running.
If you believe that is for the best.
This looks to be Freestar-owned. We should be safe here. There are other uses for all these resources, all this funding. But the United Colonies operate with such purpose.
It is interesting to recall that this is where humanity first reached out into the stars.
We need repairs to the weapon system, now!
We should restrain ourselves from making too many assumptions, should we not? Aaron Bascom and Jada Wong. They were my friends, and I abandoned them. And in the years since, I have never looked for them. Clearly you do not comprehend the importance of the Great Serpent. To me, personally. But I suppose that is to be expected.
It is. I am sure the UC Navy would love nothing more than to find wherever these zealots come from and eliminate them for good. It is at least refreshing that you acknowledge you were only thinking of yourself.
Target destroyed!
Perhaps Constellation is worth holding on to. Even with the feeling of destiny in the distance. I suppose simply smashing it would not help.
You did not grow up on my world or as part of my culture. I would not expect you to understand. I would, however, expect you to be a bit more respectful.
This station is but a shadow of its former purpose. I do not like it here. I suppose we should get back to it then.
With the neuroamp matter settled, we should move on to other things, yes? One could hardly blame you. With all that we have been through.
I may not quite enjoy New Atlantis, but this... this is much better.
With an attitude like that, at least I know we will not be bored.
We have unwelcome guests on board.
Maybe we can work something out. Thank you for asking. I do not know why you would say this, but I would ask you to reconsider. We have pledged ourselves to each other, and I would ask that you think about why.
We won't be able to go to the buried temple right away. There are still other artifacts out there in the settled systems that haven't been gathered. You do not understand what you have done.
Indeed I do. All yours.
I do not want a fancy party. I do not want to wear a dress, and we do not need music.
By all means, ask.
You should have more faith in yourself.
How could you do that?
Not you.
Not now.
You believe I am too quick to judge. Perhaps that is so, but at some point you will. The unity may wait forever, but there will come a day when we cannot remain together, no matter how much we wish it. If nothing else, Constellation does have excellent lodging. It went very quickly after that. I would say you have done more than enough. The hardened criminal returns. Was it worth it? Let us stick to business here, and hopefully business has nothing to do with Aurora.
Enemy shields are back up!
I appreciate that they have not demolished the structure, even if diplomacy has ended for now. It may not have been their intention, but it represents hope.
Don't come any closer. Identify yourself.
Hasty is not the issue, I think. It is a question of severity, and killing her seems too much.
Go!
Bounty hunters rarely appreciate uninvited guests. We should be careful. We must first make sure that Jada is safe, and perhaps she will be able to shed light on this. I have seen cases where mining companies get greedy, and it rarely ends well for those working the mines. Well, I believe every individual should know how to defend themselves. In this particular case, that course of action seems ill-advised.
I will not let more universes fall under the shadow of this search. Let us end this!
Quiet. Did you hear that? Not so high and mighty now, are they? All that power and knowledge, and look where it got them. We both know exactly who you are. I can understand that. But now I suppose there is a single clear path forward. And it means working with the hunter. That looks tasty. Sarah's loss is a huge blow to Constellation. And to each of us personally. But it could have been so much worse if you had not acted. It is hard to argue, but the implications.
We've taken out their weapons.
A very pragmatic choice. Self-preservation is always a good motivator. The spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something. It would seem more prudent that the UC simply shut down this entire station, rather than allow it to endure in this state. Ah, Neon. Instant sensory overload.
Let's drain the years from you!
As you know, I was never allowed to know the way back home. That frightened me. But at the same time, I was suddenly aware of not just one planet, but a whole universe I had never seen. I suppose safety was not the highest priority when designing these walkways. After a person sneezes, someone invariably invokes the phrase, "bless you." Oddly strange to administer absolution after witnessing a bodily function. I would like to believe you mean it. Odds are this connects to something. I do not see how that would be friendly. My name is my name, and it should not be altered without my permission. I only meant to suggest some alternative ingredients to improve the flavor. I assure you it will not happen again. That is not what I meant. I would not want to leave it behind so easily either. I just meant that life keeps going. Even when you have lost everything. They were abandoned when peace was brokered. My culture deals with this so differently than I have seen in the rest of the settled systems. I have not heard this expression, but the meaning is simple enough. I can understand wanting to honor or even celebrate history, but this may take it too far. I am unsure that death was preferable to justice, but at least the situation is over, and there is no question who was to blame. Would it not be worth selling that instead? Well done. Say something if you see things worth investigating. I think you may be trying to take a little too much on. Literally.
Captain, target's thrusters are inoperable.
Construction appears to have been interrupted. Interesting. We can discuss this later. Right now we need to get out of here. And then we need to return to the lodge. Again, I am not always good with humor. I am unsure if you are joking? But I will absolutely remember that you did that for me. But you could have changed their minds. They would have listened to you. Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel. At the cost of Earth. It may take a bit of time to acclimate to the higher gravity here. We should proceed carefully. Even if that is true, there are other ways this could have ended. Regardless of the reason,
I think you did the right thing. Perhaps we can find some indication of why this ship was vacated.
Chief among them, it seems, is you.
It is rarely only money, Walter. Now you have seen that. The settled systems are what they are thanks to the wide application of robots. Individual instances aside, we should be grateful. Yes, very. It was not what I was expecting.
And you have no right to pursue the artifacts with no regard to the consequences.
I won't abandon the unity to you. Never.
You have the chance to prove yourself the superior combatant, and you do not take it? There was a time for such concerns, but that time has passed. You made your choice. Very thorough and quite impressive. The clones did not deserve this fate, and you! How could you decide to do that?
It is good to have someone I can call a real friend.
Our grav drive has been restored.
That is highly unlikely, but if it happens, I will be sure and tell you.
You are not just going to leave that there, are you?
I am trying to figure out how to help you.
Don't shove your ideals onto the artifacts. They exist. That's it.
Whenever I eat here, I cannot help but taste dust and dirt.
I do not think I am imagining it.
Well, this should be fun. Their wants may not align with yours. Does that not concern you? As an observer, the effect is quite unnerving. It is hard not to immediately worry about the implications. Smart. If you expect lots of injuries, have your own medical center. At least it speeds up the process. So, we finally have all the answers. And yet here I stand, feeling like I understand even less than I did before.
Doubts have never been something I would consider.
You have quite an effect on me, you know. There is always money to be made from helium-3.
Excellent shot.
Human life was not meant to exist in this kind of heat. We risk ours by staying here.
Destroy them!
So was I. But if what she says is true, then it just confirms what I have feared for so long.
Perhaps now is a good time to start, then.
Some of these seem to be a mixture of adapters from older tech.
We should not assume there is anything valuable stored here, but it is still worth checking, just in case.
The power vacuum you would create over getting to the Unity would be worse.
Smugglers are not necessarily bad people, but they are quite protective of their operations. Keep that in mind.
A potentially risky move, supporting Ularu.
You had better hope that the Infinity job goes well, and all of this pays off. And that Ularu doesn't then turn on you. You make it sound so simple. So banal. As if it was not a life that you took, as if it did not matter.
What experience led you to that belief? What did you do before Constellation?
That is a feeling I had not experienced again until I met you.
Sometimes it seems the UC does not remember. Its history is tied to this place.
Have you not considered what long-term effects there might be?
I promise you it is not.
Clearly you are very welcome.
Hull compromised. Target is down.
I can understand that. I never would have imagined we would see them again. And then to have it end like this.
Humans most often assign jobs to robots they find either too dangerous or unpalatable.
Which do you think this was? I find I need to concentrate to be able to focus on a book, and that takes effort. But I do sometimes enjoy it, yes. This whole place is a testament to how devastating the war was. How determined both sides were to claim victory. Tomisar would have been the one to convey orders from the High Council, including the order to return home.
How long must this have been here? For the crystal to grow through it?
Whether we learn more or not, I now have a difficult decision to make.
I hope you are sufficiently rested. Who knows what this day will bring?
Either we are alone here, or the occupants are incredibly good at concealing themselves.
I suppose nothing lasts forever. But I will not lie to you. This hurts.
Years ago, I had heard he was alive, but did not attempt to contact him. I did not feel it was right. I hope this is not a mistake. I find it best to assume any cave I enter is occupied, particularly by something hostile. then the only potential surprise is a pleasant one.
Deimos has certainly bound itself to the UC military, for better or worse.
So you have done this to make some kind of point? To whom?
Too easy.
I know there are more important things going on, but I need to make another delivery. We need to go back to Shosa too. I do not wish to be dramatic, but our relationship depends upon it. I am no fan of the United Colonies, but they do know how to maintain order. Smugglers always like to use Hope Tech ships to resemble legitimate transports. I wonder how the company feels about that. It must be very embarrassing for the UC to be in this situation. We could have dealt with this syndicate on our own. You did not need to agree to anything. This is it. Hold nothing back. I suppose that is true. I have my own faults. If we do not see each other again, then this is goodbye. I am proud that I was present for this journey. The entire universe seems darker. Somehow, it would be almost fitting to see the technology immediately turned on those who fostered its creation. Now that you have seen the Unity, what are your thoughts?
We are victorious!
Anyone who pulls a gun should be prepared to use it, or for the consequences of doing so. Take a moment, see if there is anything here we should take. She has been for as long as I have known her. With that outlook, I believe no one is ahead. Jada was younger than some of the other smugglers we contracted. There was concern she would be unreliable. We have scared them off, it seems. People are labeled as spacers for a variety of reasons. None of them are flattering. Right from under their nose. Clever. I do not disagree that such a thing is valuable, but at potentially great long-term cost to your health. You should take his words to heart.
Repairs complete. Thrusters are online.
Arguably a good philosophy for more than just his mission. Aaron was composing a reply to Jada, but never sent it. Someone felt it was lucrative to build an entire facility for mining. If it helps, I can pretend I did not see that. Humanity would not have lasted as long as it has without assistance from robots. It has been a very long time since I have seen one of these trees. My people would be proud to know it thrives. We did our best not to cross the line, but the more we do, the more we risk exposing the deception. This place appears abandoned, but you can never be sure. There may not be life here, but we should still be cautious. Nice words, but they do not change anything. Into the water, then. So be it.
The coldness of space!
Scared of what? Of us? Are we impressed? Clearly that is the goal. I think... No, never mind. I am not impressed.
You cannot beat me!
You think I betray the Unity's nature? I suspect a great many things could occur in the Astral Lounge without anyone taking notice. Several years ago, I intercepted requests from Constellation to access Varun's space, speaking only of exploration. I hope I can still rely on you, even in whatever altered state you might be in. But did their identity make it any more difficult? Go to Earth's moon. Follow the path to the artifact. Seeing this just highlights how little we still know about the Starborn and the artifacts. We will be quick. As they say, calling off the bounty hunters is usually the first step to a family reconciliation. It was very kind of you to help her. It is relatively well trafficked, but there are fewer prying eyes than some other locations. So, there's more to you than my vision led me to believe. This is certainly different than anything else in New Atlantis.
See that anomaly? The temple's artifact is reacting to all the fighting. It might be the only way through.
I am afraid, though, that it cannot be. I am not willing to share you with anyone else, and you are already in a relationship. I wonder when, or if, they will notice. That is not precisely true, though, is it? One should not be held accountable for the actions of the other. I suppose I've nothing better to do. Even if the personnel have left, there may yet be safeguards in place. Mind where you step.
You're finished!
It seems the Sioka Syndicate has claimed this area. I cannot tell if that is a compliment or an attempt to avoid the question. I will assume the former. From our previous interactions, I can only assume this will be a frustrating experience. Let us hope whatever experiments were going on here are not running loose.
The fleet will use the money you have given them to further arm themselves, and then use those weapons against anyone and everyone.
You have mine as well, for what that is worth.
Well, that is less auspicious.
Consider whether your obligation to the Rangers outweighs whatever may usually pass for justice in Neon.
Engines are offline!
The path the Hunter chose could only end one way. I am sorry you had to be the one to do it. Of course, Sam, I know you have explained it, but I am still having trouble.
Your rules place us in an impossible position. I am sure you are quite aware of that.
The United Colonies asks much of its workers, and apparently offers rather little in return.
You must understand. I was raised to believe that those who do not follow the Great Serpent do not matter, for they are lost. Their fate is fixed and grim. I approached Vladimir and was allowed into the organization. I hope this is worth the effort. Vladimir and I will confirm everything is functioning properly. It is too important to risk another mistake.
Welcome back to the world of the lawful citizen.
Do you feel different?
Nobody wants that.
You said you were considering it, and I appreciate that you decided against it. I do not wish to be seen as a source of violence and nothing else. I do not know how to live without some connection to Hasparun.
Of course you can. No way we can get through this. The caves in the back might be a suitable alternative.
So for years, this dagger has remained buried here, hidden from the world. But now, I believe you should have it.
Do you not see that as a potential problem?
Yes. So am I. Let me know if you need me. If it were me, I would not have been apprehended.
Hard to believe anyone found this to be a profitable exercise. Clearly it did not remain so.
No, you do not. Your skill with locks is admirable.
Critical damage to the weapon systems!
Thank you. That is... I'm sorry, I am not used to someone being so considerate on my behalf. I trust you will succeed, but will prepare for a response. Just in case.
And your mood is what is important right now. Fine. Tend to your mood, but I will not go anywhere with you until we have addressed this.
I have never been able to truly count on someone, no matter what. I'm still getting used to it. It is a good day, yes? We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves.
The target's shields are offline.
Hello, Aggie.
Your definition of fun deserves some review.
I understand he has connections within the High Council. I do not know much more about him. It was never my job to know.
Every grav drive in the settled systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars.
We are fortunate that Walter has used his considerable funds to maintain the lodge, are we not? I have encountered the Crimson Fleet more times than I care to remember. They have not gotten the best of me yet.
Sam, I do not know if you recall my suggestion, but if Cora ever needs self-defense training...
So this is not a joke. I am not sure what to say. What I have left out, until now, is that all of that was done on behalf of House Varun. My people. My family.
Thank you.
But that is not a subject I wish to discuss. Very good. And yet here we are. I find we work better together. Military facilities are usually well stocked. If others have not already picked through the remains, this may be a good time to resupply. At least we do not need to worry about what the crew will think of us boarding their ship. I am proud. I have always been. But my mission dictated that my origins remain concealed. We let him go. In exchange, he will wait at the buried temple. You will be able to prepare any way you can before then. At this point, it would be foolish not to suspect he is involved, no matter how secured he seems to be. To have built such a place and not remained. The Starborn are still such a mystery. Sarah's priority was always Constellation. She would not want us lashing out in revenge. She would want us to get to the bottom of all this.
Duty is a strong word. I can understand that you feel committed to this role, but you need to ask yourself where the line is. Directly employing gang members seems like exactly what I would expect of Neon Security. No offense to present company intended, of course.
The fact that you do not know says much.
And apparently both you and the United Colonies were already aware of this. Truly, there are no depths to which they will not sink.
At least we know your ship is still here.
No. You are not the same. The person I knew is gone.
Keep running!
If it benefits Constellation.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be.
But there is something I can do. I doubt any of the people who built this complex knew what they were guarding, or how quickly they'd be disposed of. I do not find that very amusing. I might not admit this to the others, but at times it was. I do not regret this, but I do know how it makes me seem. Clearly he had become paranoid, but that does not mean he was wrong. What are you going to foist upon me now?
We will need to be on our guard from now on. They seem to know much about us. Perhaps we can learn more about them to make it even.
What is it that they say? At least it is a dry heat? That is a stupid expression. I will be checking my suit carefully after any time in this environment. I suggest you do the same. Corrosion can be insidious. I do not understand people. Why hire thugs like Ecliptic when you could just do the work yourself?
He's gone.
I do not understand how you can say that. We are talking about technology that can allow anyone to manipulate others. Your humor is ill-timed. Well then, no ambiguity there. Oh, we are getting some extra exercise, I see. I'm not sure when things will feel safer. But we have not been attacked again. This is why I keep you around. I always enjoy these moments. I do understand there were few easy answers here. You made a decision, and now we should carry on with our mission. I do not know, not for sure. I did not see them fall that day, and I suppose I have hoped they survived. If the Keeper has been to see you, perhaps he has mentioned it? Given what we have learned in this process and the significance of it all, perhaps it is time we formulate a plan. It is good to see justice done. But it should have been at my hand, not yours. Could that be Jasper Crix himself? That would be the height of irony. Creative use of resources.
Target's weapons are back up.
All right. Keep yourself steady. Well, I do not work for Ryujin, so I care little what they might think. I, on the other hand, was perfectly fine with using force. You say that now. But your kind is not ready for the artifacts. The Starborn know what you are capable of. Hostile environments, dangerous creatures, not to mention the threats posed by other humans. If the system is protected, there will hopefully be valuable data. None of us are in this for the credits. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space. Thank you for talking me through this. It only serves to remind me how much you mean to me. How deeply I care about you. I appreciate your vigilance. But anything threatening could get you killed. You might wish to lighten your load, One is less likely to survive an ambush when one is weighed down with whatever all that is. Yes, Kindred, of course. Give me strength. This does not look to have been motivated by theft. That may make it worse. You cannot possibly mean that! There will be no peace in the settled system so long as the zealots run amok. Look after yourself, dearest. Yes, that is true. Whatever else has happened or will happen, the Great Serpent still holds a purpose for me.
We have disabled the enemy's engines.
A well-built outpost can mean the difference between life and death.
Handing it over now seems unwise. There is still too much we do not know. Until our next talk. This is not some kind of sports contest. It has nothing to do with who deserves what. The work being done here is unique and important. That is reason enough. I most certainly do not. I am always willing to carry an extra weapon. Or 2. Or 3.
You have murdered an innocent person. You cannot do that. We've knocked out their thrusters. They've lost their weapons.
Just say the word.
Barrett! Barrett! We're here! We're here!
I have few contacts left within the Freestar Collective, but we can expect a decent enough reception just the same.
That is so easy for you to say.
Thank you. From what Aggie said, it sounds like he has been rather paranoid for years now. That, too, I fear, is my fault. I try not to judge. But I confess I was not expecting you to take his credits. No indigenous life signs. One less thing to worry about, I suppose. Some small amount of compensation seems reasonable, given the circumstances. Something important, or just conversation? Zealots have interpreted the teachings of Jinan Varun in the most hostile way possible, and are convinced they are the only true followers of the Great Serpent.
Shielding system offline!
Very well. There are increased levels of ionizing radiation. Not a safe place to spend much time. It was so sudden. We had met on a remote planet to transfer cargo, and zealots appeared in force, seemingly out of nowhere. Yes, it sounds as though the microbes will be quite effective. To be truly sure this cannot happen again, this is the only sensible course of action. Eliminate all possibility. That sounds fun? I appreciate you asking. Surely you cannot be so naive.
Ah, a face I never mind seeing. What can I do for you?
I do not mind wearing this suit all the time, but it can result in strange looks in the city. You hold in your hands the most treasured item I could give you. Choose your words carefully. You do not want to make things worse. I am unsure whether that is the truth or whether you do not wish to tell me. I might not have been so unsure in the past. You do have your moments, yes. I believe my years of training saved me, got me moving when others faltered. I retreated to my ship immediately. But I left them all behind.
I may not know how to run a corporation, but if I had people die defending it, I would acknowledge their sacrifice and honor them.
I must hand it to you. I am impressed. You must understand. The Great Serpent is with House Varun, always. Thus one can never be lonely.
How? How do you know this? If you have proof, I need to see it right now.
I suppose this will move things along, but is that really the best use of your credits? Very well. We can try. Sidonia. I will be finding red dust in my clothing for days after we leave. If you are mine, then you are mine alone. No one else will come between us. The supplies served their purpose. With the pirate convinced, we have no more use of them. Your previous employment was as a miner. Did you work in a place like this? I confess, I do not think I would have made the same decision. We should stop and try something. Perhaps everything on the menu. We have time, do we not? I'll say no more. Sorry, I have got orders, you know. You mean more to me than I ever could have dreamt.
I am not sorry he is dead, but this is not how it was supposed to go. Your eternity ends! We have our shield system back.
Noelle and Sarah would sometimes talk of setting up a lab in the basement of the lodge. I wonder if something like this is what they had in mind, and do not even think about using it on me. That would be quite unnecessary, really.
Our shields are online again.
Indeed we are. We make a good team. All of us in Constellation do.
Another victory! Well earned.
I think I know where this is going. Do you ever wonder if the Crimson Fleet would even exist had the United Colonies chosen a different method of dealing with prisoners? But for now, we will just assume you have been very fortunate.
Damage repaired. Thrusters are good.
The High Council worries that many would still plot to wipe us out completely. And so we watch. We look for warning signs and we send word back.
Perhaps they will hear of your actions as well, Tomisar. think on that.
It's time to finish this.
I will never grow tired of seeing that. I did not expect to be disappointed by this conversation, and yet here I am. Clearly there is nothing more to say.
If you must speak, be quick about it.
Did you just... Yes.
Get down!
I do not believe that for a moment, and I am sure you do not either. I am not so sure I agree with that. Constellation has gotten this far only because we have all worked together. I am reminded of how different Constellation works compared to what I am used to.
You're trying to make us an easier target. Thrusters are down!
It has been a while since I have felt this empty.
Mercenaries get a break room. How quaint.
It was wholly reasonable of her to take steps to safeguard herself, and your reaction is to kill her? There are not words for what you have done.
Should we drop in and say hello? I suppose that would be inadvisable.
We cannot breathe here, which means one more way to potentially die. Let us have some fun, then. So it is clear what she intended. Now all that is left is to decide what to do with this information.
The situation is already literally insane. Please do not make it worse. Let us just talk, all right?
I have never expected you to share my beliefs. You cannot possibly. And I will not fault you for that.
An empty ship is an opportunity for scavenging, but it is not without risk.
I hope you do not have any loose cred sticks. I fully expect you would find them missing when we leave here. Whatever House Varun deems proper could not work, because you are not House Varun. No matter their reputation, mercenaries lack honor. Ecliptic is no different.
And you all knew? You allowed this to happen, and now the best you can do is call it merely a mistake? You are not fit to lead!
This place, where we stand now, is the first place I was brought upon leaving my city, Dasra. The first time I had ever left my home planet.
I trust you understand the risk in taking that. I will not aid you in this!
Ugh. None of this affair seems like something we should be involved with.
Enemy engines down, Captain! They are easy prey.
If you break one or more legs, I am not carrying you. And that is the problem. I appreciate that. All is well. I think less of the badge and more of the person wearing it. But you should be proud of your accomplishments. No, seriously. Do you not think it could be an issue? You are right. The odds do seem to be stacking against me.
This is what I train for! Enemy shields restored!
I do not spend as much time here as some of the others, but I appreciate that I was still given my own room. Welcome to the day, dearest. I do not know what to do. Sam speaks highly of the Freestar Collective. I did not grow up within it, but I have had good experiences with its people. If this is Freestar territory, we should respect our surroundings. They deserve that much. This is important to me, you know? I hope you can take it seriously. It sounds as though you have been spying on us, Governor. I understand that reasoning. I do not trust the UC myself, but that is only a possibility. And now you have ensured this conflict will continue. It was, yes. I appreciate that you see it that way. This is well maintained, to be sure, but obviously the credits have all been spent on the areas the guests actually see. If you understood, you would recognize how meaningless that threat is. Profit is never necessarily the aim, but if there is something worth taking, that is a bit more cynical than I expected. Was that a subtle dig, Jacob? What is it? I know. It is not the only loss I have experienced. But this, it felt different. The others told me what you are, and how much of what you said has come to pass. Well, well, look at you. Whether Crix's legacy is real or not, we have a job to do, and we will see it through. You are quite skilled. Well done. Yes, actually. I am surprised you noticed. You have quite the talent for reading people's current mood from afar. An end to all this countless rebirth. What? No, that is not true. It does not look like anyone is around, or has been for a while now. This sets things on a very combative course. I hope you understand what you are doing. Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice.
I was beginning to wonder if you hibernate. I do not think the Council of Governors would share that view.
It was, yes. Nothing in my life had truly prepared me for that moment. Just as nothing could ever have prepared me for you.
I have seen this before. You did what was necessary. There's no shame in that.
Difficult, yes. But not terrible.
Some smugglers are simply trying to make a few credits. Regardless, they will likely not be happy to see us. How can I sit here feeling sorry for myself when there is so much for us to do? Hello, love. I trust you slept well. There are safer ways to relieve stress, if that is your goal. He and I have made a number of agreements over the years. If you can even call them years at this point. Hear the music of the universe!
No, maybe. I don't know. It all happened so fast, and I've had so much time since then to replay it in my head. Wonder if I should have done things differently.
And so for generations, we have prepared for his return. So, members of Ecliptic do entertain themselves with something other than killing for money. How nice. Did Vladimir inform you that I will be making another delivery? He explained that it was he who had created this galaxy and breathed life into it. And while he had slumbered after his creation, he would return soon. Engine repairs complete.
I can't... I can't do this. Why did this have to happen?
Of course, I want to support all of Constellation, you included. But it is so much to consider.
The way these zealots behave. It is no wonder the settled systems still hate House Varun. My family is unique within the settled systems. I grew up outside the bounds of the United Colonies, or the Freestar Collective. I understand. It is not my intent to distress you.
Be careful. It is easy to accidentally injure oneself when you are used to gravity and it is suddenly gone.
That looks like a good adjustment.
Yeah, I hope so.
Decades unsupervised.
And it seems this tree has decided it now owns this place.
Look at that. Enhance seems to do good work.
Probably best not to think too long about what Ecliptic will be doing with anything they salvage.
Oh, really? Here? Ugh.
Agreed. I would talk to your supplier if I were you.
All the others are on the station. Did he ever mention me? That is not an option. Even if we could reach them, you are a non-believer. You would be killed.
There are several reasons to restrain yourself. Keeping it quiet is but one. And perhaps not the most important. I suppose that removes any lingering questions about the kind of operation this is.
You made that look easy. Even I barely noticed.
You cannot help but admire their commitment to their mission.
I hope we haven't damaged things too badly.
I am reading higher than normal gravity here. Hope you are prepared for a workout.
And there it is. The source of so much of our history. And perhaps a piece of our future.
Watch out! Their thrusters have been restored! You cannot trust spacers to be rational, and can never expect them to be friendly.
I don't think I can move right now. Go on without me. I'll be okay.
The temple is below. The Starborn here often lure mercenaries to this point to act as an additional line of defense.
I wonder if that would be appropriate for cooking. Suit seals look good. Out we go. Even without life, there is the potential for beauty.
I do know that. I am trying to look past what you have done, but it is difficult.
Is this a conscious choice, or have you recently suffered a head injury?
You are correct, but it must be considered that with the data in hand, someone else could succeed where that program failed.
We've lost the engines!
You are just lying to me.
Again.
Some huffing and puffing may be in order, thanks to this gravity.
Shields are operational! This is for you!
Just this one time? I am all too aware that once one starts doing favors for the Trade Authority, it can be difficult to stop.
The unity endures. We should move on, if there's nothing worth taking. Hard to know what we're about to walk into. That makes it a little more exhilarating. I know who you are now, and what you are capable of. Confidence. I knew you would make a great Starborn.
So helpful.
when it serves your purposes.
I am not sure rehabilitation can be a valid alternative to incarceration. But I would be happy to be proven wrong. I admit that stings a bit. But yes, atmospherics here are no good. We will need suits. I did not want this for either of us, my old friend. I was sent to infiltrate Constellation, posing as a former smuggler looking for a new purpose in life.
For those living on the fringes of society, it is often easier to repurpose existing structures than build something new. No, there's no trouble. We look out for each other. It is just what friends do, is it not?
Make sure you shine your shoes and salute crisply. The United Colonies demands nothing less.
Yes. The idea of what they might represent has been motivating for many of the members. This is, after all, what Constellation is for.
If the United Colonies controls this area, at least it is more likely to be orderly. Now that you have retraced Earth's destruction once again, do you feel any differently about it? Do you see how dangerous the artifacts can be? In the wrong hands. I won't have you desecrate the Unity.
It seems a strict policy, but in a way that is reassuring. Suggests they know what they are doing. Do not worry about me. Go ahead and go. It seems we are not the first to be intrigued by the nature of this place.
Mind yourself. You are not supposed to be here. Thank you. That is reassuring. Nor should you. And your scan shows... Target has lost their grav drive. They cannot jump away. Perhaps now is not the time to be asking for credits.
You have no idea what will happen if you do. None at all. A cleverly hidden door. From a distance, you would have no idea it exists.
Yes, you carry yourself well. Perhaps more time with you will allow that to rub off on me. Good. Get ready.
I made it very clear to you that I will not share you. Not now, not ever.
You are right, of course. We will learn in time. I do not see how. You know, robots have allowed us to explore so many worlds we never would have otherwise. I don't think you understand how hard it is to stop. You know how it is. You certainly seem to be enjoying yourself. I'm the one you've got to deal with, like it or not.
Well, this bears a closer look. Who knows what we might find inside?
I'm feeling fine. Good, even. No. What is better than good? Great? Yes. Great. I am feeling great. I went through a brief period where I thought it might be exciting to be a professional Ashta hunter. A very, very brief period.
Perhaps, but I believe I asked you for your thoughts first.
He is a quiet man. Reserved. I believe he had lived through a great many hardships, though he never spoke of them. I never felt it proper to ask. Constellation ship. You weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. Listen to me. They're not the same people you knew. It's not fair to them to try to turn them into what you had before.
Not a chance. We have far too many things left to do.
We should not leave valuables behind if we can avoid it. My people know nothing of this. Perhaps now is not the time, but someday they need to learn. Cult is such a dismissive word. The faithless run to it so quickly. I have grown so tired of hearing it and all that it implies. It was. In ways I did not understand at the time. And so it has bothered me ever since. I would like to have seen the construction of this place. The tools, the methods. There's so much that could be learned. The smell of lumber, crops, and... chunks? Yes, that is chunks. The Great Serpent has always been a guiding force in my life. The force that drives all that I do. What if I have lost that? Ugh. It is unlikely they will simply surrender, but we can hope. Enemy thrusters have been taken out!
I do not care what terminology they use. This still smells like it chunks.
Ugh. It should be clear by now that I am more than able to take care of myself. Of course. Given how complicated this has become, can we even trust that if we give the evidence to Dalton, he will accept it? Some other time, then. I am not a pack animal, you know. The feeling is not mutual.
And I am not the one with whom you should be trying to curry favor, Marco.
You could have delivered the artifact and then left. Why do you stay?
We are in your hands now, Deputy.
It is good to be back in our own ship.
You may wish to keep this to yourself in mixed company. Being branded a Baroon sympathizer is not something you want.
This is exactly what makes something like an internal neuroamp so dangerous. It is likely in your best interest to, put on some clothes.
I agree. Though perhaps you should not share that sentiment with them. True as it may be, it does not sound very humble.
Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version. But so much of you stays the same.
Walter is very proud of his business.
And he should be. His ships are very high quality.
I keep whatever you give me, yes? That is the deal?
There might be something of value here. Mind yourself. This is all terribly unstable and potentially hazardous. It requires significant dedication to undertake research like this by oneself.
That you get paid for it does not make it right.
Yes, Aggies. I have spent far too much time here. I do not recommend it.
Oof. Perhaps that could still have been avoided, but he was the first to draw a weapon.
Captain, weapon systems are back online.
Too good for you? What does that even mean?
Some,
but apparently not all. Every member of House Baroon has a dagger like this. We are instructed to keep them at our side at all times.
You prefer answers that do not require you to commit to a position. I find this curious.
Perhaps we will find a Freestar Ranger here.
Our shields have been depleted! They have their engines back online! Are you sure you must go?
Oh, right, I meant to give this to you.
If I can take a few things, I will. Will you be making something for me as well?
I wonder if the forces stationed here were reassigned or had to retreat.
The history of Constellation, where expeditions are sent, data on star systems House Baroon has not explored.
And what happens when Ryujin falls prey to the same tactics it has employed and loses control of this technology?
I have been curious. I know that your role in Constellation was thrust upon you in an unusual way. But that experience does not demand that you stay. They've taken out our thrusters!
I cannot recall ever having the time, let alone the funds, for a vacation someplace like this. You are very welcome, and I know that you will. I would not have brought you here otherwise.
Do nothing to appear hostile. Is that it, then?
Very well. But there is something else to talk about. You are right. And it would seem that if we do, we may well cross paths with these Starborn again.
I am so tired. Ooh, that looks bad. Head wounds are particularly worrisome. Did you make any friends while you were in there? Take what you must. Leave the rest for the scavengers.
I do not think I could tire of seeing these magnificent structures.
I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. And I'm starting to wonder if it has been worth it. It could be argued that Slayton got exactly what he deserved.
It would appear that shortcuts were taken when surveying this site for construction.
Security cares far more about what you take with you when you leave Neon than what you bring into it.
Target's mobility increased. Their thrusters have been repaired. Yes, of course. I was just wondering. I know you will. But that may not be enough.
The facility seems to have new permanent residents. I doubt they will be interested in leaving.
I cannot travel to my home, but I can reach out another way.
What good are friends if you cannot use them to threaten others?
Target's engines are back online. Despite that, it is important. We should be honest with one another. Do not go conquering the settled systems without me. And interesting choice of updates. They've fixed their weapon systems.
It is good to know that you understand at least that much.
Vay Victus is a monster of a human being. If he lives, of course he could be responsible for what happened in both New Atlantis and Londinium.
If it increases your chance of survival, I am in favor of making changes.
I do not believe we can only choose one or the other.
Consider yourself fortunate. You get to live.
Now there is but one course for you to follow. I hope you can live with it.
Really? I sincerely hope so.
Do not assume you know what others have or have not experienced. And none of it gives you the right to take innocent lives.
Enemy grav drive is back up and running. Thank you again. I will be all right.
If we use the hatch, we can simply float up the elevator shaft. Oh, look. We can see your ship from here.
I am glad you're here. I was not quite ready to meet the Great Serpent in person.
I suppose that is ours now. Eh?
We've lost our thrusters!
That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It is how I've entered other worlds, including yours. I wonder, who was Cody, and why did he choose this hill? Thank you for listening to me. These are not easy conversations for me.
Usually one does not build a facility like this unless one has found something worth mining, and preferably in large quantities.
That's not true. That cannot be true.
Impressive. You succeeded where both the Marshal and the city security forces failed.
I know that you said you prefer to be surrounded by others, unlike me. But Constellation means something to us both. And I must be honest about why. Too bad. I suppose since we will be paid for our effort, it is not a problem. Do you see us fortunate to have robots to do their farming? Very efficient. Thank you, love. That means the world to me.
You sure you want to do this right now?
Those rings. Are they moving? They seem to react to us.
I would say that I tried to get you out, but I didn't.
For now, perhaps. Who is to say Ryujin will not conduct their own immoral experiments at some point?
Enough! We have more to discuss.
There are uncertain times ahead for you, but they will pass.
I honestly cannot say. I hope so. But part of me expects him to blame me for everything that happened.
I thought I saw something. I need to be sure.
Target down!
But it is so much simpler to demonstrate strength through force.
If you see something valuable, do not hesitate to grab it.
Enemies and competitors will get their hands on this tech eventually and reverse engineer it to use however they see fit. I am sorry to disappoint, but no.
You are a welcome diversion. What do you need?
I suppose you may have a moment of my time. Calling oneself a syndicate suggests you have larger aspirations than being a gang confined to Neon.
And there it is. All roads lead to Bayou.
Then you are most fortunate you coerced us into helping you. Not some half-mad spacer.
I know this seems trivial. Perhaps childish. I have just always relied only on myself. I've never been surrounded by people like this.
Not a chance. It is simply what is done. It has always been done.
Even if we are not capable or ready to define Juno as a being, it seems premature to make any changes.
I do not particularly care for how the United Colonies run things, but there is no question it does so effectively.
Thrusters need immediate repairs!
You can practically hear the sound of credits being wasted.
This is a manufacturing facility for the automated defenses.
Then you are truly of the same mind. Ends with no regards to means. A game played with no thought as to what happens to the pawns.
So be it.
Yes. I may need a gentle reminder from time to time, but I am.
We have incoming!
Given the events up until this point, I suggest you agree to the terms.
So much time and effort into building these ships, and so quickly they come apart in the end. But I appreciate your faith in me.
Certainly less auspicious than New Atlantis, is it not? Fine. Did he blame me? The Unity grants me the choice to make order out of this chaos. And I will not walk away. Understood.
Target has weapons active again!
If you are satisfied with your appearance, then I am glad for you.
Can it not be about both?
Ugh. Negotiating with Ecliptic frankly makes my skin crawl. But it achieved our objective. I hope that modification proves beneficial. I do not have experience with this profession, but I have my own experiences with risk. It might not be enough. I may have miscalculated.
I'm not saying the Red Mile is not a challenge, but I have seen much
Much worse.
If you must do that again, try not to get caught.
This caught my eye, and I thought of you. You are from Constellation. Vladimir said someone might be coming.
Perhaps this is best left with minimal input on our part. I do not mind being asked to join in a debate. It was good to hear everyone's sides.
You risked your own life to save his. Without you, Cora would have lost her father.
It is important that you and I speak.
You would think that by now every factory in the settled systems would be fully automated.
Ecliptic is often well paid for their work. Perhaps some of that wealth is here, available for the taking.
This place, under siege. And yet here we are, working together. And that has, I think, gone very well. Hey, stop that. I am trying to be serious with you.
That person is dead. I am not them.
Quite a display of dexterity there.
Open eternity! They'll be expecting you to tell them about the Unity.
But talking about this, remembering all those years, has brought back some unsettling memories.
List. Is this something of importance?
You have not answered my question. Who are you?
I feel that is an overly narrow and frankly degrading description of an entire group of people. That is good of you. People are often more than their history and, when possible, should not be judged solely on their past.
My position in Constellation is also put in jeopardy every time you act stupidly or make bad decisions.
If you say so. Should we return to conquering the galaxy then? Quite a long history to this place. It is a testament to humans' refusal to concede defeat in the face of adversity.
You gave me a home, Sarah. Another chance. Don't leave me now.
They have retreated from open relations with the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective, but they still exist.
Barrett, I know you have explained it before, but I still do not understand.
How can any of us know what will happen? This is the definition of unprecedented, is it not?
Direct hit to their grav drive.
Let us hope this laboratory has adequate safety protocols. There are things more important in this life than credits. And I know that you know that.
We are not cutting some kind of deal.
I'm afraid I do not see them as very different, so it is good that this project ends here.
There is something humbling knowing that it will wait. It puts the hunter's actions in a different light. He rushed because he wished to.
Quite an understatement. I've been waiting for this.
I appreciate the attempt to pull me into your activity. But no.
There you are! Make sure the water does not compromise your pack.
Lying on his behalf now will only embolden him the next time he decides to do something stupid. He is right. The pain he endures is proof of his loyalty. And his resolve. We need to secure the artifact somewhere. Certainly it is too soon to speculate about who built it, but how can we not? After what you experienced, do you have any insights?
Let us deal with one moment at a time.
For all of my assignments in the settled systems, Tomisar has been my link to House Baroon. You'll feel it as we get further. The power of the artifact seeps through the seams of reality here.
Just right there. You are just going to leave that there.
Yes, if we can prevent further harm, we should. I was saying that I believe it is necessary to have a purpose in life. The scale of the construction here is impressive. I do want to hear what you have to say, but we have more pressing matters to deal with.
We must take the word of a murderer and follow him into the Unity? What if it does nothing the Starborn have claimed?
Your presence in my life is much appreciated. So much is changing. But I can trust that you are here for me. He valued his personal space and quiet moments. It was one thing we always shared in common.
It would seem that none of the wealth stolen over the decades has been spent on upkeep for the station. This bodes poorly.
My time in the settled systems has mostly led me to agree with them. We must talk. Soon.
And what will you build next?
This does not work if I am not honest, if I will not speak plainly what is on my mind.
Yes, you do seem very aggrieved.
Higher than normal gravity here. Take care not to overexert yourself.
Discussing these things can be challenging for me. I find it difficult to open up to people.
You have potentially endangered so many other pilots across the settled systems. Are you not at all concerned about them? They managed to repair their grav drive. It will not save them! The Crimson Fleet is not to be trusted, no matter your relationship with them.
Quite an efficient process. I wonder how quickly they built things. I love you, and I am yours. Wholly and completely.
I find comfort in the idea that the odds of something killing us here are at an all-time low.
No, of course not. The Great Serpent would surely punish me. Maybe that is why it offers the choice. Compassion, or is it testing us?
I just wanted to see if you could surprise me. You're failing.
Unfortunately, that seems to be true. Whether or not that rule is fair or just, that is a separate issue.
Something about this does not feel right. This message. The code at the bottom.
I have crossed paths with Ecliptic a few times in my travels. It has never ended well. For them.
I also wish to be prepared for any situation, but there are practical limits, no?
This place even smells like deceit. We should make our business quick.
I suppose that is one way of looking at it. Sarah has not asked me much about House Varun, but the information I sent them could be seen as valuable to her. We spoke of the difference between having a purpose and having goals. I believed myself right in the moment and dismissed what you were saying.
Stars take you!
A good many species of predator take refuge in caves. We should keep that in mind. I do not know. Can you? I must ask, though, are you not at all concerned with where future neuroamp research might lead? Before it matters what Sarah will allow, I must first decide for myself what is right.
I have no wish to melt. We should not stay long.
I'll wait at the temple. Both of you will be stopped there, but it means putting you in danger in a way you have not been before. I cannot say for certain what will happen.
I'll tell you everything I can.
They can continue pretending as though they are morally superior to the rest of the settled systems.
I think if there is no struggle, people can forget what living really means.
Assuming we are using this same abbreviation, I must disagree. I find this neither restful nor relaxing.
It is not the blood that bothers me. I believe it is sometimes phrased as the destination is not as important as the journey. But, having thought about it, I wonder now if you were right. Or at least, if I were too quick to reject the idea. I would certainly hope so, or I might feel quite foolish right now. And just what is on your mind at this moment? We will find out. There is no going back now.
Hello, Cosmos. What is new on the menu?
Then I hope for your sake your judgment is sound.
Are we heading out? I don't mind helping with the repairs.
Don't do this. Even if you agree with the hunter's methods, he's only looking out for himself.
I must admit, I find this all very amusing.
I'm glad I get to spend another day with you.
That is an excellent way to lose an eye.
I will take that as a compliment.
Time to go!
You have to do something to get yourself cleaned up. This is just embarrassing. We should leave this place. Can we return to the lodge?
If I had any reservations about flying with you, they are now gone. Well done.
I have been single-minded in my pursuits. I have always believed the decisions I made were necessary, that there was no other option. If such a thing were possible, it likely would have happened before now. I expect it is beyond your ability.
This is what Constellation has been for. This place, the Starborn, all of it. They are death made manifest.
Never one to pass up a chance at a joke, are you?
Try to remember which way is up for when we come out of this. We can take this route and see where it leads.
About time you left. It is always preferable to be the one doing the scavenging, rather than the alternative. We should take our time and clear the ship thoroughly.
Credits can resolve most situations peacefully, if enough of them change hands. Now is not the time for idle chat. Keep your eyes open. Mercenaries like Ecliptic are rarely known for fighting fairly. Nuclear weapons, chemical warfare, xeno-warfare, mechs.
If Aaron really did come here to escape, well, everyone, I would not expect mine to be seen as a friendly face. But it is at least one he will surely remember. Yes, it can wait. I don't fight alone!
This facility covered quite a range of disciplines, but time has not been kind to it. Although it may be taking a chance in a different way. Do you think there's a chance there could be unintended effects of using this untested microbe?
What could we say? Even we agree we do not fully understand what is going on. How quickly can you get that done?
Baroon technology is well guarded, almost as well as its point of origin.
I would like to keep this civil. For now, though, it would seem you and I have found purpose in Constellation. I did not think I would see you again.
The effects of radiation are not always immediately obvious. We should not be complacent in this environment.
It is all connected. The artifacts, grav drives, our very existence here in the settled systems. How did we not see it before now?
And I love you for feeling that way. But I did think of something.
I appreciate you saying so. But you do not know that for sure. Our weapons are offline!
An interesting find. Shall we? Even if there are indeed an infinite number of universes, I would not have thought this possible. You have outdone yourself.
Enough! Let this go no further.
I am not sure I agree, but now is hardly the time to debate it. You may ask me anything you wish. What he wants does not matter. They should both face justice.
Never hurts to have reliable friends. Under normal circumstances, I would consider that an invitation for a painful lesson in manners. Neither did I, but we agreed.
But clearly we cannot remain together if you do not feel the same. As long as your ability to carry out your duties isn't compromised, I suppose I cannot complain too much. This looks like access to the station. The ship could be deteriorating. We should not stay long. I know I am pointing out the obvious, but there is a significant threat of corrosion if we remain here very long. At least you're being open about the fact that you are gouging us. I wonder if this is long-term storage, or if it is accessed regularly. You are doing it again. I know you cannot understand my upbringing, but I cannot just abandon it. I cannot turn my back on the Great Serpent.
I do not deny that. But in the moment I was so consumed by rage. The consequences are only just now becoming clear to me. I hope wherever you store that the smell will not be an issue.
If you insist on walking this path, then walk it fully. Go to the moon. Follow its secrets to the next artifact.
It's not a fixed place in space-time. You'll have more luck understanding when you get there.
From what I know of Solomon Coe, I do not believe he did anything with an expectation of recognition or attention.
I'm glad the artifacts have ended up in your hands.
What kind of monster would I be if I did not worry about any fellow member of Constellation with experimental technology in their head? Corruption can make a monster out of anyone.
The most difficult part has been acclimating to what you perceive as the more insignificant customs.
I wonder if anyone knows the overall tonnage that has been mined from this planet and launched into space.
You continue to surprise and amaze me. I am at a loss for words.
If this has not all been a horrible miscalculation, then we will speak again soon.
Ordnance going out!
My agreement with Sarah was that I would withhold information about the artifacts until we knew more. We certainly do now. This need to adapt, as you put it. Is that not what led to the development of this neuro-amp in the first place?
These stations were built by the United Colonies during the Serpent's Crusade.
Repair successful. Thrusters are up.
As time went on, we called on her more and more often.
eventually relying on her almost exclusively.
I have your back.
Are you all right?
For now, I suppose, this matter is done. I do not know if I will face punishment either in this life or the next.
All right, Barrett. I have a new one.
I've seen good people thrown off course by indulging too much, you know?
As you say, I am no longer in the position of requiring that service.
Enemy shields are down!
That felt good. Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the hunter killed you.
Thank you. I doubt many would see it that way. There is a reason I am only just revealing this now.
Your rules are duly noted. Thank you for explaining them at the outset.
We will speak again.
Thank you. That means a great deal to me, and that will not be the last thing you do.
It has been a relief to be honest with you about my past. I appreciate your willingness to listen.
No, I am not concerned. The Great Serpent oversees all. There is an explanation, and if he wishes us to know it, it will be revealed. The artifacts that temple this new ability you have acquired, clearly they are all connected.
There are times when one must do whatever is necessary. Seems your approach worked.
It did not sound that way to me, but I suppose we will see which is true.
We should talk to Vladimir. Plan our next move.
It is still odd to me. All of this effort over saving a tree.
That is all? Very well.
Looks like Freestar control here. We can relax then.
I cannot recall a time where anyone has ever referred to me as adorable, even when being sarcastic.
I find myself suddenly very grateful for our accommodations in the lodge. I do not think I would like to work as a miner. Certainly not underground.
They will inflict themselves upon who knows how many more because of the resources you have handed them. Is that the kind of legacy you want to be a part of?
Have I mentioned that I am not fond of seafood?
I still do not get it. Could you try explaining one more time? Perhaps you find all this satisfactory, but I am afraid I do not.
I am concerned about the mental and physical effects of your problem. Let us head for the den.
Industrial sites are not without their own unique hazards. Be careful not to spill or break anything.
Oh, if you said that, I would need a moment to think about it. I do not think we need someone to tell us what we already know about ourselves. I do not think some official makes what we have any more real.
I am not surprised you have questions.
Now we can at least put this matter behind us. You think I am a pushover? I am here for you, should you need me. I know that feeling. Truly I do. I have never been here before either. But is that not all the more reason to hold on instead of run away?
Clearly the intent is to get us into the Astral Lounge. Shall we follow the signs?
Not what I expected, but it suits you.
I'll be heading to the Eye to assist momentarily.
I passed these requests to the High Council, and it was decided that more needed to be known about Constellation. Their intentions needed to be understood, and their potential threat assessed.
I never tire of seeing beaches on almost any planet. The Serpent's crusade was not enough for some in House Varun, and these zealots seek to finish what it started.
What is the purpose of this activity?
What matters more is that you stayed.
This is the only place I can get answers. The only connection I have to House Varun. I am always prepared for a brawl, even if it is mostly for show.
It appears that this place was vacated some time ago. There may not be much of value left.
I have never been able to count on any single person the way I have with you. If I am repeating myself, you will have to forgive me. I cannot overstate what it means to me.
Well, I suppose this is one way to make a living. And if New Homestead deems it necessary.
Enemy weapons are offline!
There is no more reason to debate. Prepare yourself.
Nor do I expect that. I would welcome your company.
I think the first person he sees should be someone he knows.
Let us hope whatever we accomplish here is worth the risk. And it does not help that we are unfortunately still dependent on supplies. Life on the edge of the settled systems is difficult, and no one will formally trade with us.
Nothing seems to stop him! Just run!
It ends here. Whatever happened here, security was not engaged. They do their jobs, eat their food, sleep in their beds, all seemingly without concern for anything around them. Complacent.
I will be thinking about you. Maybe not forever, but certainly until our mission has been accomplished. I am glad to have had you here with me.
Sharing your opinion on the matter will hardly help us get the information we need. Let us stick to the matter at hand.
Perhaps you and I both need to reconsider what is important. It is done. Let's return to the lodge. Oh, I am quite certain. Do not doubt my intent. I do not wish to argue, but the Great Serpent is indeed eternal. Still, I see what you are saying.
There's no guarantee we will discover mineral deposits in this cave, but we should look nonetheless. It is good to remember that sacrifices are often made so that later generations will benefit. I am pleased to have fulfilled that wish for you, I suppose.
Nice words, but they do not change anything.
You cannot know that for certain. It is possible that her more aggressive tactics can keep others at bay, but it is still a risk. If this cave has native inhabitants, they may not be pleased to see us.
I really doubt it. I am often surprised at how reluctant some are to agree with the idea. They sometimes seem offended I would suggest such a thing. Ah, yes, we are done.
Then I shall consider how to relay the information and take it up with Sarah when I can.
Yes, of course. I love standing around, doing nothing.
Do not be surprised if your balance is off. It is not you. It is the gravity here.
Look around. They have got to be close.
A most impressive facility. I wonder what caused the owners to vacate.
If you need help gathering the artifacts, I can join you. But we should not talk about this again. I suppose if that is hazardous, we will know soon. You told me that fun was important. I assumed you were joking and dismissed it out of hand. Maybe I'm just humoring you before I take what's mine. If more people know about the theft, your chances of learning something useful will improve. Enemy's grav drive is operational! Not enough oxygen to breathe. Helmets it is then. Nor do I.
I suppose we shall. Not that it matters, since the decision was made.
Offense taken, and the feeling is absolutely mutual. Goodbye, my old friend.
So if we are to be best friends, then I shall do everything I can to be there for you. In the way that you have for me.
We've lost our grav drive! It would be foolish to do anything else, I suppose. You are so good at putting things into perspective. Expecting a reward for that is callous, to say the least. Bit eager to use that, are you not?
Yes, of course. I forgot.
Of course, this has nothing positive to say about House Varun. I should expect no less from the United Colonies.
Of course, my dear. What do you want to know?
Yes, we did. Do you not see the pain you bring? Life should only be lived once. Of course, take your time. Do you think that might be edible? Just curious.
Yes, no judgment. But I am curious to hear a bit more.
How dare you? The ambassador deserves your respect, and you will address him accordingly.
It is good to see you are consistent in not judging others for their history or background.
Did you just... Huh. Seems you got away with it. Excellent shooting! Enemy thrusters have been neutralized.
Just why? Why would you do that? Corporations so often build sites like this, dump the waste, and move on to someplace new. It is disgusting. With it, I hope you can understand that I trust you completely. That I know you will care for this the way you care for me. It is hardly a present if you're asking for it, but fine. Here.
I had to settle for dreaming about you last night. Not unpleasant, but not ideal.
If you think about it, did the Starborn build this for each other? For themselves? Or maybe for us? Of course. Everything of worth will be at the top of that.
Captain, the enemy has fixed their grav drive.
Temperature is spiking. Not quite so bad as walking on the surface of a star, but definitely uncomfortable.
You'll need to work with your colleagues in Constellation to find them. You all right? That was a shift in space-time, a dip into the multiverse. We'll have to go through a few more to reach the center.
I would like to think so. Remember that there are other ways to enjoy yourself. Tell me what you need.
You are getting lost in the method, despite your goals being aligned. Bounty hunters are often relatively skilled in combat. We should not underestimate them. We should get back to it. Now that we know what to work towards, there's no time to waste.
The target shields are back online!
Well, in this instance, I am happy to feed your ego. I shall try not to make too much of a habit of it. I wanted to tell you that I think you made the right decision. The microbes will ensure this is not a problem for much longer.
I will never complain about improvements to the ship.
This decision means the Terramorphs will remain a threat for years to come, if not longer. And that is assuming it works at all.
It is you.
Some sort of creature has managed to carve out a life for itself here.
They did not even notice. Well done.
Luck will not be necessary, but thank you just the same. But there is more. Buried here is something of great value to me. Something I wish you to have.
Thrusters are functional!
The answer is trying something new. Truly the Great Serpent has blessed you. The others told me about you. That you knew where to find me. That I'd be standing over 2 dead bodies. What else do you know about me?
We have disabled the enemy's weapons!
It is so strange to think that this could literally be millions of years old, predating all human civilization.
Finally, I've been waiting.
I thought the same. And yet there they were.
But not for long. A good eye. I might have missed that one. It pains me to see you like this.
Weapon system has been hit!
I suppose that is true. It is reasonable that anyone who had an artifact would eventually be a target for him, no matter what else he said.
So his execution was what, a lie? A cover-up? Incredible, just incredible. This is what we have been looking for? It is... I do not have words.
I want you to know that I recognize that you have been forced to make some unbelievable decisions.
Oh no. Is shooting everyone an option? Alternately shooting ourselves to avoid it?
That is a baseless accusation. There are enough things to worry about now without dredging up anti-Baroon sentiment when you have zero evidence.
I appreciate having your ear.
I would hope you recognize a dagger when you see one.
I'm not going to allow chaos. The unity is for the worthy. You are now the 3rd person within Constellation to know. I'm glad you agreed the hunter must be stopped.
Even if military forces are no longer present here, we should still be on our guard.
Perhaps you can be comfortable with it, but I made it completely clear to you that this is unacceptable.
Last night, well, all that physical training seems to have paid off.
It seems as though the majority of the work was focused here.
Enemy shield system has been damaged!
Coming to the eye used to be a more relaxing time.
Then I suppose I simply lack your perspective? I do not find that a satisfying answer, but so be it.
Let me think. Oh, yes. Here's a particularly strange one. I am grateful that you showed some compassion, despite that woman's attitude. I do not have your patience. I do not know if I would say the same. More that I accept it. I'm ready.
Did you bring enough for everyone?
Yes, I know. That is why I do not hold it against you.
Look at who they are, at what they have become. They have the faces and voices of people you know, but are nothing like them.
I would like to, yes.
Maybe not right here, though. Someplace where we are less likely to have an audience.
I am sorry. I do not mean to cause alarm. You are unfamiliar. This is a surprise. Few have not heard of them.
But perhaps even more dangerous would be only one person managing to control everyone else.
You killed one of their own. They have good reason to feel threatened.
Then I'll meet you there, old friend.
I fear the Great Serpent himself may have needed to avert his eyes at some of what went on last night.
Someone saw fit to stockpile things here.
A stretch of the truth, but I suppose it gives us somewhere to begin.
In my experience, laboratories like this rarely produce anything benign. We need to deal with the matter at hand.
It seems we have found our quarry.
We've knocked out their shields!
You are not like me. You are not House Baroon. Your fate, as much as it pains me, is sealed.
The enemy has knocked out our thrusters!
That is kind of you. You also have a lot going.
I can explain why I have not revealed myself.
Spacers can strip a ship out from under you if you're not careful.
So you chose to kill the emissary.
I can imagine.
That might be more productive.
Fine. You two have made your choice. The usual place?
Target eliminated!
Mm-hmm. I doubt they would listen to you, but the thought means a great deal. The Great Serpent told me that one more member of Constellation was left. Another penitent to be made to dust.
Agreed. The consequences of getting it wrong would be disastrous.
I believe the threat is gone for now.
Can we travel to Shosa too? There is something we must discuss once we have arrived there.
We will speak again soon, I hope. I am in favor of adding extra pockets. For knives. You can never have too many.
Letting go. Is such a thing even possible? Oh no. But heat leeches infest every settlement, every corner of the settled systems. That means that every single one... Oh no. This is precisely why I cannot stand the United Colonies. They pretend at moral superiority, but look what they actually do.
Walter is right. We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
I was going to say that everyone with an internal neuroamp all trying to control each other would be the worst.
I will be sure to return the favor, should the need arise. I have a higher purpose now. That's all there is to it.
Impressive that such an old structure would be in this shape after over 100 years. There is something here I want you to have. I just need you to get it.
I am glad to be back. It will be good to have a moment to relax.
If no one is watching all this cargo, it is up to you to decide if we take anything valuable. I suppose if you see citizenship is a reward that matters to you, you should be quite pleased.
Just be ready, Walter!
But do we have the right to turn another universe into our playground? You had the power to tell your friends the truth. And you chose not to. I want to be able to focus on us.
I will have your head!
Sam, have you considered what kind of combat training your daughter might require?
Take your best shot!
You have already done so. There is no need for you to worry.
At least some good comes of this mess.
There is little I can offer to show you how much I care. How much you mean to me. Simple and straightforward. A good choice.
Hey, be careful not to point that thing at me.
They have their shields again!
Relaying messages is something we do rather well, apparently. What if she declines?
All right, please. I would ask that you not mention to Vladimir the circumstances in which you found me.
You sound just like Sarah. I see why she invited you to join Constellation.
The stars are brighter than they used to be. The air sweeter. Does that make sense? I know your encounters with our kind have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk, and you deserve answers. I would not mind stopping at the Laredo storefront. I appreciate their craftsmanship.
Shielding system has been knocked offline!
I do not understand. Is Barrett being held hostage or not?
Yes, that did deviate slightly from the assignment.
The engines took too many hits!
If the United Colonies and Freestar Collective were unwilling to pay bounty hunters, we would not run into so damned many of them. We'll meet in orbit above the buried temple. It'll all be settled there.
A few missing pieces, but something could be made of this. Are we feeling lucky? Such a shame. I'm afraid we have had all the best adventures already, Sam.
How can I possibly move past this? You're just trying to get me to give up.
I agree. And that is why we are here. But whomever does that will then never be able to report that truth back to the rest of us. What good then does it do us?
Under different circumstances, I might find that insulting. I trust you will help yourself to anything useful. I am not asking for pity. I have done what is necessary to bear my burdens, and it has led me here. I hear you. Did something catch your eye? Or are you just checking?
Maybe now is not the best time for jokes.
It says something, does it not? That the executives wish to have everyone else physically beneath them? The less talking all of us have to do, the better. Surely there must be someone else who can take such a ridiculous job. The bureaucracy of the United Colonies is endlessly frustrating. But at least we can consider ourselves secure here.
What is it that is said about one man's junk? There is so much junk. It is difficult to recall how that goes.
You are in no position to tell me what I need right now. Never afraid to have a good time, are you?
Yes, I understand there are profound implications to all of this, but I do not see how you can be so eager to follow in the footsteps of the Starborn.
The Starborn have stayed away. Let's hope that does not change.
It seems prudent to focus on one thing at a time and not become entangled in other matters. You know, as a general rule, if something is chasing you, it is a bad idea to run into an unfamiliar cave. You may just find yourself trapped.
Truly? You mean it? I would, of course, have supported you had that become physical, but you avoided that nicely.
It is over now, and there is no going back. Perhaps you would consider atoning by finding a worthy use for those credits. Well, then just forget it, of course. I could not bear to lose you.
Whoever laid claim to this place seems to be long gone. I will never tire of hearing you voice your feelings. The next time we arrive in port, I am leaving.
I wonder if you have considered that someday soon any number of people could be using these neuroamps in ways you might not be comfortable with.
The things I would do if I had power like that. The matter is confusing enough, even before considering how one feels about any of these different versions. Why would you do such a thing?
No, I do not think we do.
It is good that our restraint is appreciated.
You have to admire these people, so determined to remain independent, yet still connected to one another. They have done well for themselves.
Ugh. Why must this all be so complicated? I trust you are well, or at least to hear him curse me for leaving him. I was prepared to accept that. I did not think I would find him like this. I always wondered what it would be like to see these famed red devils in combat. Did you know that some flora can cause catastrophic allergic reactions? Just mentioning it.
That is why Earth is uninhabitable. The artifact gave the scientist a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead.
No. I told myself it's because I never had the time, but in truth, I was scared of what I'd find. The spoils of victory, I suppose. They know their messy glory.
What he would want is for us to finish the mission.
I trust we have learned our lesson. Your abilities are truly amazing.
Clearly, this was occupied at one time. Now, though, we seem to be all alone. I wonder what the longest robot in service is, or where it is located.
But he deserves it. Does he not?
All right, that is starting to sound a little evil.
I admit I have not investigated before now, at least in part because of what I feared I might learn. We both seem to be unusual additions to Constellation. Goodbye, dearest. I would move the stars for you. But I hope it does not come to that. You do remember you are talking about a corporation here, yes? This is not some immutable sovereign state. That man. What I had done. My kind?
Scientific progress marches ever on, thanks in part to labs like this. We should return to our search, then. There's still so much to do.
The control center seems a good place to start. We get so used to normal gravity that anything lower feels almost comical. Steel yourself, they are boarding! I cannot, will not be a part of this! Strange words coming from a pirate. You steal what is not yours because it is easy, no? But perhaps I am mistaken. Finally, you have a good idea. Perhaps there is. It is hard to believe this moment has finally arrived. Indeed, I can.
And believe me, I will. Please, do go on.
Target's underway! Their engines are working again!
Fighting for survival. There is honor in that. Do you think there can be honor in fighting for money? Not the way Ecliptic goes about it. With all that you have seen, and indeed done, in reaching this point, why would you believe it is not?
We should see if Vladimir knows how to fix this. I have never had a best friend, but I believe that sounds right. Is that for our ship, or did you intend to sell it?
Thank you.
The right advice at the right time can potentially be more valuable than credits.
Clever. To use the environment to aid their manufacturing. War is always an excellent driver of ingenuity.
She was sharp. A skilled pilot and very, very determined. Always talking about her big plans for retirement. How she would live like a queen.
Spit it out, then.
I worry about your health. You take too much of these drugs.
The true believers of House Varun wish only to be left alone. These zealots would kill us just as willingly as they would the rest of you.
Perhaps. I suspect Vladimir worried you might find me on the ground, instead of this one. That was embarrassing. And rather painful. I have explored several tombs. I find them rather comforting.
We know everything about you. That is why your kind cannot have the artifact.
He is responsible! He deserves to die. Stand your ground, yes. But do keep in mind the consequences. There is a line between determination and aggression.
Nor do I think you should be, but in this case I believe you made the right call. They were pirates after all. It is indeed something very special. Let me explain.
You were unsure about it, and I can understand that. I am glad that you decided against it. It would only give me more to worry about. Pleas of friendship will not work on me. Constellation has brought down the wrath of the Great Serpent, and I am his instrument. They Victus. Alive. All this time.
I hate the Varun zealots for what they have done. That will never change.
No way. It's my ass if something goes wrong here. Of all the times to be making jokes. You just could not let this one pass, could you? The little I have spoken of my history has been nothing but truth. I worked with smugglers. I have caused my share of pain and suffering. Very well.
Spacers have been around longer than the concept of the settled systems. Some venture to the edges of civilization and cannot cope.
How many would have chosen Earth? What gave Victor Isa the right to choose for them?
Then I shall be sure and tell you more often, darling.
And yet here were these men and women with hopes and dreams, delights and aversions. We are here to stop you. We won't waver.
Thank you. We are going to need luck.
Look after yourself.
There are no words that would do it justice. You just make everything better.
I know in my heart the Great Serpent will see that I have done what is right, no matter what House Varun may say.
Thank you.
You know what? You are wasting my time. You do not deserve to share in the accolades, Mathis. A sick mind does not begin to describe it. Let someone else worry about why he does what he does. He is a monster of a human being. Their experience is so different from much of the settled systems. They do not know how good they have it. Target's weapon systems are down! Our engines have been repaired! Assuming all systems are nominal, we are ready to depart.
But thinking more, perhaps I have been arrogant to assume I am right.
We hunted them down. As soon as I found out about the artifacts, I knew they were blasphemy.
She made no attempt to interfere, and promised not to tell the others.
They believed, and still do, that anyone who was not part of our family did not share our values, our goals, and was ultimately a potential threat.
I hesitate to judge, but that unfortunately sounds like something he would say.
It just means being prepared for physical conflict, as well as the usual corporate machinations. I have seen the effects of radiation poisoning too many times.
We should not remain here longer than is necessary. From what I know, no one has been able to determine where Sioka's funding comes from. Yes, not everything needs to be a transaction. I suppose it is comforting knowing that there's a home you can go back to. That you can hold on to what you have. His fears were well-founded. If the zealots did indeed come for him. I admire your restraint in not having done it already. I am so grateful for you. If you get into trouble, Barrett, you know where to find me. That is not for me to decide. If the High Council summons me home, I will go. Until then, I will perform whatever tasks they ask of me. And I do admire that about you. Frankly, sometimes I envy it. But I cannot share that belief. This is yours. The only thing keeping him alive right now is... I know that if I do this, I lose my home. Probably forever. If this point is part of an active smuggling run, who knows what we may find stashed away. Barrett told me the headaches afterwards were immense. I see he did not exaggerate. I am surprised to encounter Sioka outside of Neon. I believe that is enough. They must be here, but I do not see them. I suppose not. I really hope so. It is, after all, much of the reason I was sent here in the first place. When the Great Serpent returns, I know I will be by his side as one of the promised. But you... Perhaps not the wisest decision. Personally, I like extra room at the joints for increased range of movement. No obligation. I wanted to. A Starborn? I have heard of stranger things. They lost their engines! Not many options other than to proceed ahead. Shall we? Decided to upgrade, have we? I have tried to understand it, but I just do not get it. Never underestimate the desire for people to demand leisure, even in the most trying of times. Hasn't hurt so far. I would never! Barrett, I would like to make another attempt. A better future. Some sort of science facility. A rather unique design. I wonder if it is for show or serves some particular purpose. You are the newest member, yes? Do they often send you to check up on other, more senior members? You know I cannot do that. You can dismiss it that easily? That appears to be the legacy. We have arrived. What you're looking for is right here. I do not believe you meant to hurt me by saying I was overreacting. This was nothing to get worked up over, as you put it. But it is. At least to me. He would have known their names, but I cannot imagine that he would ever contact them directly. Well, that is... I am sorry. I need a moment. Indeed, maybe. But we are not going to surrender the way to the Unity easily. I thought we at least could agree there are some things more important than credits. Clearly, we cannot. If our suits fail, we are not going to last very long in this. I hate sweating in my suit. Can we go someplace with a more suitable temperature? We're at the end once again. The buried temple holds the final artifact. A wise decision. Perhaps all this does come at a cost. To one's peace of mind, if nothing else. We risk significant cellular damage if we continue to be exposed to this radiation. Just consider where that salary comes from and what it may be conditioned upon. I am reluctant to put that to the test. But it is necessary that we are honest with each other. I would not have considered taking advantage of lower gravity in this way. It is quite clever. Do not be too hard on yourself. It is the totality of your actions that earned you the position, not the death of Ron Hope. Anything here worth taking? I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is... It is not the same. I cannot explain why. And just like that, we are off to kill this person? If that is the mission. Versatility may not be what certain customers are looking for.
Target has restored their shields.
The Crimson Fleet has a habit of ambushing their targets. We should make sure we are ready for anything.
Yes, try it!
You flatter me, dearest. By all means, continue. Perhaps. Though, I suppose the hunter is evidence enough of what that can bring.
It is all so much to consider.
Thank you. I can get up. You cannot seriously be surprised. I told you that if we were going to be together, it was going to be just the two of us.
Neither seems to be worth trusting. You know your own heart, your own motives. Perhaps that is enough. I understand the need for security in such a place, but this seems excessive.
Enough games! I am not joking.
I had heard that there were those who believed but were not born Baroon. It is good to meet one of you face to face.
This scanning equipment needs to be installed. I could use your help. You are very cute when you sleep, you know that?
Cora is now without a father because Sam put himself in harm's way, as he always did. He deserved better.
We have no idea how well armed they are. Assume the worst.
This must be the place. Power is still on, at least partially. Shall we see if anyone is home?
The time for negotiating is over. One down!
It is only a matter of time before we conquer the galaxy, is it not?
See the light of the stars!
The lengths to which humans go to extract resources.
Surface-level deposits are always welcome.
I promise not to laugh if you need to jump up and down to stay warm.
Until now, I have disagreed strongly with that idea. I will personally guarantee your safety, as long as you come in peace.
To stop breaking your customers' arms?
I understand that addictions can be hard to control, but please try. That hit knocked out our graph drive! One that, hopefully, will soon be solved.
You do not scare me. A corporation that values profits above all else and will go to any lengths to achieve its goals. And you believe they will do the right thing? I am amazed.
Any interesting results? We should not jump to conclusions. But it did seem calculated. Is that a note of concern?
They killed Barrett to stop us from getting the artifacts.
There has to be a way to stop these robots. A control room, maybe. Graph drive is down. We need to repair.
I am glad we are on this side of the glass. For a variety of reasons.
I have a very different background from the rest of Constellation. I carry myself differently. I worry that some of the others are unable to see past this.
If she had chosen differently, she might still be here now.
Jada, I swear on the serpent himself, I would never betray you. I need time to make this right. Can we go somewhere and talk? For so long, I felt that something or some part of me was missing. I could never explain it. I no longer feel that way, thanks to you.
No, there is not.
I did not care for that at all. I would hate to see you imprisoned over something so trivial. I am not sure where they might be now, but I believe we should begin the search in Aquila City. That is where I last saw Aaron Bascom. To what do I owe this pleasure?
Yes, but does that make it morally acceptable to be the one driving its development?
Of course. Installing experimental technology into your very head. What could go wrong? The way I see it, you need what I'm offering more than I need what you are paying. I trust you completely. I have not been able to say that about anyone. It means a great deal to me. But you must realize that by giving those resources to the Crimson Fleet, you are empowering them at the cost of the safety of countless others across the settled systems. I believe some of the things I have learned about close combat could be useful to her. Grav drive took too many hits. It's offline! I have never heard of such a thing. I spent significant time here meeting with smugglers. Brings back memories.
I saw it earlier and thought you might like it. Or find it useful. Or, well, whatever.
When we have finished here, we can talk.
As grateful as I am, it is hard to feel that my life does not come at too great a cost.
Yes, it would make it a little more difficult to blend in. Fun is not a consideration.
And you are only one person. What will happen when others receive neuroamps, as they no doubt will?
They made a decent effort, but it was not enough. I am sure they never anticipated an attack in the first place. It is surprising those creatures made it up here at all. Give up already.
Barrett, would you like to hear a joke?
Hate me if you must.
My path is clear to me. I cannot fathom where this conversation is going. Really? Now? No, I do not think so.
As much as I love you, and I do, I cannot help but wonder what the future holds for us, given all that I know to be true. It's good to be checking in on Vladimir. We don't visit often enough.
Target's weapons have been disabled. Grav drive is back online, Captain.
I hope you have a use in mind for that, and are not simply taking it for fun.
The foundational belief of my life. The one you do not share. Do you not see a problem? You are done speaking? Fine. Keep your artifact. As Starborn, we will settle this later.
Aggie's bar, in what is referred to as the Stretch. That is where we will find him.
You seem very sure of that. I am less so.
They Victus. Alive after all this time.
Of course. We are partners, are we not?
We need to head back to the lodge.
Do not put this on my shoulders. I am not the one who got us into this situation.
The shields are exhausted, Captain.
We must take them at their word, or enter this unity from which there is no coming back to find out for sure.
After the shock of what happened faded, I have felt nothing else. Just a numbness. This is where I recruited him for our operations many years ago. A very wise choice. Go, kindred. Follow the great serpent's will. Heat leeches. Charming. I suppose we should eradicate the infestation. Not my first choice of activity, but... very well. Well, it was convincing enough.
I do not think so. It is a lesson.
Then truly nothing can stop us. We will be a force to be reckoned with. A shame. I shall miss the chance for adventure. Thank you. I don't think I can move right away. But I'll make it. Go on. A great deal of suffering is possible in the hours and minutes before death. But given the situation, that is perhaps not the best option.
You're not walking out of here.
Not a sight I mind seeing, but others might feel differently.
You can't hope to win.
No, it is not over. If there is even a chance that it could be true, I have to know.
Well, right now, your best is not good enough.
Ha! Victory!
Yes, I will say no more.
We are a very effective team, are we not?
It is impossible to imagine what this looked like before the colony war. What a waste. Thank you. I have always believed... no, hoped. That is true.
I am sorry. After what you have been through, I should be asking about you. Are you all right? Have you felt any side effects?
What a wonderful thing that a larger budget was approved out of the blue with no intervention by anyone. How nice. That conviction is what defines House Varun, and even the zealots, however they may misapply it.
I appreciate that. But it is still important that you know.
I am very lucky to have you.
This is where you choose to have conviction, then. I find your decision disappointing, to say the least. I admit this is a surprise. I did not quite realize you felt this way about me. A planned change? Or did you just decide in the moment? That is simply the best start to a day that one could ask for. Here, for you.
We can wait no longer. Prepare yourselves for oblivion.
I would very much like to believe that, and yet... No, he did not. A very poor decision on his part. Perhaps a lesson to be learned by others who would break the law. At least while you serve as ranger. 3 spacers got the drop on me. Flip the table. I will keep watch from here. But you decided to leave him alone. Why? Was there concern that I would not contribute to the mission? Until next time.
Just keep going!
He is behind the attack on New Atlantis. And we are bothering to wonder about his motives.
Stay alive!
You have played your hand well, Jade. Using the Rangers to eliminate a rival. Very clever. I share the surprise. You are willing to entertain this? Whatever the United Colonies had done in the past does not justify what you have done here. You have put lives at risk with this decision. I have little use for robots, especially ones too small to carry supplies or serve as cover in combat. Very well.
10 years. I was immediately reassigned to another role, light years away.
Ha, your sarcasm is noted.
But truly, this is unusual. But I have leverage over him. Should I ever need it?
The Great Serpent told Jinan Varun that our universe is his dominion, and while he has been away for millennia, he will return soon. And when he does, we must be prepared.
Our suits cannot fully compensate for the atmosphere here forever. We should not stay here. This heat may not be lethal, but it makes it difficult to think about anything else.
For anyone else, I would say the chances of survival are slim. It cannot be possible that the High Council would betray us like that. He must have been lying.
You even need to ask such a question? But do not turn this around on me. Explain to me why you would do such a thing.
We should investigate, see what is being stored here.
I briefly worked on a factory floor once. Very briefly.
You ready? I'll meet you there. I think perhaps your sense of priorities differs from everyone.
I love that you are thinking of me. Not of yourself. Being a part of Constellation, traveling with you, I have been questioning a great many things.
We've wrecked their engines! We have our grav drive back, should we need to use it.
Do you realize how thoughtless you sound?
You, my love, are truly something special. I hope there is strategic value in traversing the water.
These zealots believe that the Great Serpent will shield them. They are very, very wrong.
You are full of surprises.
If Barrett prefers a nonviolent solution, we should consider it. Had I not seen it, I would find it impossible to believe. But I was there. And there is no other way to describe it.
If this is true, it changes so much of what we know about the universe, and we have no way to know unless we make this leap.
Telling you this violates so many of the orders I was given. But it was the right thing to do. I can feel that.
You are starting to make a lot of sense.
As you wish.
People of the Freestar Collective value their independence. Presumably, they will respect ours.
You're not worthy of the artifacts, and you never will be. Watch for corners or hiding spots. They know this ship better than we do.
Enemy has propulsion again!
This is why I hate Ecliptic. It was wholly unnecessary to do this to these poor miners. It will be difficult to explain without physical evidence, yes, but the question is whether I am obligated to try.
Thrusters are offline and need repairs!
You do not wish to keep that?
Ah, yes. The primary goal in all things should be validating your ego.
I do too. But the emissary makes me doubtful. They are both the person we lost and someone else entirely.
I understand that some kinds of sacrifices must be made for the sake of society, but perhaps not in quite so literal a sense.
When I first came to New Atlantis, I was shocked at how many people go about their business every day like drones.
You ever wonder how humans might have developed differently had our homeworld had gravity this low?
Ooh, quite cold here. Too bad one cannot layer spacesuits like sweaters.
Not to me! To the zealots! To the fanatics who murdered my friends, who tried to murder me!
But it is more complicated than that.
If the crew of the ship did not see fit to stay, perhaps we should not either.
I am sure we could put that cargo to much better use than Ecliptic could. We should relieve them of it. Something much like yours, I suspect. A beginning. A regret. Or a surprise.
It is always of value to examine a situation from multiple perspectives. Each has the potential to offer insight. I am truly sorry, of course. You have given me an opportunity the others have not. Perhaps I just need more time. Does that not make it hard to work together?
We need to limit exposure to this radiation. Either we leave or we finish up. Quickly.
Is that common knowledge? I have never heard of such a thing. About time you woke. We have things to do. I was afraid the Unity was going to be something else. Something terrible. But there was only me. And she was kind. A goal is something you work towards, an expectation of achievement. That is not the same. There were men and women I worked alongside closely. And over time, I established relationships. They were not of the promised, but I considered them friends.
I have heard of Londinian. Anyone who has spent time in United Colonies space has, of course. Now I understand why the stories persist.
You have no idea what a relief that is. Thank you for trusting me.
But I still have my doubts.
I sometimes imagine what it might have been like to grow up with low gravity, being able to leap and bound everywhere. Jada was always the one to run towards trouble.
One might imagine the Freestar Collective was still producing mechs, right up until the last minute.
Discussing these things is challenging for me. I hope now you can better understand why I wanted to keep the circumstances of our meeting quiet.
I'll meet you there. Be ready.
Is that a good idea?
Are you in control still?
Well, either we press on or we turn back.
Your call. There may still be supplies here, if the military did not remove everything upon leaving.
I do not want to look at your face any longer. Do you see them? I cannot locate them.
Found a good use for a butter knife. Dull, but surprisingly effective.
And how will we be spending the day, love?
Is this what they would expect of you? Smugglers sometimes find themselves sitting on caches of expensive goods and items. There may be such things stored here. I hope you are not asking what I think you are asking.
Enemy has completed repairs to their engines.
I concur. Yannick is in fact quite stupid.
They have their weapons back. Watch out!
The only downside to fighting robots is that they rarely understand when they're outmatched. It unnecessarily prolongs the experience.
Be advised. Target has repaired their thrusters.
Look, I'd like to help, but
Nothing there now.
thank you seems inappropriate, given what you have done.
But I do not know what else to say.
I have not grown tired of you yet, if that is what you are wondering. Not even close. It is to our advantage if we are alone here. We can focus on investigating and not defending ourselves.
It would seem prudent to accept any and all help offered to you right now.
Very Victus. Alive? After all this time?
No, you do not understand.
Someone partied a little too hard. On the surface, at least, the emissary seemed the more reasonable of the two options. A further reminder, perhaps, that House Varun must always be ready to defend itself and the Great Serpent.
No, thank you. But I appreciate your curiosity.
It would seem we are alone on this ship.
Repairs complete. Shields are working. After this, I know that the two of us are unstoppable.
Sarah devoted herself to leading this organization. She trusted me when she could have easily turned me away. I hope that was informative.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
I hope I have not made a mistake in trusting you. Again.
They've disabled the grav drive.
You are afraid of the old lady? Oh, that's cute. That makes two of us.
Rather than asking questions, now would be a good time to get what they call a head start.
If we are found, the Zealots will not negotiate. They deserve whatever punishment we see fit to administer.
That has done it.
Look! The center of the rings beckons.
It is hardly that simple.
I do not envy the lives that have been led in these confined quarters.
Perhaps, but it is still important to me. I feel as though I am often looking in at the rest of the group. I do not like this feeling.
Barrett often spoke of this place, particularly the smell. Now I understand why.
Maybe it's not so far-fetched.
I imagine Galbank must be very aware and very unhappy that this safe has gone missing.
But you have just told us that you will attempt it. Do you not consider that counterproductive if you mean to ambush us?
There must be a way to restore the power from in here.
I suppose a module does have certain tactical advantages.
I am sure she is grateful, but I want you to know that we all appreciate what you did for Sarah.
They are dedicated in their cause. This is rare and admirable, I think. Where did they go?
Find them!
It is time to consider some lifestyle changes, ones less detrimental to your health. House Varun is in a distant corner of space, far away from the rest of the settled systems.
You betrayed me, Tomisar.
Part of me does not want to. I could stay here. With everyone. With you.
Our shielding system has gone down!
I know that most would not react the same. House Varun is still widely hated in the settled systems. And that sentiment will not change anytime soon.
You sit on the Council of Governors. You betrayed the very people you are supposed to represent.
So, here we are. I will finish here and return to New Atlantis when I can. You should go now, as they will be expecting us.
But do not mistake that for hesitation. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I will not let you go for a moment. I do admire what Bayu has built for himself here.
Direct hit to the enemy's engines!
Wow. Planned this out real good, didn't you, Jade? The Freestar Rangers do the dirty work, and you get rid of a rival. Since we are here, we should take a look and see what is being stored. You've made your choice. When you are ready, the Hunter and I will be at the Buried Temple. That is where we will settle things. I do appreciate that not every meter of land was plowed under to build this city. This tree is far too grand for such a fate. Can we speak for a moment?
There are worlds beyond count out there, but that feeling is rare and precious.
You would be so eager to murder someone who has helped you get where you are. Must I now worry about myself as well? Either the crew abandoned this vessel, or they were forcibly removed. Are we sure we have enough information to make such a definitive statement? I'm sorry it's come to this. That is abject foolishness. By that logic, we should just blow up your ship right now, since it will inevitably fail someday. This is a dubious request. I am not sure it is worth the risk. Nothing else numbs the pain like alcohol, whether physical or emotional. All right. If you have more questions, I shall do my best to answer them. It would have been, to some. That ship is no longer a threat.
They appear to have fixed their thrusters!
I suspect that if I were confined to life in an office like this, someone would end up being stabbed. It feels extremely uncomfortable to be thanked for such a thing.
I am glad, but you do not need to mention it every time I come in.
It is true that House Varun was formed on the edges of the settled systems after being lost for so long, but this seems very different. I am going to do my best to get past this and continue our journey together. I do not know. I hope it would be worth it.
We cannot, and we will not. For all that I have seen and experienced, I have never been as afraid as the day Sarah and Vladimir confronted me.
The lives of nearly every individual in the settled systems are so heavily influenced by what goes on in this building.
Really? Your move here is blackmail?
You're not wrong. I miss the wonder of it all. I have no wish to work in a lab. Enclosed spaces with potentially dangerous chemicals or materials. Or worse, the more you understand, the more damage you will do. They are quite handsome creatures, almost serpentine, even. The damage done here certainly indicates we are not the first to find the ship. You understand he is a man who finds it very difficult to accept a loss. All the other artifacts need to be gathered before the final one will reveal itself. It sometimes amuses me to think about what goes on here, right under the United Colony's collective nose.
He is right. We leave the artifacts, the Starborn will have them.
Where are you going to put the artifacts? Your ship? An outpost on the furthest moon? No small effort to carve all of this out of the mountain. There is a temple for every artifact. You should find as many as you can. You'll need their power. But are you sure this Asilis creature is the right way to do it? Lead, then. I will follow. No, it is not that simple. Well, this is not good.
All right, I believe you have made your point.
You should consider distancing yourself from your brother. Perhaps somewhere off-world. This is also assuming that Neon Security is not already aware and looking the other way. Or worse, actively involved. Approaching them will almost certainly not help.
A cynical person might suggest that in itself could be a side effect.
My day is suddenly much improved. How about that? Ah, yes. I exist simply to haul things for you. No. That would be very unwise for both of us. I do not wish to be in your presence longer than is necessary. You were honest and said that you might. I do not hold that against you. It is just one more instance of violence I worry will color the other's view of me. I am glad my equipment is waterproof. I am sure some members of Ecliptic rationalize their employment as filling a necessary role. I find them repulsive. I did not believe it possible to feel this way about another person. I consider myself very lucky.
The best of smugglers do not remain in one place for too long.
We need to get to the lodge. Hopefully they escaped from the Starborn. I did not wish to suggest that I did not believe you when you said we could make this work, despite our differences. I hope I made that clear.
Because I am House Baroon? We have fought the UC in the past, certainly, but that does not make this the right thing to do. You need not maintain the facade, Kasric. She knows who I am. Who I actually am.
I rarely have the patience for that thing. I hope you're kinder to the next universe you enter.
I do not know what to say either.
Systems show we are in the clear.
I suppose we should assume they actually know how to use all of this, and it is not just for intimidation.
I admit, the thought of us trying to kill each other pains me.
Is it annoying if I say, at least it is a dry heat?
I really hope so.
Has Cora ever mentioned what type of weapon she might prefer? A particular fighting style, perhaps?
Yes, well, you were not the only one. I hope you are happy with how you look. Another one down!
And whatever marriage traditions you might have would not be appropriate for me.
Are we celebrating something? The fighting is finished for now. I have no way to reach House Baroon now. What if I am cut off from them forever? What if I am branded a traitor? But for the moment, I would very much like to return to the lodge. If I could be sure that everyone and the artifacts will be safe, I would tell you.
Of course the United Colonies is paying close attention. Heaven forbid something escape their notice.
Enemy's weapons are functional again! Your aid is much appreciated. It is a shame we do not have more accommodating sleeping arrangements. Another planet without native life. All we need to concern ourselves with, then, is other visitors.
Indeed, I did. You meant to bring us to this facility, yes? Just making sure.
We just lost thruster control! If you have the time, I wish to speak to you. That is impressive on its own, before considering the magnitude of the work they have undertaken. The possibilities it holds.
What? I do not understand. You cannot be serious. No. You certainly have not. There is a reason for that, and I hope when I explain why, you will understand what this means.
So his execution was, what, a lie? A cover-up? Absolutely unconscionable. One of my favorite things to hear. Of course I'm ready. Huh. We will see how much good your notice does in the end. How can I assist? The unity will change you. I hope it will be for the better.
In my younger years, I made the mistake of giving spacers the benefit of the doubt. I do not make that mistake anymore.
And yet you are here. Instead of checking up on Barrett or Noel, go. Before I change my mind.
I suspect it might. And I wonder if allowing this research to continue will only make it worse.
It is surprising to find someone else from Constellation who agrees with me. They tend to avoid conflict wherever possible.
And just like that, we are off to kill someone? So be it.
If nothing else, this keeps us from waiting around for a full day.
Spacers. Just what we needed.
Of course. Are you ready? That may be a moment Bayou will not forget for quite some time. I know I will recall it fondly. You are pleased with your new appearance, I hope.
You want me to put it into words? Why not just ask me to lasso the nearest star? I can only do so much, and words cannot do it justice.
An unfortunate end for Hank, but he gave you no other option. You did what you had to do.
And you weigh their well-being against the lives of the farmers lost in all this? I'm surprised. You seem to be doing well.
Thank you. That helps so much.
I am both shocked and impressed that all of this is still functional. I have heard much debate on whether Trident ships are overpriced. I have never flown one myself, so I cannot be sure. This would hardly be the first time I engaged in such an activity, but usually I am familiar with at least someone at one end of the process. I do not know about you, but I am starting to suspect that Benjamin Bayou has a slightly inflated view of himself. Our distance from you is the whole point. We interfere now because we must. It is so strange that now, for all reasons, is my first time inside this place. Airborne hazards here. Let us hope our suit filtration can manage them for a while. There's a reason spacers avoid civilized places. They tend to stand out.
Get yourself fixed up quickly. Head injuries can be deadly. I might reconsider leaving that here.
You know already. Our loved ones exist in our lives for a set place and a set time. There is no going back. Anything else is a terrible lie. If this is all true, as the Starborn say, then passing through the Unity will allow one to know the truth.
What bothers me, though, is that he mentions a name he should not know. Tomisar Kadik.
Why skip the fun part? So this clears Imogen. Good.
I always prefer fighting up close anyway.
Throwing! The Rune Zealots deserve no quarter, no mercy. They should all be wiped out. Ugh. At least that portion of this ugly mess is over. Do you want to hear me say that you make me deliriously happy? Because you do.
The enemy has repaired their grav drive. We should not let them escape.
Joining the Crimson Fleet is hardly a cause for celebration. But you have your reasons. So for now, I will allow it. Spacers can be unpredictable. Keep that in mind as we proceed.
What do you want now?
And yet it is my past we are trying to clear up. That is... It means a lot. Some sort of nest. I have never seen one like this.
A good team always shares the load. Pester someone else and leave me be.
Of course she would still be doing it now. In her own way. We should leave when we can. I do not want this eating through my suit. Or my skin.
I suppose it depends on how one defines fun.
Ecliptic can put up quite a fight when properly cornered.
I find myself much improved by spending time with you. That is how friends work, yes?
Yes. By any meaning of the word. We can never know whether lives were lost because this ship never launched, but it was built for a reason.
I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again, go to Earth's moon.
Where have they gone?
Perhaps. It is something I will consider. You want me to give up? Like Aquilus?
Repairs are done. Weapons are functional.
Ugh, spacers. Could be any manner of wretches. Ugh. Never mind, then.
Ugh, I do not have the patience for dealing with pirates right now.
I opt out. I do not wish to be a nuisance. I just do not understand.
I wanted to thank you for not saying anything to Vladimir.
It is almost impressive that the Crimson Fleet has managed to maintain this place.
I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me. Is there some compulsion that leads you to do this? Childhood trauma? It is okay to let things go. Yes, I do, but this is not the ideal location. Perhaps when we return to your ship.
We left Shosa too before we could conclude our affairs there. Can we please return?
Ugh. I do not understand how anyone can tolerate the lights and the music for long.
But that constant connection to the Great Serpent is a liability to those of us sent out into the settled systems.
That might be for the best. For both our sakes. You are competent in a fight and pleasant to look at. What is not to love?
I am not. Looks like spacer territory. Be ready for anything.
I did not want this for either of us. My old friend, prepare for anything. What is it? Did you see something?
I know. For your sake, I hope he is. And before you joke, Yes, that is a compliment. Varun zealots have tried more than once to kill me. They have failed. They will always fail.
It would seem we have little choice in the matter. We should hear him out. What you did has nothing to do with me or actions I may have taken in the past. Do not attempt to justify it that way.
You're right. We should focus on finding him.
You cannot walk away. This ends here.
I doubt it.
And we have survived this, yes, but what comes next is different. I just want to make that clear.
Well, that narrows down the possible outcomes here.
Come on, bring it!
Your moral grandstanding is hollow, as is your position. Make up your mind, or we will act.
Someone here must have useful information.
He is here. Be on your guard. I almost admire your commitment to corruption. Almost.
Then I shall be sure to say it more often.
You are far from the only one who dislikes the United Colonies, but think about how many more will suffer because of what you have done.
Anyone willing to hire Ecliptic has little concern for collateral damage.
We would do well to remember that. Mind yourself on the way down. There may be medical supplies at the bottom, just in case, but better to not need them.
Is that what you think? I cannot assist you from a distance, but it is your decision.
Exceedingly disappointing. That you would risk her safety to secure yours.
No more hostiles detected. We are clear.
There's always a final artifact in a specific temple. The hunter and I agreed that whoever you sided with, the other would wait there.
What?
That is... I assume you mean Varun zealots. And to my knowledge, there is no reason to bring them into this. We have no evidence of their involvement. I know, but do we really understand? All we have to go on is the word of the Starborn, and the connection they claim to have to the artifacts. You know the people behind Ryujin better than I, but I am not convinced they could be trusted. You have my word as well, and you know that you can trust me. You would want me to be a part of this? That is kind of you. I will consider it.
That was clever, getting the pilot to complete your task. Assuming, of course, he actually killed him.
I would advise against drinking this while swimming in it.
You understand, this is different. It is not what might happen, but what will happen.
It is not just about rules.
Take care, love.
The overgrowth here suggests no one is taking care of this place.
Well, then it would seem the matter is settled.
Was that supposed to be funny?
Perhaps right now there are no good answers. I very well may, if things continue along such an incredible path.
There seems to be a compatibility issue with the equipment.
Focus! Be ready for more! Once his power is exhausted, he will fall. Does visiting a place like this bring back fond memories of your time as a miner? How do you always know?
I should not be frustrated with you. It is good that you have their trust. I know some who would consider that much sleep a sign of weakness. I have never seen one of these intact, let alone functional.
You place more trust in these corporations than I do, then.
That is a disgusting way to describe what happened here. Someone who truly knows what it means to command, to be in charge of and responsible for others would never do such a thing.
If Ecliptic is operating here, we can be certain they are up to something nefarious. Oh, yes, I do. Here. Well, let us hope it does not come to that.
If there was something out there, it's gone now. I'm reading low gravity here. Be careful not to launch yourself into space. Or the ceiling.
Sam, I apologize for bringing it up once more.
We can always just grab things and evaluate them later.
Shield system has been repaired!
I did what I needed to do.
We will stand our ground. They will not take this ship!
Yes. But it is very effective.
Someone locked that for a reason. Let us see what it is.
Not everything in the galaxy needs to come with us, you know.
Critical damage to the target's weapons! Excellent shooting!
When we are assigned a mission, we are taken to a point outside of House Varun's domain. We do not jump ourselves.
It seems someone was very determined to gain entry.
I have not seen what you have seen, but perhaps we should reserve assigning any meaning to it just yet. Temple has implications.
Maybe. I am not sure that simply being the first through a door should allow you to decide who else gets to pass.
There's never a shortage of underlings and sycophants, but family is limited.
He would do well to remember that.
Jokes do not come naturally to me, not the way they do to others. If I try, it only makes things awkward.
It would be foolish to think, though, that we have seen the last of the Crimson Fleet. We may have eliminated the leadership, but there are many more pirates out there. Before I say anything else, I wanted to thank you for giving me time. Credits are really the concern right now?
You are welcome.
I do not believe compounding one wrongdoing with another is a good way to go about this.
Some sort of mining operation. Big enough that they constructed this.
We should see where this leads. We agreed we were going to leave him!
Yes. I had not considered that his absence would affect others in the same way. It is better to overlook her reaction then.
I am, in fact, feeling rather lucky.
Yes, how do you know that?
Did we not agree that what we have is something special, unique, that it would stay between us, that our hearts belong to one another and no one else? They have made a fatal mistake in boarding this ship.
Yes. It would seem they have not yet learned how much it will cost them.
You know what they say. One man's trash is... Well, perhaps now is not the time.
We would be doing the galaxy a favor by wiping out every last member of Ecliptic, in my opinion.
Someone made a concerted effort to survive here. And yet it would seem it did not work out.
A heavy price has been paid for this knowledge. If there are any who come after us, I hope it is easier for them.
One would imagine that the Rangers would already have intervened if they were capable. They have a reputation for acting, not sitting idly by. This cavern may hold what we seek.
Target's thrusters have taken critical damage.
I suppose that will have to do.
Not a chance. I think you may be right.
And so our adventure continues. I would not trust anything on a ship that I built myself. I am glad you are more confident.
It is something, at least, that he has come to speak with you. I suspect few others would. I agree that in the long term, that would be advisable, but it does not solve the immediate problem, does it? Leave it to humans to find inventive new ways to kill each other. At least they realize these mechs were a step too far.
I cannot help but notice that the Colony War Memorial is in direct line of sight of this embassy. I suspect that was very much intentional. You need not maintain a facade, Kasric. He knows who I am. Who I actually am. We've taken out their grav drive! They've gotten through our shields! That is an extremely prejudiced and very insulting way of describing what I am sure is a diverse group of people. I am disappointed that is what you think of them.
Hopefully the low temperatures do not interfere with our electronics.
Yes. I know that I am not completely alone. And that offers some comfort.
None of this is good, but money should not be your prime motivation. We've beaten some of his allies, but the hunter himself seems to have retreated to the temple. Let's take this to the ground.
For those that have not lived it, it can be difficult to imagine or accept. Others here have seen conflict, but for more noble causes. I am still getting used to this place. It does not quite feel like home, but hopefully someday.
I would prefer some time apart. Perhaps a great deal of time. But it's not your life, is it? You already had that.
Yes, well, it seemed like a good idea.
I will gut you!
I have my own way back. Go on without me.
Now is not the time for humor. You need to try and listen, connect with her.
I know we're not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it's good to see you again, old friend.
You are back. You did not respond when I called to you after you pulled out the artifact. Somehow, after all that has transpired, he still believes himself to be the hero. He created this whole situation just so others would see him the way he sees himself. You left without me.
I wasn't sure if that was intended as a kindness or not. You're right. I'm sorry. Would you think it odd if I said that looks somewhat appetizing?
I wonder if Walter would divulge the reason for abandoning this site. Actually, I wonder if he even knows.
I would not miss a chance at more time with you.
With you at my side, love,
I look forward to everything that comes next.
To be clear, the horse for which this location is named was not on the menu? It was simply a mascot of sorts?
Ah, yes. They build a monument to the people they lost, but not the people they killed.
No, of course not. The mission comes first.
You tried, and you remained true to your word. There is nothing more to do here.
Engines have been restored, Captain. Well, that was exhilarating. You do just have the two hands, yes?
Of course those in power have better accommodations, at least relatively speaking.
Yes, you have proven your strength, if not your wisdom.
Mind the seals on your suit. The air here is very bad.
It was the most practical way to acquire what we need, without raising too many questions. Still is.
I think many have felt that way at one time or another, but to see them in person is something else, is it not? His use to anyone is irrelevant. He should have been executed for his crimes, as they claim to have done in the first place.
Engines down, we are adrift! We need to find everyone.
I can appreciate that. It was an incredibly difficult situation in which to be placed. Thank you.
I cannot wait to kill you. Do not get ahead of yourself. I appreciate the desire for independence, but these people are quite vulnerable.
Not exactly the lap of luxury, is it?
I suggest you keep that in mind.
These people claim to be independent, yet they still crowd together behind walls. We must be clear on one thing from the very beginning. I do not share.
Now that I can understand. We have been through a great deal together. If you go into this unity, we have no idea whether we would ever see each other again.
You took quite a hit. Is your head all right?
I do not wish to set off Geiger counters for the rest of my life. We should consider leaving.
And the attack on New Atlantis was his fault, just to what, restore credibility to the family name? You can tell me several things. Everything, if you like.
To think that towers like this were once absolutely essential to ensuring our survival. And now here they are, buried and forgotten.
You're choosing nothing but betrayal. Deceit.
For once, he is right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together. No. Maybe I don't.
If you said that, I would need a moment to think about it.
Winner takes all is the phrase, is it not?
These people were ill-prepared for any sort of hostile encounter. It is no wonder they did not survive.
The more of that you take, the harder it will be to stop.
Take them down!
There are worse ways to begin a day than here with you.
I hope this place is well ventilated, and whatever experiments may have been going on are small, well-contained, and inorganic.
You're twisting what I mean. I think we're done.
Thank you. I would be happy to show her a few things.
Say the word, and we shall be on our way.
Your selfishness knows no bounds, then.
Well, that is one very clear position.
As am I. Perhaps someday, but not right now.
Will we be taking off immediately, or are there other matters that require your attention? There you are. I have been waiting for you.
I believe we are, in fact, putting this behind us.
Yes. But the consequences go far beyond his life.
I'm sure that no one who echoed such sentiments ever came to regret them in time.
It is good that something of value can come from those old mechs. Hopefully neither the staff nor the experiments here are unfriendly. Or worse, hungry.
No, that was never why. You have something to say? Say it then.
You have my attention.
These ruins have so much to tell us. But still, there are so many questions.
They're getting inside the ship! We are still good friends. Are we not? Has something changed?
That looks like it is worth bringing along. If the rest of this ship is any indication, I imagine there is an incredible amount of wealth stored in there right now.
Fine.
Could it be that somehow natural forces like gravity are, a side effect or a function of something greater at work? Interesting. That is really hard to see right now. Avoid buttons, levers, anything that looks as though it may open a cage of some sort. You never know.
I hope that sample has some value. There is, quite literally, Nowhere I would rather be.
She could make a very skilled fighter. The sooner she begins learning, the better.
I would prefer to avoid swimming. But if we must, a shame that there is not more to discuss. If you could help me install these parts,
I am glad I was taught to swim as a child.
I tried to serve. Well, of all people, you know why it is so important that I remain here. Why I have the trust of the other members.
Whoever crewed the ship may have left supplies behind. We should investigate.
Forgive me if I do not follow along quite the same path. May the serpent guard you. I suppose my sentiment for you remains. Even after all the universes I have crossed, I have tried to not worry myself over it, but I cannot stop thinking about it. What future can we have if that is the inevitable end?
Just to be completely safe, it is probably best to avoid the cables.
I look forward to our next discussion.
There must be something in all of that you can afford to let go of. You risked your own life to save hers. Without you, we would have lost our leader. I suppose now you can add climbing the corporate ladder to your list of accomplishments. It is the purpose of your organization, after all. If there are pirates about, they will not find us to be easy marks.
I almost walked in myself, but I thought, what if someone else came back and they were alone?
Not that it matters, but do you think this is perhaps the largest battery array in the settled systems?
So your concept of ownership is fluid.
You know what? You might be... Wait, no, what am I saying? I suppose that is true, if what the Starborn have told us is also true. But that means... what? Someone steps into another universe? How can we just casually consider doing something like that? Thank you for reminding me.
It is. I am somewhat surprised this is the path she chose, but she always had an indomitable will. Shields need repairs as soon as possible!
I wonder which company owns and operates this site.
I am here if you need me. This is intriguing. A rather large amount of security for such a small place. I hope that was a change you wanted to make, and not one you felt you needed to.
In all my time amongst the stars, I have never heard of such a thing. What do you think that place was?
There is an old derelict star station where I may get answers. Huh. It's been a long time since I have laughed. But you aren't wrong.
No! Wait. I want to hear this. After a certain point, there is little difference.
This is between you and me, and no one else. You know who I am. I do not need to explain myself to you as I would to others. They might not understand, and I do not want that distraction.
Perhaps. I would not have minded seeing him in pieces, but prison will suffice. Flexibility clearly is not one of his virtues.
Yes, brother, of course.
The man gave you a chance. It seems only fair that you should do the same for him if the situation arises. But you cannot take it back. We both have to live with it.
Do you think the pirates have stashed a hoard of treasure?
Oh, I suppose it is not that amusing.
Our engines are back online.
Enough talk, then! Be sure and check your pockets when we leave. Be certain you still have everything in them. I will not change my mind about this.
I'm sorry to see you go.
It was only the once. Okay, not twice. Still, I did not start it. Actions would have been better than words, but... words are better than nothing. Keep your artifact. As Starborn, we will settle this later.
Enemy thrusters have been damaged. Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance, but I would like to try. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever is in their way.
I do not necessarily wish to second-guess you, but I do not understand your reasoning.
A good find, whether you intend to sell it or use it yourself. They fixed their grav drive! This is harder than I expected. It is reassuring to hear you say that.
This looks like the work of spacers. Watch yourself.
We've lost shielding!
Unless you are secretly on staff for this laboratory, I do not think we are supposed to be here.
I do not see how. I did not say that. I just... Oh. That was a joke. Of course.
It may be a concept, but that concept could be the explanation for something real.
For your sake, I hope you are sincere. At least these vermin didn't get him. He's been gone for... Clearly it's been some time.
Significant temperature changes here. We should be careful of overexerting ourselves.
She's gone. That seems a welcome addition to the ship.
But fighting is so much simpler.
Need to see what I'm carrying?
I do not think anyone would deny that you are unique. Going to these lengths was unnecessary.
I have never been one to shy away from shouldering my share of a heavy load.
Except Sarah did not cast me out. I was allowed to stay, on the condition that any information I sent to the High Council was first shown to her.
Stop trying to confuse me.
There is no escape!
Few are willing to accept the truth, but at least he has reached out to you.
Why would you say such a thing? Are we still conversing, or are we done?
Stay safe.
I hope that will be enough to justify all of this in the end.
You got results. That is what matters.
Smugglers can and will defend their operations with their lives. We should not underestimate them. What do you think I will say? It is all right. You are my love, my light, and you know it.
I know we aren't from the same universe, but it kind of feels like old times. Hello, dearest. I hope you are well rested.
What I may or may not have done to ensure my survival is hardly comparable to this. I cannot believe you would try and compare the two.
Honestly, I cannot answer that. So you must choose. You choose us. Or you choose to walk away. For me, that is the simplest and easiest of choices.
Very practical. Yes. Let us do so.
You did. And I told you that it is not that simple. Making your own way in the world. Quite literally, it seems.
The buried temple will be there.
Are you quite sure you don't want to hold on to that?
It is enough just to know that there are some out here amongst the unbelievers who share in the truth.
But therein lies my concern. I still do not grasp why you ended things in the first place.
I suspect I would enjoy the attempt much more than you would.
I haven't come alone. We'll stop you from exploiting the artifacts. You and the hunter.
Some would say this place represents all the worst impulses of humanity.
Ever heard of a certain Solomon Coe, renowned explorer? He'd be spinning in his grave.
I'm at your side.
Mm-hmm. I thought you might want this.
The UC Vanguard has operated out of the den for some time, but they are poorly staffed and supplied.
The work here came to an abrupt end, it seems. Unfortunate for them, but maybe something can be salvaged from this. I'm just doing my job, you know. I'm sure you're on the up and up.
Who knows how long this ship has been adrift?
I doubt more talk is going to change my mind. Right.
This is an interesting location for smugglers to choose. I might have chosen differently.
Just so we are clear, if you fall, I am not jumping in to save you. Frankly, that would be pointless. From this height, it would certainly be fatal. And if you go, there is no coming back. I know I have made that much clear. That is perhaps dismissive of this situation, but in general, I agree. We all must compromise for the good of society.
Shields are down! The hull is exposed!
Were it not for scanners, I would not be able to identify mineral deposits. Just not one of my skills.
Fair enough. I will certainly not miss him. And now you can consider yourself a ranger in full. The chances for survival, let alone maintaining any kind of functioning society, would be slim indeed.
I do not see the Starborn, but be careful.
And if you are the only one with this neuroamp, I know exactly who to keep an eye on.
That deposit looks useful.
Thrusters repaired, Captain!
Dangerous to breathe this air for very long, if we wish to remain healthy. I do not like the cold. It stiffens the joints, lowers reaction times.
New Atlantis puts on a wonderful show of security, does it not?
We are up against a lot, but if this is how you handle it...
I find other ways to spend my time more compelling.
But I am sure some would find it riveting.
Enemy thrusters have been repaired.
Extra security on this terminal. I'm certain you can handle it.
I can understand that line of thinking, but even when talking about a species like the Terramorph,
My connection to you has reminded me what it means to trust someone, to be there for them. And I can no longer live with not knowing.
I have had limited interactions with Sioka. So far, I have not been impressed. No, it is fine. Your medical care was more than adequate. If you were to find yourself a patient here, would the impressive facility offset the uniquely dangerous nature of your ailment?
I appreciate our little discussions, you know.
Shields at 0%, Captain.
So many willing to prey on others for whatever scraps they can get. Some stories do seem a bit more outlandish than others, though.
Oh, yes, perhaps this is of use to you.
I do not fully understand why you are bothering with this, but I suppose it is the lesser of several evils. Thank you again.
Low gravity here. Less effort to move, but muscle memory may work against you.
I suppose it is up to you to decide whether it is worth it. I never found Tayo ships to be as reliable as I would like. Clearly, my experience is not universal. I'm with you. I am always wary of encountering new species of wildlife. I dislike surprises, especially when they may try and eat me. About time you were awake. In my time getting to know you, I have thought more and more of all this. How little sense it all made, how I never really knew what happened or what became of my friends.
Do you think Sioka has ambitions of becoming the next Crimson Fleet? They certainly made sure to bring along plenty of robots.
I have not been oblivious to your comments, you know. Though occasionally I wondered if I was seeing something that was not there. I have. There have been times where I wondered whether it was worth it.
Not the ideal time for target practice.
No. This was your victory. You've proven that you're ready to enter the Unity. Choice had nothing to do with it, not for me. But looking back, I understand their concern. There is no precedent for any of this. A romantic relationship not within the bounds of Barun culture, I mean. I wanted to attempt to honor that culture nonetheless. Yes, I would say that the proper adjustments are being made. What does your scanner reveal? For now, you should enjoy your hard-earned victory. You have done a service for all of the settled systems. Let us talk more once our mission is complete. I should hardly think credits are the first thing on your mind right now. I admire your confidence, and I do hope you are right. It is possible to seek evidence of something precisely to determine its nature and then define it.
They fixed their weapons.
Let us keep from pressing any unnecessary buttons in here, yes? And that we are connected in a way that is now truly unique in the settled systems. In all of creation, they deserve a renewed chance to decide their own fates. That is the right thing to do. I have never been one to spend much time in bed, but you may be changing that.
House Varun has nothing to do with this.
Eager to help, if I can.
Do it again.
At least that is over with. Masako makes a reasonable point. Well, at least as reasonable as any of this can be. I wonder why the military chose to vacate this facility. Let us hope there is no imminent danger. I have never seen anything like this ship. It's a marvel. One never knows what one will find in a cave. The most inauspicious entrances can lead to the grandest of caverns. I hope that is true. People associated with the Freestar Collective usually just wish to be left alone. We should honor that. Now we learn whether the conduction grid will protect us. If not, this ship will not survive. Nor will we. It is too soon to know, and at least something is being done. Any effort is better than none. High temperature here. I do not advise disrobing to stay cool, but you may do as you wish.
We've hit their engines and they are offline.
That statue. Clearly some connection to the creatures in the area. What could it mean? I too prefer custom alterations to the standard issue. You are welcome to tell me things like that anytime you want. I find it hard to believe there was no better resolution to this situation. This seems heartless. That is what I am hoping. But for Jada... She is alive and on a mission. I would bet my life on it. I was born in the great city of Dazra and raised with the teachings of Jinan Varun. I underwent the rite of Krejar when I came of age.
Our equipment will only last so long in this. We should be cautious.
No, it has not. We do what we must to carry on. It is good of you to step in and do this for her. I do not think I would do the same.
No.
We have our engines back!
Very well. I shall keep my opinions and concerns to myself. For the sake of Constellation, we should continue with our mission.
My parents, and their parents before them, did not believe anyone outside our family could be trusted or relied upon.
Target shielding system is back online.
Then it is time we use it. The smugglers I worked with prior to joining Constellation preferred meeting locations with caves nearby. Good defensive positions, if necessary. You did not do nothing. You saved my life. That is perhaps not the most helpful thing one could say right now, regardless of how true it may be.
You need something, dearest? I never had the patience for computer systems.
I do appreciate that I can trust you with this. It is good to have someone to talk to. Well, the view was worth the trip down.
I believe we make a good team. I work well with you. So I will find a way to be all right with this. I think I prefer the wild planets to this city. At least there, the predators are easier to spot.
This could be producing any number of materials or goods. Care to take a guess on what it might be?
Cooling systems will not be able to compensate for this temperature very long.
A very practical outlook, not one I find is shared amongst members of Constellation. May I ask what your background is? It is not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you, offer you the chance to become Starborn. Do you need to ask? Do I not make it clear how much I care about you?
That is ridiculous. It was not inevitable. It was a choice you made. Do not try to absolve yourself of any responsibility.
I want a truce between all three of us. Give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine or the Hunters.
I'm not trying to make your life difficult, you know. Horrible enough that you kill her, but to give her that false hope beforehand? You're a monster.
Have you now? I miss you as well, dearest. But you must understand why I hesitate. I have to. This is bigger than all of us.
These temples are fascinating. I wish we had more time to explore.
Push them right back out the airlock!
I'm doing what I have to protect the artifacts.
I am still trying to comprehend that on its own.
Perhaps a truce isn't a bad idea.
If you are going to do this, now is the time.
I suppose.
Nothing there. Shame. What? Say something.
I enjoy a great many foods and drinks. Tea has never been one of them.
You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power.
I know they're here somewhere.
I know what you have done. The messages you sent.
Ah, yes. Walter does seem fond of this. That feels very much like you are just trying to delay this conversation as long as possible.
We've repaired the engines.
I'm not entirely sure of the temperature thresholds on our equipment, but we may risk exceeding them. Another way into the facility, perhaps?
They are an excellent place to hide in plain sight. Yes, I have found that to be true. It was, and is, still a surprise.
Emergency power must still be functioning, but there is little else going on here.
You're asking me to give up more than you know. No remaining sign of hostiles.
Be on guard. Target has repaired their weapons.
Really? I was having fun. It is. And I am thankful for you every day.
It takes a certain personality type to excel as a bounty hunter. Not a type I wish to associate with.
If it were not for the lodge, I think I would avoid this city.
It is all just too much. Perhaps it was nothing. No, nothing like that. You are wonderful, and I love you dearly.
Agreed. There's no point in risking further lives to deal with them.
I don't believe you. Your sincerity is hollow.
I find it even more concerning that the United Colonies will keep this information secret. They have enough power already. They do not need this in their arsenal.
That is a very broad statement applied to a very select few. I find it reductive and insulting. Do you see anything useful? All you have truly done is embolden these pirates and put the lives of who knows how many others across the settled systems at risk. Perhaps in the long run. But right now you cannot deny the importance of the situation.
I suppose we shall. But is it not that very attitude that enabled this situation in the first place?
It is unfortunate. But this is the course you set us on.
Engines repaired. Let's go! We're not going anywhere. The engines are hit!
I just hate to think of anything coming between us. Whether now or in the future. Any fight you can fly away from is a good one.
You thought you were the only ones?
I am thankful these rides are quick. I do not like being in small, enclosed spaces with many people I do not know. Seems we are clear. I do find that statue pleasing. I wonder if it matches the original vision of the artist, or if they changed the design as they worked on it.
This is all a bit more legal now, I suppose, but hardly more civilized.
Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there that you must discover for yourself.
Combat engagement is over.
That is unreasonably cruel. We had other options. Well, it has been a while since I was given an assignment on my own. I would not want it to be even longer in the future. Do you understand?
Code phrases? Under different circumstances, Walter, I think you might have made an adequate smuggler.
It is not for the faint of heart, I assure you.
You're starborn, and all of us need to be responsible for the fact that we are visitors in this universe. Everyone is in mourning. I understand, but I cannot quite share in their emotion. Feel free to keep the fragrant bits to yourself, just to see him sitting at the same corner table we always used. That would be enough, I think. Some wild creatures are known to hoard various items. It is worth looking around, just in case.
Your conviction is impressive. I hope it is rewarded.
If we must. I suppose this thing would not appreciate your plans for it.
The ship is reporting that our shields are offline!
It has always been necessary to prepare for the unexpected. This is just a bit more unexpected than usual.
An end to the violence. It's tempting. Ugh. My sympathies to whomever faces that when you're done.
Your usuals are excellent. I'm glad to see you are still selling.
I have heard that bounty hunting can be quite lucrative. Lacking in honor, to be sure, but lucrative. You could at least be thankful that leniency is being offered.
I do not care how everyone else feels. I have made my feelings very clear to you.
I know that at least I do not have a bounty with the United Colonies.
I was supposed to be the one to do it!
I have no doubt they were resourceful. Still, how badly were their lives damaged by that moment?
The exodus from Earth meant more than just the beginnings of the United Colonies. But still,
a tremendous undertaking. You and your jokes. Now is hardly the time. Look at him. Perhaps now would be a good time to leverage your role in the vanguard. Joining the Crimson Fleet is hardly a cause for celebration. But if our ultimate goal is to destroy them, I will allow it.
disappointing, Antonio. The blades chip too easily, tend to get stuck in bones.
In my culture, every child is entrusted with a pet groat. What do you mean? Clearly United Colonies funding is at work here.
That is an offer. Your negotiating skills are impressive indeed.
Yes, we are together. It sounds as though I will enjoy this. When we confront her about this, we will not take no for an answer. She will let you go. You'll see.
Should have trained more.
It is best, I think, if you are the one to retrieve it.
If you have to wear it, you might as well fit it to your liking.
If you see anything valuable, take it. It is likely already stolen. The Great Serpent says otherwise. But I have trouble
finding solace in that right now. Never have the patience for construction. Destruction is much easier and often more fun.
That was a close one.
Just what are we fighting?
Another way through here. Unsure where it leads.
So, the unity awaits. I'm not as afraid as I thought I would be. Stepping away from the world you know can lead to a better place.
Really? You make things exciting and often a good deal more fun. I rather enjoy having you around, and none should judge you for that. Assuming there is no information we are lacking, that seems reasonable. Extra ammunition is always welcome if they have any.
No. This is the only place he would be. I know him well enough to know that.
You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them.
You are very fortunate. And I am glad that you see it. You've earned the artifacts. Go. Reach the unity. Organic materials are always good to have on hand.
I spent years in setups like this, surrounded by smugglers.
We need to make sure all of their crew are accounted for.
What do you mean?
Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
I hope that change suits your needs. You need to work on your delivery.
I am capable of faith in a great many things. This is not one of them. Facilities like this often prioritize profit over safety for the workers. Be mindful of your surroundings. Is it not up to me to decide what I do or do not deserve?
Fine. Fine. Let us leave this place at once.
Now we are having fun! Have you lost your mind? Is there even a mind to lose?
Everything seems to be where we left it. We can't trust that everyone will think the way you do. You're an idiot.
Tales of glory have persisted throughout human history for a reason, you know.
This was fated. Collect the other artifacts in his name. I suppose that is one way of observing things?
I don't understand what is happening right now. It feels like one of our ceremonies, only pointless and inane. Why are you letting this proceed?
Says the person who incurs none of the consequences. We are the Starborn, and you are unworthy to possess the artifacts. It's a fair point.
Now we truly know the stakes are too high to do anything else.
Several weeks after I arrived, I attempted to access secure records within Constellation's archives. Vladimir and Sarah were waiting for me.
Did you need a moment?
Critical damage to the shields. I'm just going to check a few more things. Something for personal use or for sale? That is not how I saw them. You found something. Please, let me see it. I've never liked computers, especially those with extra security. It is good to be back.
I consider this to be a much safer outcome than nearly any other.
Grenade in the air!
There is more beyond this space. Shall we continue? I hope whatever you took is worth the risk. Neon. The house that Aurora has built. Every world with living things is a treasure.
So there were no survivors. They were completely wiped out.
It was perhaps not my plan, but my options were limited. And that time, the bond that we have begun to create, that deserves honesty.
Critical damage to their thrusters!
It is pleasing to speak with you. I have been thinking about us as a couple? I am not sure of the terminology. Our relationship, let us say.
You know, of course, of our tumultuous history with the people of the settled systems. Few have forgiven the Serpent's crusade.
Do you think Vasco would see his likeness in this model?
All right, let us move on. This is not worth dwelling on.
If Vasco needed replacement parts or some additions, this might be the place. I wonder if they got out of here.
I decline.
Thank you. That means a great deal. It is a shame you cannot visit Varun Kai yourself and confirm this. The Great Serpent has not spoken to any since Jinan Varun himself. Not a choice I would make, but if you're comfortable, every measure will be taken to ensure the information is used for good.
Thank you. I shall try to remember that.
For whatever it may be worth, I agree with you. You make perseverance sound like a bad thing.
Why should I be? It was necessary for survival. I would not be here otherwise.
I was just getting used to how complicated they already were.
You've met your match! Before we go any further, I cannot stress this enough. Keep your weapons at your side. Do not make any sudden moves.
I hope you understand the responsibility you are taking on. Regardless of how impossible they may have seemed before now, I must say that I do not like being threatened by anyone.
So, bounty hunters. At least we can be relatively sure no one would miss them were they to disappear.
This silence is irritating. Perhaps you would care to break it? Seems like an unnecessary risk, if you ask me.
A certain amount of confidence is necessary if you are ever to trust yourself and your actions.
Then let's go already.
No, but it also would not hurt you to at least try.
Again, I assure you I am not trying to make you uncomfortable. Never stood a chance.
It does, doesn't it?
Now that is something I was not expecting to hear.
The Crimson Fleet does not often take prisoners. They're not inclined to show mercy. We should not be either.
There is a part of me that still believes you should go. That the Unity is the last step on this journey. Now that you are back, I am not sure what I think. Do remember that ammunition is not free. I am happier than I can ever recall being. I believe that is largely thanks to you. Hydrocarbons in abundance. Let us see how they have arranged themselves.
Yes, I suppose it does have some risk. These microbes could eventually become a problem in their own right.
Start the takeoff sequence! Our only hope is making it to space.
I am sorry. My head is swimming.
Only a select few are ever trusted with that knowledge. I can never go home. Unless I am permitted.
I understand what you are trying to say, but being first does not equate to being right. I do not know how to respond. I understand what you are trying to say, but I just cannot feel the same way.
I prefer things up close and personal anyway. I trust that will make it more to your preference.
I truly believe this is the best possible outcome. I am glad you made the decision.
I can understand the need for deception, but it does come at quite a cost. No, I do not. But I find it hard to quantify. Holding a grudge against where a person comes from that is both ignorant and cruel. I have had more than enough of you.
All right, then.
You definitely have at least 50-50 chance. Have you wanted to make that change for a while, or did you just decide? Doctors are supposed to act ethically. Approvals or not.
Who needs star yards when I have you around? The environment looks to be working to our advantage here.
The military left this place in surprisingly good shape, all things considered. All those credits. And you just handed them over to the Crimson Fleet. Everything ends!
Some cave systems can contain entire ecosystems. Some are just holes in the ground.
Well, this is clearly out of order. Perhaps there is another means of reaching the next floor? Well, we have at least one more area to explore.
It has been deemed necessary for the protection of House Baroon. And for generations, it has worked. Who am I to question it?
The red eyes are some badge of honor, I take it? They would be difficult to conceal.
I will do my best. Let us proceed slowly and carefully. I do not want to antagonize him. You've come far. To see such anger in you pains me.
Let us hope whatever lives here does not travel in large packs. Or have large teeth.
Surely you know you have had quite an impact on me. And I mean that in the best way.
Already there has been too much conflict between corporations vying for this technology. First Infinity, then Ryujin. Who knows what might be next?
But turning this over to the UC and assisting them in eliminating the Crimson Fleet, that just allows them to sweep this under the rug, erase their mistake. I think it is important that we discuss what you saw back there. Take extra care to mind your surroundings. Without gravity, it is easy to become disoriented.
And many of my kind aren't above making use of machines. They had this military base built for a reason.
Of course.
What would you like to know?
The artifacts are ours! It seems we have reached our goal. And for the Crimson Fleet, what a prize. Do you now? Well then. All weapons are operational!
Leave me alone, will you? When we arrive, would you let me speak to him first? I think that is important right now.
I look forward to every day in a way I could not imagine before I met you.
I make an effort to stay properly hydrated, and I do not wish for that effort to be evaporated in this heat.
Hopefully whoever constructed this knew what they were doing, and we do not need to worry about geologic instability.
I hope we are not too late.
I must say, the atmosphere here does not seem to warrant such strict rules. I see.
No more signs of trouble. Aaron should never have heard of him.
Smart decisions when building are crucial.
We cannot change this. We can only keep going.
What we have, it is like gravity, a fundamental force of the universe.
Either you should consider holding your breath, or we should leave this area as soon as possible.
Do not get bent out of shape. I am not sure that is true. We had the experience of Jinan Barun, who himself met the Great Serpent and returned with wisdom, knowledge. Barrett would not want you to seek revenge in his name. He would want us to finish what we have started. Excellent sightlines. This would make a decently defensible position. And the view is nice too.
I trust whatever you're taking will be useful later. I trust you have slept well.
You're right.
I will never grow weary of seeing places like this.
We are merely stating the obvious. If you are threatened by that, perhaps you should do something about it. Like help us.
Yes, of course. I can stand. Perhaps. He could have reached out directly, but that would be a surprising breach of protocol.
A landing ship is cause for concern. We should be on our guard.
There is no such thing as too much, love. I cannot really know all that you have been through, and you are not House Barun. You seem to have a knack for that.
Yes. Thank you again for your assistance. So demanding. Here, see what you think of this.
None of this feels good at all. And more credit should hardly be motivation to go through with this. I had no idea what to think.
The Zealots do not represent House Barun. I am sure there are many within their society who value the same things we do. I will keep an eye out in the future. And if I see something, I might hold on to it for you. I am not insisting that you do. I am, I suppose, wondering whether you have thought beyond yourself in this scenario.
There are UC bureaucrats that must be furious that this station has become what it is today. In exchange, he promises to care for us when he returns to his domain.
Through it, you can reach the unity.
And from there, you can become Starborn.
I wondered if that might be the case. I certainly dislike the idea of aiding the United Colonies. I am to ignore that you are a living anomaly of space and time, then. You're just another person.
I am glad this was not just for sport. Not that killing for sport is a problem.
Repairs complete. Weapons operational.
You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone.
Grav drive functionality has been restored.
I do not think so, but thank you for your interest.
Clearly not.
It is not about you or me. The unity is greater than us. Yes, I know. Which is why I am trying to open up about this. I have never discussed that. Why have you gone quiet? An interesting decision. I shall have to get used to it. Overall, I am very happy. I promise you.
You have shown a rare amount of wisdom. Do not continue hunting the artifacts. That path leads only to your destruction.
That you would even suggest such a thing shows how little you understand.
We should be prepared for anything. Sioka is often very well equipped.
I know.
That is possibly the stupidest thing I have heard you say.
It's not something I have much experience with.
I hope it is that simple. Because if you are wrong, it may very well be your problem, as well as everyone else's. No, thank you. It is good to be able to discuss this with someone. When we started this mission, we had no idea where it would lead, that we would lose people along the way. If we had known, would we still have been so keen to get here?
I'll be here when you need me.
Target's grav drive is down!
I am beginning to find this presentation reductive and annoying.
I am glad to see that you are safe, Jada. I am sorry if this is difficult for you.
Are you alright? We need to get you back to the lodge.
We should finish up before this starts to corrode my suit.
Really, I sometimes do not understand your humor.
Grav drive is functional.
Yes. Perhaps it is best we leave it at that. Smugglers often go to extreme lengths to avoid detection. They will not be pleased to have been found.
I have never quite been able to think of New Atlantis as home. Though I suppose I should.
You are a valued member of Constellation, and an ally. I will trust your judgment and stand by you until the end.
Does this contain sensitive data? Valuable, perhaps?
Does it?
But it sounds like he has been on edge for years now. I would hate to make the situation even worse.
He gave my friends to the Zealots! He might as well have killed them himself. How does that not warrant justice? No, you can't. Think about your little girl, Sam. Hold on for her!
One never knows what might be found in salvage yards. I think that might be Donovan Reese. I dislike him intensely.
You chose the hunter's path. I do what I must.
But certainly not everyone shares that view.
I cannot do that. I cannot turn my back on the Great Serpent or act like I was not raised to be who I am. It is important to me that I do so.
That is likely not how anyone expected to find them. Only because they claim it does. They killed Sam to stop us from getting the artifacts.
Have I lost your interest? We have no idea what this hunter can do.
You do not need to ask me if you may ask. You may just ask. I did.
You are wasting my time. We should head back.
The unmistakable sounds and smells of modern industry. How wonderful.
You would think that deadly predators would have driven off settlers. Humans. We can be so stubborn. I do want to be with you, but there are moments I find myself grieving for you already, knowing that you will be lost.
Let us be honest. Security has never needed a reason, so why would they start now? We do what needs to be done. This could well explain why the site was abandoned. These natural caverns likely were not worth the risk of traversing.
That is a shame. I would like to have understood the specific etymology of those words.
It lacks the amenities of Aquila City, but this is clearly Freestar Collective space. I imagine that constantly worrying about who can be trusted, who is telling the truth, takes quite a toll on everyone who works here. At first glance, it seems we are the only ones to come through here in some time. I can never forgive the Zealots for what they did to me, to my friends.
I wanted to thank you for giving me the chance to work with you. I know we met under, unusual circumstances by a group I wish to be a part of. Does that make sense? Many of the other members are polite, but distant. I worry that my background and my actions concern them. Are you sure you want to take a chance like that?
Maybe we can still work something out.
Both?
Neither.
Back again.
Who do you think will be the first to ask us questions? Mateo or Noel?
Die!
Nor I. Nor, I suspect, anyone else who has ever lived. Is that presuming too much? Are we at all surprised that the UC has such a massive space dedicated to secrets? If you mean to ambush us, telling us ahead of time makes it much more difficult. Did you not think this through?
Are we done?
I know you have much on your mind, so I will not keep you further. But I will be here when you are ready to take on whatever is next.
This city is so large, yet retains a sort of rustic feel. I find it comforting. This is true, but I have only experienced my own. Constellation has given me a home, and I will always be grateful. But I also feel ready.
If it exists, it can be proven. If not now, then in time. I know Aquila City rather well. Perhaps better than I would like.
I was unsure whether you would remember me. It has been a long time. May your enemies tremble at the sight of your newly adjusted weapon. Goodbye.
We can assume your initial response was aggressive from the pain. Yes, I can see that.
If we do not see each other again, then goodbye. I am proud of all that we have accomplished.
This is not right, and you know it!
An impressive investment in equipment. Someone certainly considered this worth the time and credits.
The temple is testing you. Always.
I have spent more than enough time in my life in caves. But if there is something to be gained in this one, we should investigate.
How can you be so sure? They have thwarted us at every turn, and now they just give up? You remember correctly. We are simply browsing.
Not every dream is a pleasant one. I agree with Noelle. The work is what moves us forward. You hold something you have no right to. My people have killed for less, but I will offer you one chance to hand over the artifact and turn away from this path.
Do you suppose the miners who once operated this eventually found safer work?
I hope I have not offended.
There are always credits to be made from mining, even if they are barely enough to get by. Yes, but not everyone walked away, did they?
Did you actually manage to defeat that Starborn? Or is he just hiding? I withheld certain information, but everything I told Vladimir was and is true.
That is certainly a possibility. The wrong goal, or the right goal approached by the wrong methods. And yes, disaster is a good word for it.
I have never understood those who claim to be able to discern nuance in the taste of wine. It all tastes very similar to me. Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye, while we held off the hunter. Then you should turn around and walk away.
They had no chance against us!
You did what you had to. The fallen are better left as dust in the sea.
Yes, well, this is getting a bit personal. Do not make me regret the decision.
Our journey seems to be coming to an end.
This is not a position I would care to hold for long. Far too exposed.
Do you even understand what you have done?
Infinity appears to be on an entirely different level of corruption. It cannot be allowed to continue. In every universe, the fate of the artifacts matters.
Weapons are down! We need time to repair!
A fair amount of business runs through Hopetown, and from what I understand, most of it is legal.
We were given little choice, but it was fine.
It seems to be how things go here in Constellation. The things people will do to try and make money.
I can speak for myself.
Given the cutthroat manner in which your company operates, I might be careful referring to retirement.
I recognize a smuggling operation when I see one. I've discovered something else, and I do not know what to make of it. I trust that will be profitable.
Indeed. The United Colonies hardly has the best record in that area.
Does the ship really need that?
Let us see if you can fight yourself!
Saints seem few and far between these days.
Something on your mind?
I have no love for the United Colonies government. But do you not think this is more than a bit extreme?
Swimming it is, then. Nicely done. The lodge feels a little colder than it used to.
You need not imagine. I can assure you, this is all exceedingly strange. Baffling, even.
Enough!
Yes, I meant apart from that. Argos was your previous employer, yes? This must seem especially strange to you. I always enjoy hearing you tell me how wonderful I am.
Why must you provoke me further? Your weapons aren't needed. Now that this little diversion is over, can we return to what we were doing?
The emissary seems more reasonable, I suppose, but do you believe they have the right to dictate how the artifacts are used?
This is not the first time that Varun zealots have attempted to corner me. If it is known that this has happened again...
I was trying to explain that I am from House Varun, and how I came to be here with you. This seems to be the natural habitat for local wildlife. You will forgive me if I do not wish to discuss this further right now. I am hurt and angry, and I need time.
So the Starborn lose. And so do we.
It is not what I would have wanted. Were you not working in service of the Freestar Rangers? An interesting mix of activities. I hope they are both enjoyable. Do you suppose anyone here has access to this container? There is no way to properly thank you or to repay you for what you have done. I quite literally owe you my life.
Oh! Shall we agree that was an unfortunate accident?
Fine, fine. Just go.
Engines are green. Repairs complete.
We are undone. Constellation has lost a part of itself. We cannot change that.
There is value to be found in looking back through history, provided one does not cling too tightly to it. The hunter was in this for himself only, amassing power at the cost of all else. Thank you for your help before. We found the artifact.
I am not saying I am incapable of it. It just should never be a priority over other things.
NASA was very proud of all that it accomplished. I suppose they had a right to be.
Just go! This group of people, who by rights would never associate with one another, has come together for a common cause.
All of this expenditure, all of the deception, just to acquire an artifact. Worth it in the end, but at quite a cost. Drawing attention to oneself can inadvertently highlight flaws and weaknesses.
You will forgive me if I do not share your fashion choices.
Good luck, Deputy. I will take my leave. You will know where to find me. I thought you were better than this. You need not maintain the facade, Kasric. They know who I am. Who I actually am. I think you should follow your own conscience, for I cannot be comfortable with either side gaining Crix's legacy.
We've taken down their engines!
No good deed goes unpunished, as they say.
I have things I wish to discuss with you. When you have time.
I understand this station was once quite the luxurious place for UC military commanders. Based on what I see, I find that very hard to believe.
They've lost shields! Hit them now!
As long as we do not antagonize the Freestar Collective, we should be left to ourselves here.
I am fine. He was clumsy. Made far too much noise. Easy to deal with. Of all the things I could be doing right now. May you find favor in all things. That's it. It's over. Thrusters are offline. Our maneuverability is compromised. I think I might have chosen something else to part with.
I do not know that I would have shown the same degree of restraint were I in your place. You did well.
I grow tired of this.
Nice. But still, butter knife, I would have given you the promotion. I do not wish to sound callous, but I question whether the historical value of this place is worth it. This moon is less than ideal.
What is it? What?
There is more that way, unless it is a dead end. I am not at all sure that the right choice is something that even exists in this situation.
I'm hit! That kind of power. I'm glad it is in your hands.
As much as I enjoyed the idea of Bayu being denied something, there may be consequences for Ryujin, and you may be blamed.
We will speak again. I am sure.
If he is responsible, let us hope the cabinet deals with it swiftly and harshly. Expect anything and everything. Other starborn, human mercenaries and defenses, alien creatures under mind control. It's all fair game.
I would have been fine. But thank you just the same. How's your vision? Hearing? That was quite a blow to the head.
We will press on. We will continue our search, and we will learn what these starborn are trying to keep from us.
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds.
It seems somewhat hypocritical to argue that only by becoming starborn in the first place are you then qualified to prevent others from doing the same. How does that make yours the right hands?
I understand that this may change what you think of me. I know that you may no longer wish to associate with me.
They are domesticated creatures native to my planet. Smelly, cantankerous, but their milk is a staple of our diet.
You realize that, of course, you cannot actually trust him.
Do not mistake us for amateurs. We will get the job done without sacrificing your route. I am not always the best at conveying my affection for you, but I do so love to hear you say things like that. Crossing the trade authority could be perilous. There are real stakes here.
I very much doubt that. Yes. I agree. But I suppose that is why Constellation exists, is it not? Someone must take the risk for the sake of those who come after us.
I assume that reactor is the main source of power for this entire facility. And what if it is too late for that? Sioka is here. Ready yourself for a fight. I am sure he is grateful, but I want you to know that we all appreciate what you did for Sam.
There are few things as exhilarating. We live to see another day.
It would seem that a fall is not the only thing that can kill you here. Now, this is an interesting feature. Shall we explore? But you must understand that I do not find this easy.
Awaiting your orders, Captain.
Think of the neuroamp in the hands of a Varun zealot or Crimson Fleet pirate.
I suppose it is all very simple when you do not consider the impact on actual human lives. Just your bottom line.
This Ron Hope, supposedly a man of the people, was more concerned with profit than lives. He was not the first, and certainly will not be the last. Well, that makes your position as clear as it can be.
You have certainly become a vital part of the organization. That is a credit to your abilities. The grav drive is up and running again.
I like that you did not cave to Bayou. Few seem to be capable of such an action. And as for the Syndicate, we will deal with them on our own.
Oh, well, look at you. That was certainly a choice.
I appreciate your conviction. I suppose time will tell. Very different from the life above ground. It says much about New Atlantis, the United Colonies at large.
Every smuggler I have ever worked with had a perverse affection for this place. I do not understand it. I appreciate that more than you know.
I wonder if the United Colonies bothered asking before building here. Probably not. I had no idea.
This star station sure has been through a lot.
If they would back down now, then what was the point? What does that death mean? Why put us through any of this?
It is not about you or me. The unity is greater than us.
I know that the emissary was not Sam. At least not the Sam we knew.
Well, sounds like someone has been reading starship manuals in their spare time.
To know what the future will bring, what will be not just your fate, but that of all those around you. And yet to have no choice but to keep that to yourself.
We should be on our guard here. If we could detect the camp from orbit, it means others could too. And I have no idea what fortifications he may have.
If you wish to know more, I will be here. For now, yes, but Ryujin continues their work, and soon others will have them as well. They may not share your values. They may go so far as to use their neuroamps against you.
Oh! Need a moment to walk that off?
It is good that the Enlightened were there for you. It is almost reassuring to see that corporate mediocrity has wormed its way into every corner of the settled systems.
I was convinced from the beginning that it was unwise to let anyone get too close. I had, maybe not quite friends, but people I cared about. Yet there was always a distance I could not reach across.
Do you really think trying to make this about me is a good idea right now?
Appealing to my nobility. Huh. It's been a while. Yes. Let's!
The gesture is a kind one, but a med pack will not solve her issue. Yes, precisely.
If that is truly the case, why do I often find myself excluded from other members' activities and gatherings? It would be nice, wouldn't it?
The scope of this facility is massive. I wonder how many knew how big it really was. This is probably the right choice. These people need time. They are not ready for what awaits them in the settled systems.
Their grav drive is crippled! They're not escaping! We need to get to the eye!
You'll see soon enough. But expect anything. Enemy starborn, human mercenaries, alien creatures, whatever it takes to stop us. No matter how complex, robot behavior is programmed, and therefore predictable. I find that reassuring. I sincerely hope you are not suggesting he was justified in his actions. I would not wish to associate with someone who felt he did the right thing. That, I think, is all you can do. Do not allow these starborn to dictate your fate. Scavengers delight in picking through deserted spaces. We may not find much here.
So many people, all in one place. I still cannot feel entirely comfortable.
No doubt Billy's brother was the victim of one of these penalties. It is not a matter of if it will happen, but a matter of when. Will you be equipped to handle the repercussions when that day comes?
I reported their existence to House Baroon, and the decision was made. All that is left is taking care of you.
There's nothing to talk about. I've already made myself clear.
Very well. If there is even a faint glimmer of the same person I knew, I will honor their wishes. Here. Now go.
If this becomes one of those caves where you must squeeze through impossibly tight spaces, you are welcome to explore it on your own.
The atmosphere here is dangerous. Not a place we should stay very long. If you are content with the results, then those were credits well spent. It is always a pleasure.
I am fortunate to have you, then.
I am concerned with how the rest of Constellation perceives my presence. You force my hand by joining the Hunter. It is no longer about what I want. It can be a good handoff point for smugglers.
As much as I despise Ecliptic, they would not exist if there were not those who would hire them.
I have something I wanted to say. But I confess I am afraid of how you will react.
Now would be a good time to reprioritize what we bring with us and what we leave behind. Or sell. Or throw away, even. I believe you have grossly misunderstood the situation. If you put the gun down, perhaps we can come to an understanding. An operation like this requires significant funding. I wonder who has been paying the bills. Seems we have found a den of spacers. Wonderful. Is everything all right with you?
You may think so, but I do not. I'm nothing if not open-minded.
Everything in Neon has a price.
Place the artillery in your ship, then power up your grav drive. It'll take care of the rest.
Yes, perhaps that is for the best. I would not wish to send them information now that turns out to be incorrect later.
Yes. Yes. It is the only right thing.
To be fair, we gained much more than just grav drives. Some more than others.
One day maybe that won't be true. It would do you well to reflect on how you arrived here, and what you want from your future. I know I shall be doing the same. I know that seems vague. It will become clear when we arrive.
Impressive produce. But I wonder if the gains here are offset by the need to ship everything off-world.
You dare challenge me?
Then I shall be sure and acquire enough credits to continue soliciting advice. With him gone, I do not know how they will reach me. Or if they will even try.
I thought maybe you were... Well, it doesn't matter anymore.
Interesting. As if the man was not already responsible for enough death.
You are making a bit of a scene here. True, but I have always worried about how responsible I am for what happened. Maybe I needed to hear it.
Yes. Given our first interaction with them, that seems likely.
We should be on our guard if we venture outside the city. The Ashta are quite formidable.
I am not certain that I believe you. Based on similar conversations that we have had. Pirates and alcohol. What could go wrong in a place like this?
Of course, yes. Yes, I want that too. She is still alive. I know it. That doesn't give you license to wreck your way across other universes. Functionality restored to the shields! Do you think we might find some indication of what happened to the crew?
I have done so in the past, when necessary. But I am not the best pilot, and it seems prudent to apply my skills where they are most useful. Lately, that means aiding you.
Ruined his life? How dare you? It felt like a small betrayal of my people, of House Varun, but I cared for my friends. And then I lost them.
I do not know Barrett as well as some, but he seems quite confident in his abilities. And not without cause.
Set you up? I was not behind that. It was zealots, you know that. We were all attacked. Yes, sister. Of course.
Even if everything the Starborn have said is true, if you pass into this unity and come out in some other universe, you've certainly earned it. So you just walk away and let someone else worry about it. I see.
Shields are functional, Captain.
I see no current signs of life here. Do you?
Incoming! Take cover!
So agents also help oversee deals with smugglers and the operations needed to transport supplies back home. Well done. You seem to have impressed them.
Bottoms up, I believe they say. So be it. I would need to know that you were serious, and that you had no intention of hurting me again.
What? They, Victus, alive? All this time?
The Serpent's crusade was a long time ago and has nothing to do with what we are discussing right now. Either she is here, or someone will know where we can find her.
If there is one thing we have in abundance, it is guts.
The damage never would have been necessary if your team had done its job to begin with.
How can you believe you can trust him?
I hope all this extra risk is worth it. We could have just blown it up.
You see that radiation levels are elevated here. We should be cautious. I can see why this location was chosen for a resort. Very nice. This looks very unoccupied. No indications anyone has been here recently. It is a relief to know that the terramorphs are being dealt with.
Can we get this over with? Well, any fight you can walk away from, they say. Even if assistance is necessary.
You presume it had not already? Interesting.
I would hope for the sake of these workers that after a while you get used to the smell.
If it is large enough, we should be sure to remember the path we take in this cave. We would not want to lose our bearings and become stranded.
There appears to be another area beyond. We should be thorough and investigate it.
I know that House Varun abruptly ended diplomatic relations with the United Colonies. They simply felt it was best if we kept to ourselves. There was no insult intended. Perhaps someday I will make that effort. For now, there is still much for us to do.
No, I do not. Do you want us to play the role or be better than the pirates? The two are quite at odds with each other.
Cold here. Too cold to be safe, for sure.
Very good.
I know that the emissary was not Barrett. At least not the Barrett we knew. Ah, you were acquainted with some of the members before. I was not. This is all new to me.
Target's grav drive is functional. Grav drive needs repairs.
Strange to hear that coming from one who was not raised in Barunukai. If only more had your insight. Except you, perhaps. You do still have one in your head.
The bright lights and reflections are almost enough to make you forget about those living down in the well. I hope this is not goodbye. But if it is, I have been proud to be a part of all of this. We have triumphed! Ah! Target has fixed their engines!
Curious and unexpected. The atmosphere here is breathable. You risked your own life to save his. Constellation owes you a great deal.
For a relatively small, mostly terrestrial organization, Sioka appears to have some very deep pockets. It would be wise for you to take this offer. It shows more mercy than you know. Saving a life is more important than recovering a ship. But I am sure Jane will feel the loss just the same.
I think it is perhaps for the best that the research program will come to an end. Where that neuroamp technology could lead, there are many bad outcomes. Too many.
Yes,
I agree that it is for the best.
it seems you will have plenty of time to evaluate that sentiment. While you are in jail. Yes, she is. I cannot imagine anyone else in her position doing the same.
The cruel, casual nature in which you talk about it is reprehensible.
I'm glad to see you. What have you got for me? I am incredibly grateful that the Great Serpent has brought us together. Even if only for now. Checkpoints have not been a problem so far. There's little reason to think this one would be different. I feel safe. In a way I have never felt. In and out with no fatalities. Dalton will be pleased.
Did we need scrap metal? This would be a good place to acquire it. They killed Sarah to stop us from getting the artifacts.
We'll settle this at the temple.
Someone stored all of this here for a reason. House Varun was never truly accepted by the rest of the settled systems. And these zealots make sure it will remain that way.
It has certainly proven valuable.
Saved me. A few times, without question.
But you are not wrong. And certainly, at this point, we would not want the artifacts falling into any other hands.
Truly, I am awed by this. What the Starborn have accomplished is wondrous.
Ah! They managed to repair their engines! You are not chosen! Very resourceful.
If nothing else, this could serve as a convenient trash disposal. I just worried you are feeling a great deal of pressure, leading Constellation through something so unprecedented.
I have not been part of Constellation as long as some, but from what I have seen, I would not call that an inaccurate description.
Maybe that is so. But given that you helped put an end to the project, I think you agree that the cost would be too high.
Yes, please. It is hard, but each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again, as yours won't have its real me.
You have done well. You may rest now. We will make a concerted effort to avoid direct conflict, as much as possible.
Forgive me if I keep a knife at the ready while we are here.
Sarah! Sarah, we're here! We're here! Keep running! Get to the ship! Enemy has lost their grav drive! I can see that. I can do that. You are something else. If you are to pledge your soul to anyone, it is to me.
Some creature has made this its home. Mind where you step. I think about how the Great Serpent works through House Baroon, and I wonder, does he work through the Starborn as well?
Target's engines have been critically damaged!
But to inform them of this, I must also admit that I have not reported all that I have seen to this point.
Hypothermia can set in quickly, and the effects can be deadly. We should keep that in mind.
Why do you draw out the vowels of my name in such a prolonged manner?
So be it. I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years. Well, now, that is unexpected. I wonder where it goes.
Grenade out!
Ah, look at that. Well built.
Yes, that is one way of putting it. Arguments which then breed distrust.
Noel is right, Matteo.
When the Great Serpent finally returns, these zealots will find themselves cast into the shadows they so eagerly send others to.
I hope you are not regretting the choice.
A very high price to pay, it seems. I wonder that we are taking this all so very seriously. You seem to have taken on more than you can carry. If you require assistance, please, just say so.
Deimos and the UC are inexorably tied together. If one fails, the other does. I might not mind seeing that.
I know that kind of laugh. We should not have come here. Take anything worth carrying. Better that we should have it than Ecliptic. I would not wish to make too many assumptions about where the credits for all this came from, but it seems that crime does indeed pay. Payment should perhaps not be the primary goal, though the credits are welcome.
It occurs to me that we can never know how many derelicts like this drift through space.
A sobering thought. Are they? They Victis. Alive. After all this time. This looks all too familiar. Signs of a smuggling operation. Now you sound like Sarah. I consider you a true friend, and I want to be there for you, but this... It is so much to deal with. Enemy's weapons restored! I do like to get the most out of my weapons.
Elevated temperature here. Be sure to stay properly hydrated.
You have your weapons back. Use them! I am not sure I share those beliefs, but if that brings you comfort, then I am glad. I admire your dedication to your craft, but you cannot deny the consequences have been disastrous. There you are!
The crater provides excellent coverage, both environmental and defensive. Smart.
Who knows who may be caught in the crossfire? I wonder how profitable this operation would be with everything functioning properly. If we do that, we have thrown away everything we've sacrificed and enabled a menace whose agenda we don't even know.
Maybe things have gone too far. From him, I have received my orders, and he is the person to whom I have reported my success.
No, they've taken out the engines! I need to finally pursue this. I would like you with me when I do. I do not know what we will find, but I know it will be easier with you at my side. Joining a street gang was not something I felt we needed to do today, but so be it.
Did you have a question for me, or did you just want to attempt to say my name?
Injuring or killing UC personnel would only cause more problems for us in the long run. Do you have a favorite restaurant here? Mine is currently Whetstone, but it changes. Maybe remembering what happens to Earth will give you focus.
Ah, good. I suppose I should have guessed. It has been too long since I checked in. If we have won, I am not sure what comes next. The very notion of this unity seems to call into question everything we know about the universe.
This place is massive. Keep your eyes open. Spacers can come at you from anywhere. Curious time to decide to empty your pockets. Fine. But perhaps I will return here at some point.
Of course. As you wish.
That is a wonder to behold. I am not sure he deserves anyone going easy on him. But at least you managed to keep this from becoming worse. Direct hit to their weapons! Why do they even try? A killing in cold blood. And all anyone seems concerned with is the consequences for the corporation. I have no great love for bounty hunters. I expect they will be equally unhappy to see us. Are you prepared to die?
The fact that it has happened to both you and Barrett is already more than we had before.
They will use them to inflict pain on countless more across the settled systems. Does that not bother you? There is no shame in dying in battle, but... perhaps some other time. Be quick about it. At least, not without a better reason. At least you see it now. If only you had seen it sooner. It is a fair request. You are the one taking the risk here. Ryujin has certainly taken time to craft an appearance for itself. Sniper support. Indeed.
Simple. It is human nature.
We are not the first ones here, but by the looks of it, perhaps the first to arrive in some time. Out of the question, I do not do paperwork. If that time does come, I expect you to keep your word.
Perhaps an experimental microbe has its own risks, but what of the risks to who knows how many human lives until the Aciles can do its job?
No, this was so much worse than that. He is a monster. No more words. Let's settle this.
We understand that you are busy, but this might be important. Anything you could tell us would be helpful.
At least the only smell I shall have to deal with is myself. Not that I smell bad, I just... Never mind. I hope Nissa does not mind blood on the walls.
I have never been surrounded by such a remarkable group of people, present company included.
The artifacts hold many secrets. In the end, the search for the artifacts always ends here. I need some time to consider what would be an appropriate, equivalent gesture. Enemy is mobile. Their thrusters are back online. You lead. I will follow. That was quite a leap. Target has lost shields. They're vulnerable. Enemy shield generator has been knocked out. He has certainly earned quite a reputation. Neon is proof of it. I always value function over form when it comes to outposts. Thrusters back online. Maneuverability restored. Shields drained. We're vulnerable. At least we may consider ourselves relatively safe here. Unless you have a bone to pick with the United Colonies. Our thrusters have been disabled! I hope you can do this without locking us out of the system.
Never would I have imagined to encounter something like these Starborn. Now I feel that rather than having answers, we only have more questions.
I find the interior of this ship comforting. Looks like there is access to maintenance vents from here. Shall we? I recognize that space is at a premium here, but this is... humiliating is the word that comes to mind. Aaron Bascom does not live in Aquila City, but traveled through frequently enough that he could reliably be found here.
I am afraid you have been unaware of a great many things.
Trackers? Consider yourselves lucky to still be alive. Our grav drive is fixed.
Conflict and violence? When have those ever been a result of people interacting with one another without even bringing neuroamps into it?
This is all a terrible shame. It could have gone differently. How are you? Yes, I'm sorry. I think a few of us should stay to help at the Eye, but if you need me... Someone went to a lot of trouble to build this place. This all made sense to someone, I am sure. I cannot tell you how any of it works. There was no other way for it to end. Still, I will remember the moment when
You chose me. Over the infinite.
Where does one draw the line between science and revelation? I think we must be careful in how we describe things.
So this clears Imogen of wrongdoing.
Good.
Is this your first time in such a situation? What experience did you have before Constellation? What did you need?
Yes, I suppose we do know that.
Did you hear something?
Anyone who allows us just to walk into a space like this is very, very confident. Or, I suppose, very insecure.
Tell that to the Rangers, or the people who lost loved ones. Perhaps this planet has some undocumented seismic activity. Because of the... Never mind, I am not good with jokes. Your vision for this place exceeds mine.
Clearly, that seems like quite a pessimistic outlook.
And I asked you to keep that quiet, for reasons which I quite clearly explained to you. Come on!
But we do not understand the connections. We need additional information. It is unfortunate there is no safer route. We should take our time and step carefully.
I wish I had thought to check on Erin sooner.
Are you not at all worried that the same fate would befall you? That you would become someone unrecognizable to the rest of us?
Enough water here to maintain the operation for a long time. Truly the pinnacle of both cuisine and business acumen. All right. I am willing to hear you out. I often find other people complicated and confusing. It seemed easier to not become attached, especially when circumstances meant I might never see them again. With no warning. I have no interest in compromising my thought processes, but... well, you do whatever feels right to you. I am still listening.
I have seen a great many things in the settled systems. More than most. And right now, words fail me.
Such beauty in the midst of nothingness.
An all too familiar story in this city.
Which one of us is going to make the joke about the backside of water?
Here is what I can tell you. The Great Serpent revealed himself to Jinan Barun decades ago.
I am not surprised that she would desire revenge. But to go this far, we used the methods available to us. All that is left is to live with the consequences. I know that you told me you were not going anywhere, but I still worried, if only a little, that my asking for time to think would be a problem.
The security here is certainly impressive.
Donations help, of course. Other than that, not sure. Ellie might have some thoughts.
This section looks to have been purposefully carved out.
Don't try to manipulate us. We do love each other. And that is a lot.
I know, dearest. And I love you for it.
Shielding system has been taken out. We are growing impatient. Cease your attempts to stall for time. Perhaps it is time to put this all to an end. Let us hope this science division truly knows what they are doing. Engine system offline. We are an easy target.
The ship appears empty. We may as well lay claim to whatever remains inside.
I have no wish to tell you how to do things, but please don't overdo it. Your manufacturing skills are impressive. I've lost them.
Thank you for this stellar introduction.
As solid as the moons themselves. I suppose we should be grateful that there's not been a robot uprising.
How many lifetimes do you think it would take to mine an entire planet? Even a small moon?
I wish I could share in that belief. Truly, I do.
But I cannot.
Someone here must know more. We should inquire about him. I'm impressed. I could not accomplish that.
Freestar controlled, it seems. Good to know.
All those lifetimes. All those universes. Only to have it end like this. I suppose my sentiment for you remains. Even after all the universes I have crossed.
Yes?
Indeed it was. And now I hope you can see why. But you have to be more careful. For both our sakes. Thank you again. If you had not shown up when you did,
there is no one I would trust more with it. It could be said that trading beliefs for credits leaves one with a full purse and an empty soul.
I do not think you understand what you are suggesting. I cannot simply abandon my entire life.
Hello, old friend. The hunter will be below with the final artifact. His allies will be throwing everything they have at us.
Noel's been trying to reach the eye.
This is not getting us anywhere.
I would not presume to think we have had similar experiences. I would hope you would do the same.
I might say that many do.
They have their shields again!
Did they make these things? Have they appropriated them? This all implies there is something more, something we do not yet understand.
Other universes are not bargaining chips. Their fate is not a negotiation.
Something has been here. Could be non-hostile, but best to be prepared.
Everyone, find somewhere to take cover!
I have known smugglers who are kind, and some who are cruel. Hope for kindness, prepare for cruelty.
The colony war butcher lives. Unfortunately.
Everything about the ship just screams superiority complex to me.
You do not get to make that decision! Not without me!
I know that you spoke to Vladimir.
Do not have all the fun without me.
Through this growth, we are shown the connection that we have to the Great Serpent. That all things serve the Serpent, and can be tools for his use, in more ways than one.
You are making the right choice! We will survive this! You have brought a joy to my life that I could not have imagined. And could never have expected. I won't be pushed around. Not by you. Take care of yourself. All right, your point has been made.
And I appreciate that greatly. These crystals must be valuable to have warranted such an elaborate mining operation. You made an effort in good faith to de-escalate the situation. There's little else to do.
The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place. A gateway. It is where we were reborn. I think our odds are pretty good.
We should exercise caution. Things in here may not react well to bullets. I do not care for this heat. Also, it is dangerous and we should consider leaving soon.
I was horrified. My failure would be reported to the High Council. And the penalty would be severe. You see much? But our ship is created from a power beyond your understanding. Its semblance to your own vessels only aids us in masking our presence.
Well, this has certainly seen better days.
No breathable atmosphere. A little extra excitement, eh?
The Great Serpent is always with us, as is the danger of those who defy and oppose him. Well, with all that we have discovered and are learning, to be in charge, to be responsible for all that, I imagine it could be difficult.
I know you're not the person I lost all those universes ago. But my heart still breaks just the same. Live and let live? Is that right? Target has lost weapon control!
There are more people who are at risk of loss now, their possessions, their lives, because you chose to aid the Crimson Fleet. Does that mean Barrett's theory and experience were correct? The artifact grants the first person who touches it a vision?
Are we taking trophies? Having a best friend is still a concept I am getting used to, but I do quite like it.
I get the sense the staff here has become quite adept at removing bloodstains. And this, it is not about that. It is something else.
You have made a grave mistake.
If you insist. This reminds me of a food processing plant I once visited. They were using local fauna, and the smell was... Well, you had to be there. Much nicer in here now. Plenty of room.
Jada, you are my friend. I was not part of that attack. If there's anything you need, I am happy to share.
You may wish to rethink your priorities. I am not sure they align with what Constellation stands for.
Away permanently or just temporarily? The method used depends on the intent.
There is a degree of organization in Sioka's activities that one would not expect from a simple gang.
Come back, you coward! The concern is not unwarranted. We are unsure what we are dealing with here.
We should not skip an opportunity to line our pockets. It is impressive how thoroughly life has spread throughout the settled systems. Low gravity can be disorienting if you're not used to it. If you need a moment, I understand. The Freestar Collective is relatively accommodating. We should be welcome here.
You die today.
I will say, though, that I am glad you convinced them to destroy the Lazarus plant. Will you hold on to that? To see if the value goes up, or use it to celebrate the occasion? Deimos. One of the earliest shipbuilders, and desperate to remain relevant.
Indeed. Anything at all is generous.
Maybe when you are not quite so busy? It seems you have other matters that require your attention.
Why would you do that?
I do not understand. Your anger is focused on Mr. Dombrowski, but clearly the failure of this plan rests on you as well.
But then that is their fundamental problem, is it not? An inability to see anything other than the path which they have created for themselves.
The Freestar Collective has done well for itself since the colony war ended.
Threat neutralized!
Whoever was here is long gone. Perhaps they have left something useful behind.
We are not adequately protected against the radiation here. It would be wise to leave.
You know, I was going to voice my disappointment, but now I'm actually angry.
But we will not let them stop us.
I have never required treatment here, and I hope that I never do.
Target's grav drive is disabled.
Now would be the time for you to tell me why I should not worry.
Keep Noel covered!
You told me that it does not matter to you whether you're alone or with others. But we have traveled together enough that it matters to me.
If we are to find Aaron, we should start by looking for him at Aggie's bar in the stretch.
Maybe it's wiser not to fight. That's just judgment. The unity doesn't exist to judge.
I should have guessed.
This is no time for jokes.
Expertly done. Let us see what was being protected. Be that as it may, you have potentially made things harder for everyone. I understand there are times when violence is necessary, but this was just sloppy. It is good to know that there is a maintenance crew, but your additional knowledge is appreciated. You and I have spent so much time together. It has been increasingly difficult to keep this from you. And I am sorry for that. I think... No, stop it. You're trying to confuse me.
The ship can no longer counter the EM field. We need to leave, now!
That is exactly why I feel it important. I need to work through this. I only saw the one.
I do not see how any of this is cause for celebration.
If that is true, I will do my best to not let you down.
Depending on the circumstances, time in 0G can be rather relaxing.
You should have surrendered the artifact when you had the chance.
Maybe I should not be surprised that you would think of others before yourself.
I'm here. We'll stop the hunter together.
Do you think the military anticipated this location ever being attacked? This is not a new concept, it seems. Such a long time to survive on only the foods that can be grown here. I suppose being a picky eater was not an option.
They've lost thrusters. Should be an easier target now.
If more and more people flock to the Freestar Collective, does that not just make it more like the United Colonies? Leaving so soon. I apologize. Here, take the artifacts and Constellation's data. As one of the promised. They are yours by right.
The biggest surprise is not that the UC engaged in xeno warfare in the past, but that they ever stopped. I would have expected them to very quietly keep this place open. It is too hot. And do not even think about saying something like, "It is just you." After all that we have survived, it would be an embarrassing end to be dissolved by this. We should not stay here long.
I appreciate that you want to try. Yes, but now I feel guilty for being relieved.
We can speak when things have calmed down. Now is not the time.
We are the Starborn. And you are unworthy to possess the artifacts.
That is exceedingly kind of you.
There is little time then. Decisive action must be taken.
Last night was enlightening. I hope to, learn more next time.
Thank you. I am glad there is still a reliable source of news in the settled systems, though it often travels significantly slower than light. Use this opportunity to alter the trajectory of your life. You may not receive another chance. Oh, then thank you, but it was not necessary. We succeeded. That will be useful, I'm sure. I have had enough dealings with the Crimson Fleet to know that we should both be very, very aware of our surroundings right now. Always good to keep the location of the ship in mind when suits are required.
I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here.
Yes? The test continues. And whatever comes next, I know that I can count on you to face it with me.
It seems harsh to us, yes. But we have not had to live this life for generations on end. We should perhaps not be quick to judge.
Vladimir is the only one here who can begin to understand. He was the one who pressed the group to include me. I have killed the man who was the only connection to my people. I have no interest in partying. Tread carefully, Marco. You underestimate the deputy at your peril. Yes, apparently we have lost our minds. To your benefit. It is a tree. They are quite prevalent in the city. This one is somehow different.
After all that we have seen, I am not sure that we are not.
It seems local fauna has been nesting here. I see no good reason why we should have any extra dealings with the likes of you. Be on your guard. Shield system has suffered damage. It'll need to be repaired. I do not recall inviting anyone on board.
It may indeed provide a strategic advantage from time to time. That is both practical and prudent.
Did they have anything of value?
It seems the only thing lacking is power. With it, this elevator should still function.
Oh, is that all? And here I thought this was going to be a challenge. The search draws to a close. The way to the Unity opens.
A sharp contrast from the crew quarters, is it not?
This was supposed to be quiet and non-lethal? What is the matter with you?
I know you cannot possibly be attempting to compare my belief in the Great Serpent to this situation. I will consider this simply a very poor choice of words on your part. I may not be enamored of the United Colonies or this city, but I cannot deny this is a lovely place.
Here they come. Make ready. That was not your decision to make. And yet we found them here searching for him. How did they know? We will never speak of this again, and all parties may put the matter behind them. An agreeable outcome. Are you going? I will barricade the door once you are out. I am afraid we will not be able to let you back in. And I am sorry. We have not always been forthcoming. So, yes. Goodbye. Then it seems fitting that you were the one to discover it. Maybe so. No, I suppose it is not. Could this be Jasper Crick's ship? Do we finally have an answer as to whether he made it? A pleasure. This Neva Mora, she is cautious, but she does not suspect. Your cover is fine. For now. We've repaired the grav drive. Yet you still want the artifacts for yourself.
I need you to know how much it means that you came for me.
No, I do not. But I cannot help but worry. You have been by my side through all of this. The most turbulent time in my life. And you have supported me. Faithfully.
The family has been here a long time to populate a cemetery like this. Admirable.
This room may now be the only place I have left to call home.
Agreed. Let someone else deal with him. Worrying about his motives will get us nowhere. His actions are all that matter. Except for myself, obviously. It seems our assistance could be useful, provided it does not in some way violate confidentiality or potentially taint the results.
One less target!
I suppose we will have little choice. I decline.
I am not necessarily asking to change what I have done. I shall do as you ask. But you take me with you no matter what. You have your thrusters back, Captain.
A win for both sides. I suspect they would disagree. But at least I know where you stand. And I am disappointed. It's close to the Unity. The artifact and the temple here are one, unlike the others you've found that are separated from each other.
I'll need some time before I can move. You would do well to keep distance between us.
Were you not instructed to leave the station? We could expedite the process, perhaps using one of the airlocks. I know. I will move past this eventually, with your help. It seems unusually quiet here. That is rarely a good sign.
We can go farther this way, it seems. Indeed. We are on the same mission. If I must, you should do something about that head wound. We need you fully capable.
All right. 0G it is.
Do I look like I am joking? I have been betrayed. Why should I care anymore?
Careful, Mattis. You no longer have the fleet to back you up.
But my family always stressed the importance of having a purpose in life. You must have a reason for being.
Does it? You are, I am sure, at least passingly familiar with, any point in human history.
Yes, of course. Will we be stopping for food? I would not mind trying something, and there are plenty of options.
For your sake, I will try not to imagine the worst. Focus on the positives instead. I will do my best to assume the best, but you cannot blame me for preparing for the worst. You have not heard the name? I am surprised.
Everyone seems more distant in the lodge. I guess that is to be expected.
I am familiar with the conflict you face, and do not envy it.
I have not shared much, but everyone knows I worked with smugglers for years. I am no stranger to violence and death. I do not know. Maybe if the High Council sees what he has done.
Fine, go on. Leave me. Just be sure and thaw me out when you return.
Your lack of commitment does not exactly fill me with confidence. Are you sure this is a good idea? Power restored to enemy shields.
I must decide whether to report this to House Baroon.
I would expect nothing less.
If so, what would that be?
Here. To open the way.
I enjoy the conversation.
Enemy propulsion down! They should be much easier to hit now. My favorite person. There are other places I would rather be anyway.
Seeing this, it makes it feel like the Starborn are capable of anything. Perhaps they are.
You told me that you believe in going it alone, as you put it. But we have traveled together for a while now.
I will have to make sure that what we discovered reaches the High Council. I do not know how. But that is for me to do on my own.
As I have said, he is the one who has given me assignments. He sent me to hire smugglers like Aaron and Jada, and coordinate transport missions for them. Wherever the artifacts go, hopefully the Eye and the Lodge will be just a bit safer. The enemy has disabled our shields!
I suppose only time will tell whether this was the correct path. I can appreciate that. I'm sure you have more questions. Ask.
Be honest. You would not be handing that slate over if you did not believe its contents. I am not the one who needs to explain himself, Tommysar. Weapon systems green across the board!
It seems the Starborn do not share that value.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm making any sense. Well, now we all understand exactly why we are here. I would like a chance to talk to you, if you are able. Something worth our time in here, perhaps?
A very calculated move, but I suppose I see the logic of it.
I want to believe that. I'm going to enjoy this. Their grav drive is back online. I think I could do quite well on the Red Mile. I think together, the two of us could do very well.
Truthfully, I feel like no matter who receives Crix's legacy, no one really wins.
Cowards. They're trying to get away. Stop them. Watch out! I need to talk to you. Sooner rather than later. Did you expect a different outcome, or...
There is more to explore, if you care to. That a thing happens is hardly justification for it continuing. You know better.
When you see the Great Serpent, be sure and tell him who sent you.
When all of the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the Armillary. In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself.
An interesting addition, to be sure.
Yes, just like us. How magnanimous of you. It is done. Do you think, to mark the occasion, we would be allowed to take a small piece? As a trophy? I suppose not.
We waste time. We should complete our mission and then we can talk. You and I, we come from such different backgrounds.
There are worse things to deal with than spacers, but we should not let our guard down.
Expansion must be very difficult for Aquila, with the native wildlife being what it is. He does not work with anyone outside House Baroon, and I am the only one who knows how and where to find him.
Barrett had been through so much and kept his good humor despite it all. He deserved better.
Seems abandoned.
Let us hope it was not due to some still-present threat.
Ever the opportunist, aren't you?
No.
My place is in this universe now. I know. And I love you for that.
This is a wonderful beginning to an assignment. This seems like your average industrial facility. Is it worth spending time here?
Saving the Regana may have been the right thing, but it will draw the ire of your masters in the fleet.
You might as well just ask me to explain the universe.
We missed our chance! Their shields are back online.
I thank the Great Serpent every day for bringing us together.
Do you not worry about exposure to the elements? Or prying eyes?
I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others.
Where terramorphs are concerned, I do not believe there is a way to remove risk from the equation.
Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you. I am not sure I agree with that. But I can accept that we disagree.
Losing Sam will be painful for us all, especially Cora. But it was an impossible choice to make, and it would have been so much worse had you not acted.
True. By that measure, you are a success. I would like to feel that I am a valued member of the organization, but I am concerned that I am off-putting, or my actions have alienated me.
There are other ways to acquire credits, specifically ways that do not involve covering up murders.
Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind.
I know some are put off by the lack of emotional response in robots. It has never bothered me.
Makes them easier to destroy, if nothing else.
The rock is surprisingly well fortified. The early settlers here were quite practical. If this turns into a fight, we will see how bounty hunters react when met with force, rather than their usual query.
I think we would all be interested in the answer. Captain, we need to find Aaron, or at least information about him.
Small, controlled movements are best in zero-G. It is easy to overcompensate.
If I may, from what you have seen, do you think I fit in well with the rest of Constellation? I suppose if we must. Something may be nearby.
That was not my intent. This is true. It does not make sense to dwell on the unknowable.
Be careful you do not track mud on the floors. You would not wish to tarnish this hospitable environment.
We have come too far to allow that to happen now.
An unlikely one, but yes, a team.
And when he did, those who had served him in his stead would be rewarded, while the rest were cast into shadow.
Do you think there are profitable ores or minerals left?
Do you think anyone would mind if we help ourselves?
Thank you. Barrett. Foraging is a valuable skill. I'm sorry it's come to this.
I once served on a ship with a robot that, due to a malfunction, only ever uttered 2 sentences. It mysteriously fell out of an airlock on the 2nd week of the job.
You think you have?
I see. There are few easy choices in life. But I believe this was easier than most.
Down!
I suppose it is possible, but I cannot imagine anyone who could build such a thing.
This ends!
All right, then. I cannot answer that for you. You know where I stand, how I feel. You must decide for yourself whether you feel the same.
There is always another ship module to install.
Fine. I do not care what is in there anyway. Not at all. It just occurs to me that were I not part of Constellation, I would have no idea any of this was even possible.
I can see that.
Seems Ecliptic has been hiring recently.
I wonder how long military forces were deployed here before being reassigned.
This feels vaguely like one of those situations that ends with, and they were never heard from again. Thank you, dearest. You are not so bad yourself.
Your choice to side with the hunter may have been a mistake, in my opinion. But I am glad you spared Aquilus. Skills acquired in your old job, eh?
They might not be so keen to purchase a ship built with the blood of their compatriots. Did getting that close to Delgado and the fleet make it difficult at all? It can be harder to act against someone once you get to know them. Bounty hunters? Watch for traps. You never know what they have left behind.
Exploration requires courage.
And in this case, a functional suit.
Sorry, but I can't.
Propulsion is down. Too much damage to the engines. Thrusters back in the green.
I know. And I am not sure what that means for me in the future.
No, there is not. You will have to live with the consequences. If you are half the person I believe you to be, the credits will not help you sleep. I have still not yet acclimated to New Atlantis. This place feels even more foreign. If there are supplies to be found, we should not expect much in the way of food. Military rations, you know. No, thank you.
I will say again, there is danger for you here, likely for us both. I need you to trust me.
Enemy has restored power to their weapons.
Nothing is so immutable. That seems a poor excuse. Their first contact with anyone. Never in my life would I have imagined such a thing exists. It was not exactly what I meant, but yes. I suppose I was hoping you might have felt something.
I hope you have never tried that on me.
Again? Now? Really? I thought the last shift was more than enough.
Please try not to alert anyone to what you're doing. Mind your surroundings. Crimson Fleet has been here, and may still be skulking about. I have been thinking about what we talked about before. The idea of purpose in one's life.
Barbarism and the spectating thereof are a hallmark of human nature. And in this case, it seems to pay well.
Do you seriously believe I am going to wear a dress for this? Let alone buy one for the occasion? Perhaps not the sort of place on which one would settle down.
I believe this Camden Cho might consider it a problem, but it is your decision. Constellation. We have arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you've found.
The target shields are down.
There are any number of reasons the crew may have abandoned ship. Let us hope in this case it was something benign.
That is hardly the point. You have given these thieves and murderers exactly what they wanted. What do you think they will do with these credits?
Let us see how Vladimir is faring.
Your idea of fun is to perpetuate chaos and violence?
I do not recall that we asked your permission.
The den should be our next stop.
They fixed our thrusters.
That is an unexpected development. Possibly a concerning one. To be honest, a good use of supplies. The stock versions are never quite what you want, are they? It isn't about whether I live through this fight. That has guided me throughout my years. No matter what it was in the past, Constellation is now my purpose. Hello.
You can, but this had better be something appropriate for mixed company.
You might be right.
Yes, I just like to see my options, especially if there is anything new. Lots of storage. Could be a windfall, could be a disappointment.
The point I am trying to get to is that I believe I have an idea. A way I can demonstrate my commitment to you. You can imagine, I am sure, how existence without ties to others is challenging in space. Thank you for talking this over with me. It is good to know that at least one member of Constellation understands me.
An interesting choice of location. Relaxing, I suppose.
Oh, that was already my plan. Do not mistake being reasonable for being a pushover. I promised to provide for my family. That meant working with smugglers to procure supplies we could not acquire any other way. You dare insult me like this when I have come to you asking for help! I should kill you where you stand.
Oh, I know what comes next.
I really doubt it. I am not suggesting otherwise.
No, that is not what I am trying to say. A curious place for an industrial packing operation. There must have been a good incentive for them to locate here. I have heard of this NASA, but I did not know that they were responsible for all this. It appears we could take the safe way down or the fast way.
Interesting choice to back Masako. We just need to pull off this job at Infinity and hope that things go smoothly. Is there no one else you can harass right now? I have never mentioned that, ever. Your abilities are such a gift. Though your enemies might disagree.
We've lost the weapons! We get to the ship, we have a chance!
Looks like early testing for planetary habitats. The looks on their faces if we could show them all that we have learned. You never need to ask.
I always want to know what you are thinking.
A military installation? There may be arms and ammunition left behind.